Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we begin this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Is Ms. Gibson close by?
She's ready.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll get that happen. Ms. Nestor, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Samson will tell you that being alone, need yourself one question, are you a hoe?
It's really nice.
Thank you.
Great.
Mrs. Shots, oh Mrs. Shots, oh where did you go? We have questions like on the weekends, do you work selling burritos? The long talk with my crew, we're here to laugh at you. We see you in court acting all tough. Your soul says and life must be so rough. Without getting into further details, there were drugs involved. I thought I was smoking crack, but it was just glue that dissolved.
Feel free to have a seat.
Oh man, I gotta get it together because wow, that was messed up. And Your Honor, I have IBS and I'm bleeding inside, and it's really been rough. The loud talk with my crew, we're here to laugh at you.
Good morning. Thank you for your patience. We will continue with cross-examination of Ms. Gibson. Ms. Gibson, you are still under oath. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're gonna try this one more time. So when we were last speaking yesterday morning, we were talking about an individual from the United States Postal Service named Agent Travis Smoot that was present on the search on the 12th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned that one of the reasons he was there was to just look for any evidence that might have come through the Postal Service, right?
Yes.
Well, was there another reason he was there?
I believe he was also there to test any drugs for narcotics.
Right. And the reason that you all asked him to do that, or well, I'm not going to say y'all anymore. The reason that he was asked to do that was that there was a thought there may be fentanyl in the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the reason that you all thought there might be fentanyl in the home, that you personally thought there might not be fentanyl in the home, or there might be fentanyl in the home, was because you all had been informed at that point from the medical examiner's office that there was a positive result for fentanyl in Mr. Richins' body. Is that correct?
Correct.
So on the 12th, when you and your team...
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Nestor, but it's April 13th.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
I don't want to confuse the dates.
I apologize. I meant to say April 13th. Did I say March?
You said April 12th.
Oh, April 12th. Okay.
I don't want the dates to get confused.
Thank
Understood.
you. Thank you very much. April 13th. When you and your entire team were in the home on April 13th, all of you were aware that there had been a preliminary finding that fentanyl was at least partially responsible for Mr. Richins' death, correct?
Correct.
When you were there, you noticed, I'm sure, and you have noticed since you've done the Matterport videos, that there was a very large garage detached from the home behind the home, correct?
Yes.
And in that garage, did you all examine any vehicles that were in that garage?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware, or were you aware then of what vehicle Mr. Richins regularly drove in?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you know whether he had a work truck, a personal truck? Did you know any of that?
I believe he had both.
And were those vehicles within, you're about a month away from his death, a little over a month and a week. Did anybody search his vehicles?
I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I believe we did search a vehicle.
Awesome. Thank you.
Inside the main garage of the home.
A personal vehicle, right?
I'm assuming it's a personal vehicle. I don't know for sure.
Were any of the vehicles that Mr. Richins drove in the detached garage searched?
I don't believe so.
I'm also interested in that warrant that you had on the 12th. It was also included, I did it again. It's because I have the 12th written on my paper, so I'm fixing it right now. The 13th. The warrant, the search on the 13th, it was also for electronics. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were looking for electronics that could have belonged to either Mrs. Richins or Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
And did you find in the home Mr. Richins' computers?
I don't believe so in the home.
At some point, you did take Mr. Richins' computer into custody or into your custody, correct?
We've located a computer in the office shop. I'm not sure whose computer that one was, though.
But in fact, didn't you actually get the computer from Mr. Todd Gabler?
If that's who turned it in, yes. I'm not sure who exactly turned it in.
So being the person responsible for everything that was checked in on the day of the 13th, when you all did this search, did anybody turn in a computer for Mr. Richins on that day?
I don't believe it was that day. I'd have to double check the records on which day it was booked into.
And if you check your records, would you be able to tell, well, strike that. So just to be crystal clear, on the 13th of April, Mr. Richins' computer was not in that home or the detached garage where his office was located, correct?
I don't believe so, but it's a large home and I'm not sure who owns what.
Did you ever go back and get a warrant to search that truck that Mr. Richins drove on a regular basis?
Which truck are you referring to? The one that was in the home or outside?
The red truck.
Yeah, I believe we searched it that day.
The red truck?
I believe that's the one that was inside the garage.
Okay. There was a picture in the, well, strike that. We're not going to talk about that right now. Did you ever go retrieve any of Eric Richins' personal items, either vehicles, computers, anything from his business partner, Kouri Wright?
I did not personally know.
Do you know if anybody did and brought them to you?
I believe so, yes.
And what items were taken from Kouri Wright and brought to you?
I believe it was a computer or a hard drive from a computer.
And before, were you present when that hard drive was obtained from Kouri Wright?
No, I was not.
And just to keep the searches clear, when you were doing your Matterport, did you prepare kind of like a key that has all the purple dots are from this search, all the orange dots are from this day's search, all the green dots are from this day's search? Did you prepare a key like that?
Yes.
All right. Can we please pull up State's Exhibit 1-15 and just show it to the witness, please? Can you see that?
I can.
Is that the key that you prepared?
It is.
And it has a link on it where if you click on the link, it'll take you to those Matterport walkthroughs, right?
Correct.
Okay. And has this been altered in any way since you prepared it?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit.
Can we,
1.
sorry, before we do that, can we have a side note?
Yes.
Hold on. Let's make sure we know what we're asking for.
Oh, you mean with the judge? Or what are we asking?
Pause for just 1 second.
Okay.
Make sure to act this. Shervinack, with that redaction, any objection to states 1-15?
I can't show it to the jury.
Hold on, not yet.
No, I need to clarify. I want to make sure this box is going to travel when we publish it. So just one moment.
It won't. Sorry. May we?
Hey now.
Of course. Low 12-19-24, please. Perfect. Ms. Shervinack, I need a yes or a no here.
Just a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they could just be in black, so we know that they're not just removed, so that it looks like a redacted version.
Sure.
That would be helpful.
Any objection from the state?
No.
Okay. 1-15 as redacted is now published.
So
From there, Mr. My apologies.
no worries. Thank you, Your Honor. So that list right there, that is the list of the dates of every single time through December of 24 when the home was searched by law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And in your Matterport videos, which have been introduced, if the jury wants to use this key, they can go back and compare. The little pink dots were from the search on March 5th, and the magenta dots were from the search on August 9th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Since this list was prepared, you all have been back to the home again, right?
Correct.
And what date did you return to the home that is not listed on this list?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was about a month or two ago.
So sometime in February of 2025 or
Correct.
6.
Yes, I believe it was February 6th around that time.
Were there any other searches after December 24 and between the one on February 6th of 26?
I don't believe so.
And every single one of the times that you guys went in this home, you're trying to find evidence about what happened in the 6 hours before Mr. Richins' body was discovered, right?
Correct.
And you kept going back and back and back.
Yes.
All right, I do want to talk a little bit. You can take it down. Thank you. I do want to talk a little bit about the Matterport. You mentioned you did some measuring
Correct.
with, is it the same device you do the video with that does the measurements?
Yeah, it's the Matterport.
Okay. And I believe you said you measured the distance from the master bedroom to the front door.
Correct.
And then from what is the second one you did?
There's one from the master bedroom to the kitchen, master bedroom to each boy's room.
Okay. And what's the purpose? Why did you make those measurements?
I was asked to try to figure out how far they were to correlate with data that was retrieved off of a cell phone.
Perfect. Did you also take any measurements from the master bedroom to the back porch door?
I have not, no.
Did you notice the day that you were there when Mr. Richins died? Did they have a dog?
I believe so, yes.
Did you also measure the distance from the master bedroom to the master bathroom
I did not.
or to the hallway bathroom?
No.
also, in your report from the search on the 13th, you mentioned that you all collected some hydrocodone pills. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Where did you find those?
Okay, my apologies, Ms. Nestor. Keep going.
Where did you find those pills?
I didn't personally find them, but they were located in the laundry room in the cabinet.
And how many hydrocodone pills did you find?
Like I said, I wasn't the one that found them. I collected them. I don't know the exact, approximately 10 around that.
And were they in a bottle or were they loose?
They were in a bag.
And in the garage, I know you were very careful about marking where every single thing was found. When these hydrocodone pills were found in the garage, what were they near?
They weren't in the garage. They were
I'm
in the
sorry,
laundry room.
the laundry room, which is right at the door where the garage starts, right?
It's near it, yes.
And what was it near?
It was inside the cabinet in the laundry room.
Up high?
Correct.
Is there any way to tell if a hydrocodone pill was purchased, if you find it loose like that, not in a bottle? Is there any way for law enforcement to look at it and say, hey, this is bought on the street or this is bought in the drugstore?
Not that I know of on scene.
You also had a picture that you referred to when Ms. Shermanack was questioning you that had the picture of all the gummies on it. I believe it is exhibit number. Sorry, give me just a second. Thank you. 9-12. Can we put that up, Your Honor? It's been admitted.
Make sure it's the one you want before I show it to the jury.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yep. That's the one I want. The one that's on the screen. Can we publish that, Your Honor?
Any objection, Ms. Sherman?
No, Your Honor.
One moment.
And I need to approach the screen. Do I need permission for that? Or
No.
Okay.
Just make sure your mic is working. We're not going to pick you up.
So this picture that you have in front of you, you told Ms. Shermanack that all of these gummies were seized together. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but I'm seeing these two little plastic baggies of gummies up at the top that are not labeled, that don't have any commercial labeling. Are you saying these two were all in the same place with all the rest of these?
Correct. That's what I was told.
So if there's a picture of these in the top of the kitchen where you actually have a dot above the fridge, then you would be incorrect that they were all found together.
That's a different package that was found above the fridge.
Oh, so there was at least 3 clear packages that had no commercial marking on them?
Correct.
With gummies in them? Okay. And the gummies that are on the screen that have the red packaging, at least one of those was found in that green jacket in the closet, right?
Not these specific ones. That's an additional one that was located.
So there was another red bag of gummies.
Correct.
Did anybody take that green jacket into custody?
No.
Do you recall where in the closet it was as compared to near men's clothing or women's clothing?
I was in the the southeast corner of the closet.
Is that where the men's clothing was located?
I'm not sure if it was men's or women's, to be honest.
Okay. All right, now I want to move to the search that occurred on can we put the key back up that we just had on the key? Make sure I have the right date. I don't want to say the wrong date. Get corrected. Oh, there it is. March 14th of 2022, right? Is that the next one that was on your key?
Yeah, that's the second one, correct.
All right. What was the purpose of the search on March 14th, which was just about I think that's a typo because you
that
didn't.
is a typo. Yes.
Okay, can
It's
we
April 14th.
Can you pull that out, Katie? Can you pull that out? Make it bigger so the jury can see it. So where it says 3/14/22 sunflower yellow, that actually should read April 13th, right?
Correct.
So is that the only mistake on there?
I believe so.
Okay, just want to make sure the jury remembers that. All right, so the next search would have been May 8th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those are going to be forest green dots on your mat report.
Correct.
And what was the purpose of going back to the house a couple months or a year later on May 8th of 2023? What were you looking for that time?
I believe that one was to obtain additional electronics and also documents and drugs.
And when you went to that search, was any fentanyl located in the home?
No.
All right. And then the next search you did, which was October 24th of 2023, what was the purpose of going back for that search?
I'd have to double check my notes. I believe that's one that we were collecting some more electronics.
All right. Was there ever a time prior to any of those? Well, let's just keep going. On the 31st, you remember why you guys were searching a week later, why you went back?
I believe that one was also for electronics and or documents.
Prior to all of these searches and the ones that are listed below it.
Or I'm sorry, I believe those two in December were actually for some copper cups and drugs.
Okay. And the copper cups, you actually found them, right?
We found several, correct.
And where were they when you found them?
I believe on the first one, some were located upstairs in the kitchen.
And they were tested, I'm sure.
Yes.
All right. And so if Ms. Richins in any of her interviews stated that they had a gift of copper cups and had a drink that night, you found something that corroborated that part of her story, correct?
We found copper cups, correct.
All right. And if Ms. Richins gave interviews that said that her husband may have taken a gummy that night, you found gummies that could have corroborated that part of her story, right?
We found gummies, yes.
And if she said that she pulled him on a sheet off onto the ground to try to start CPR, you found a sheet that corroborated that part of her story.
Correct.
And you measured the distances between the bedroom, between the children's rooms, not the whole house, but a good part of the house. And so there were steps that were recorded on her phone that were consistent with her moving around the house prior to calling 911, correct?
Correct.
So that corroborated her story that she had been somewhere other than the bedroom.
She's introducing her client's statements as hearsay through this witness.
Well, I think they've already all been brought up. Okay.
Overruled.
And then,
Number one, know what I'm saying? Number one, know what I'm saying? We are the Law Talk with my crew. Number one, know what I'm saying?
In these searches that you all were conducting, was there ever a time where you were conducting a search because the private investigator had revealed to law enforcement that there were items worthy of going back to the house for?
Yes,
How many times did that happen?
at least one that I recall.
All right, I want to talk about that one time. Does that involve the letter that was recovered from the bed?
Okay, there's two.
Okay, 2 times. So tell me about the first one that you remembered.
I believe it was a voice recording or a recording device that was located.
And you all got information from a private investigator that had been in the scene on the house that he'd found something he thought you wanted to see.
Correct.
And so you issued a warrant and went and picked it up.
I did not issue the warrant, but somebody else did.
Of course. I'm sorry, that's inaccurate. A warrant was issued and
Correct.
you guys went in. All right, and the second time,
So shut up.
what did that involve?
A letter that was located.
And the letter that was located in this search, and do you remember the date of the search? You want me to refresh your memory?
If you could, yes, please.
Sure, no worries. 11/7/24.
Okay.
Your purple day. It's your purple dot day. My understanding is a letter was recovered on the foot of the bed, of Eric's side of the bed.
Correct.
Now, the jury has seen multiple photos from that night where there's clearly no letter on that bed.
Correct.
And there were several, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 searches prior to November of 24 where that letter was not seen on the bed, right?
Correct.
And that included walkthroughs of defense counsel, walkthroughs of prosecution team, you doing Matterport videos where there's no letter on the foot of the bed, right?
Correct.
And then when all of a sudden, when you guys get there in November, there's this letter on the bed.
Yes.
And you took that into evidence.
Yes, we did.
Same when you went and you got the tip off that there's a recording device, you went and where you showed exactly where it was by the private investigator?
Yes.
How many times when you all searched the house was the private investigator there and present?
I don't know. I
Was
wasn't
it-
told.
When you saw him with your own eyes, right?
Just the one time.
Just once that you saw him.
Correct.
At some point, and I just need to clarify this for the jury too, in addition to the physical evidence that's seized at the scene, documentary evidence, electronic evidence, you also were in charge of maintaining video footage of witness interviews. Is that right?
Correct.
And every witness that was interviewed that had an audio or videotape, you saved it and did all those procedures we talked about at the very beginning of your testimony.
Correct.
At some point, did you become aware that 2 witness interviews, the audio or the video was missing?
I vaguely recall that, yes.
Does it refresh your memory if I tell you that you were unable to locate interview footage for witnesses Nick Bonsavage, and Nancy Peterson?
I don't know for sure if those were missing or if they hadn't been booked in yet.
Have you ever?
I'm unsure.
Yeah, I don't care.
Also, one of the items you recovered on a search on September, well, I'm not sure of the date, so I'm just going to say one of the searches you seized or took custody of an Apple Watch that belonged to Eric Richins. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you took custody of that Apple Watch, it had a massive amount of data on it, correct?
I wouldn't say a mass amount of data. It had a gigabytes worth of data.
So it wasn't deleted.
No,
So if someone testified that the Apple Watch had been deleted, that might not be true. Wasn't true because you got it.
on Eric's Apple Watch,
Mhm.
we had very little data off of it.
You had how much data?
I don't recall the exact amount.
But you had data on it.
We had some data, yes.
So it wasn't deleted.
I don't recall if anything was deleted off of it.
Thank you. In addition to the computer that Todd Gabler turned over to law enforcement that had originally belonged to Eric, did Todd Gabler take physical possession of any evidence first before giving it to the law enforcement? Do you know besides the computer?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. One of the things you found on the search in November 7th of 2024, you all found what's called an epinephrine medical injection unit, right?
Correct.
And can you tell us what that is?
I believe that one was just a EpiPen that's used to administer insulin.
Or maybe not insulin, maybe something for an allergic reaction.
Yes.
And that's something that you normally find on a scene if someone's severely allergic.
Correct.
And where did you find that epinephrine medical injection?
I believe it was in the kitchen. I believe it was inside the refrigerator.
Wasn't there also one located in the master bathroom?
At one point, I believe so.
All right. And you did not take that into evidence?
No.
You just noted it?
Correct.
You also found syringes in the master bedroom?
Yes. In the master bedroom.
I'm sorry, master bathroom?
There was some in the master closet.
And where in the closet were the syringes located?
At the very top shelf in the northwest corner.
Up high.
Correct.
And did you all take those into evidence?
Yes.
Did you test them
No. They were unused.
and destroyed them?
They were not destroyed, no.
You still have them.
Correct.
And there was one syringe that you found in the master bathroom, I believe, that did have residue of substance in it, right?
There was a syringe located in the kitchen.
Okay. And was that tested?
That one was, yes.
And what was the substance that was determined to be inside that syringe?
I don't recall what was the positive.
When you were searching the home, did you also find oxycodone pills?
I am unsure.
And the quetiapine pills that we talked about yesterday, that was in the bag that we had you open and untape,
Quetiapine?
the quetiapine pills that were in the bag that we opened, actually I think it was yesterday or the day before, I can't remember, but it had some little substance in it that
The
was,
2.5 pills.
that's what I was about to ask you.
Quetiapine.
Quetiapine.
Yes.
And that pill was cut in half, correct?
I don't recall if it was. It's in 2 halves right now. Yes.
Right. So the pill was in 2 halves.
Correct.
And you didn't do that.
No.
And you've protected that, so that must be the condition it was in when you got it.
Yes.
All right. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I think I'm wrapping up.
Okay.
I believe if it refreshes your memory, that the last search that was conducted on the house might have been February 9th. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And when you went and searched the house on February 9th, what did you take from away from the house on the 9th?
A black Under Armour jacket
Where did you find that jacket?
in one of the downstairs bedroom closets.
And how many jackets would you say were in that house 3 years after the death,
There was
4 years?
a lot of jackets.
And that's the jacket you picked and you took it with you out of the house.
Correct.
And I want to be really specific about the search of the truck. So there were 2 trucks. One was a brown work truck and one was a red truck. Which is the truck that you believe was searched when you were present and logging in all the search materials?
I believe it was red. It was the truck that was inside the garage.
So you have no notice or no note anywhere that the brown truck that Eric spent all day, every day in was ever searched on the day of his death or in the month after.
I didn't personally know.
And you didn't note it down because that would be your job, right?
If I didn't search it, then it wouldn't be my job to note it down.
Well, if someone inventoried anything out of the truck, it would be, right?
If they took anything out of the truck, yes.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. There was a canine search run at one point with a dog.
Yes.
When was that approximately? You don't need to know the exact date.
That was on the April 14th of 2022 search.
And was the canine just run through the home?
I can't attest to where it ran. I believe it just ran through the entire home.
To your knowledge, did the canine go into any vehicles on that day?
I'm unaware.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Sherman.
Let's see how many things I can stack on this podium. Ms. Gibson, let's talk about March 4th. That's the day that of 2022. That's the day Eric Richins died. Did you have a search warrant that day?
No, we did not.
Were you legally permitted to search the house for anything you wanted?
No, not at that time.
Were you looking for prescriptions of Eric Richins?
Yes.
And you weren't looking for prescriptions of Kouri Richins?
No.
Why not?
A little closer, yeah.
How's that? Are we better?
Yeah, thank you very much.
And you weren't looking for prescriptions of Kouri Richins?
Correct.
Why not?
Typically, when we have a death investigation, we only look for the decedent's medications or any other medicine that could be potentially misused. I think we did note some prescription bottles of Kouri Richins just to verify, make sure there wasn't an overdose possibility on those.
And you didn't find any hydrocodone that day?
No.
So let's move forward 5 weeks. April 13th, 2022. That's the first time the house is searched by a search warrant.
Correct.
You weren't in the house between March 4th of 2022 when Eric died and April 13th of 2022.
Correct.
There was no search warrant on the home in that time frame.
Correct.
And you went back on April 13th with a search warrant looking for fentanyl
Yes.
because fentanyl killed Eric Richins.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Nestor asked you about a truck being searched on April 13th,
Yes.
and the truck that was searched was a red truck.
I believe so.
When you were at the home during any of those searches, but in particular on April 13th, was there a brown truck at the home?
I don't recall.
If there was a brown truck there and something was found in it, would you have been made aware of that?
Yes.
If we could, Scott, put up Exhibit 1-16 and 1-18 side by side. Are they up? I can see one picture. I messed something up.
Is this what you wanted to show the witness?
Yes, Scott, is there a second page to 1-18? Okay, go. That's the view that I would like, please. If we could publish that to the jury.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No.
So when we're looking at these two photographs, the photograph on the left, I just want to make this clear for the jury. These items were located on April 13th, 2022.
Correct.
And the items on the left were located in the cupboard above the toilet.
Correct.
The item on the right was located in the kitchen.
Correct.
Now, you also testified with Ms. Nestor, there was hydrocodone found in a baggie,
Yes.
and that was located kind of like a mudroom area.
Yeah.
Were those items sent to be tested at the lab?
I believe so, but I'm not positive.
Scott, if we could show the witness exhibit 1-17, please. Is there a second page to that one? Okay, that view is fine. If we could show that to the jury, please.
Ms. Nestor?
No objection.
Is this a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Did you look at that jacket?
I didn't look inside the jacket.
Not inside the jacket, but did you look at the jacket?
Not really, no.
Could you tell if it was a men's jacket or a women's jacket?
I can't tell, no.
You can take it down. Now, I want to talk about the black jacket, the Under Armour jacket. You went back and retrieved that jacket from the home
Correct.
with a search warrant.
Yes.
Why did you retrieve that jacket out of all the jackets in the home?
It was the jacket that a pair of tweezers and a small piece of plastic was located in.
So Miss Nestor has gone over these multiple searches with you. Why do you keep going back to the house?
We obtained additional information that could potentially lead to something else that we could have missed originally. We're looking for different items.
The investigation, is it developing between those searches?
Yes.
You're receiving new information?
Yes.
And we talked about some phone calls that you had retrieved and booked into evidence. Were you ever, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you ever involved in downloading, storing, retrieving, preserving any secret phone calls?
What do you mean secret phone calls?
Yes or no?
No.
Give me just a minute. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Within the scope of read
I
or
will,
please.
absolutely. So what you just said to Ms. Chevernick, you would go back in case you missed things,
And we obtain additional information
in case you missed it.
with additional information.
And you had to do that, looks like a minimum of 10 times.
Yes, we kept obtaining additional information.
So each time you went back, you found things you'd missed before.
It's things that weren't being looked for before.
Okay. At the very beginning of Ms. Chevernick's questions, she mentioned that you were not legally authorized to search the home on the day of the death pursuant to a warrant, correct?
Correct.
However, you can certainly legally search a home if someone consents and says, hey, search my home, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Richins didn't stop anyone from searching anything in that house, did she?
I
At
didn't
any
have
point.
I didn't have any interaction with her, so I'm unaware.
I mean, she didn't stop you.
Correct.
And you knew when you arrived, because you were there to help Detective Woody, you knew from the minute you got there that somebody was making allegations that she was involved in the death from the minute you got there, right?
Not the minute I got there, no.
How soon after you got there?
I don't recall how long it had been. I was just there to assist Detective Woody, and there were some suspicious circumstances.
And you knew that day, right?
I know there was some allegations, yes, that day.
Did you ever go to Ms. Richins and say, may I please photograph your bathroom? May I please photograph your kitchen sink? May I please have those drink cups that are in the sink? Did you ever do any of that?
No.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Chevernick, anything else?
No, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Gibson, you can step down. You can take the things in your custody with you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Am I released from my subpoena? Or am I
I'm actually not sure. Let me ask. That's a fair question.
If we could just not release her, but we promise if we need her, we'll give her much advance notice that
Fair
she needs to
notice,
come
yeah.
back.
So you're
Okay.
not released. We'll make sure you get fair notice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And if she could be advised not to discuss her testimony.
Yeah. Counsel, would you approach?
Yes.
There shall not be any cutting of trees. Don't cut any trees. I'll pass the order. No cutting of trees, no felling of trees in Patna number 12.
You're free to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Chevernick, Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Dr. Peterson.
Okay.
Your Honor, I need to go look at one piece of evidence and bring it up for this examination. So could I just have a minute or two to
Yeah,
talk?
you know what, folks? We'll just let you stretch your legs for 5 minutes. All rise for the jury, please.
Any objection? All objections.
Have a seat. The court will be in recess until Mr. Burmester, why don't you do that, and I'll give Mr. Bloodworth the benefit of the record. How about that?
Okay.
Very good. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, I appreciate that. I've actually asked Ms. Payer for a quick dirty of the transcript. I think that would help the argument. I don't have it yet.
No problem. We'll do it later.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 9:30.
All right.
Facility and this has now accepted transfer to the Chili's. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
He's a graduate of Wyandotte High School. He's single, lives with members of his family. He's not on probation, he's not on parole, and according to his self-reporting, he has never failed to appear in court. And during immigration.
Okay. And so, Mr. Tingway, who do you reside with at your home?
My cousin Alexis and her boyfriend Andres.
Okay. And sir, you filled out this request for appointment or attorney in order, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And you indicated here that you work at Packrite.
That was the one that he worked at for a couple of months. He's transferred to the Chili's. He has not started working at Chili's.
Oh.
That's why I
Okay.
explained that.
He's a Chili's transfer.
And he
And-
starts the Chili's, I think it's next week, he indicated.
Okay. And so you were making $40,000 a year at Packrite?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
Okay. And if you were to test right now, sir, what's in your system?
Just weed, marijuana.
Do you have a valid prescription for that, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever failed to appear in court for any reason, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Are you currently out on bond in any other jurisdiction?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation or parole anywhere?
No, ma'am.
All right, detective, would you like to address bond?
Just request no illegal drugs or prescriptions unless I'm prescribed by a doctor. He was cooperative in this instance, and from what I understand from staff here in the department, he's been a model inmate this whole time. He lives locally. I would just suggest a bond to assure his presence in court, $350 to $500.
All right. Well, given the nature of the charges and the allegations that that are present in this case with the individual baggies, the court is taking into account that Mr. Tingway does not have any prior matters, is not currently on parole or probation anywhere, nor out on bond in any other jurisdiction. The court's going to order a $7,500 10% bond. In the event you post bond, sir, you're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs that are not prescribed. You are going to have to participate in random testing. So upon release, sir, after you post bond, you are to contact probation to get your testing information.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that those terms and conditions of the bond are no marijuana without a prescription. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Rob.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your
Good luck
Honor.
to you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Congratulations.
And we are on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Jill Simpson, 26243. Counsel?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, John Goldberg, P 30758 on behalf of the section.
All right, thank you. Ms. Simpson, your name for the record, please.
Jill Ann Simpson. Good morning,
Okay.
Judge.
Good morning. Well, your name's come up in a couple other reports I've read this week, one of which was with Mr. Campbell from yesterday, who I did the sentencing on. He was in Wayne County Jail. I don't think she was in Mr. Zamet's case, but I could be wrong. I arraigned him on Tuesday. Okay. And now she's with Miss Anderson, who is a common denominator with all of those individuals as well. So that's where, for some people, my memory is not what's revered, I guess would be the main word. All right, so Council.
P 30758 on behalf of this. She was with those studies asked to plead not guilty.
All right, the court will waive the formal reading, enter a plea of not guilty for purposes of the arraignment, schedule this matter for a pretrial on March 11th.
That'll be fine. However, I'm just letting the court know, this is a Wyandotte case. I will
Oh,
not.
I'm sorry, March
You
10th.
can-
No, it's March 10th. Wait, what am I looking at? Oh, no, it is a Wednesday, March 11th.
But I'm not on the docket.
Correct.
Oh, okay, I just wanted.
No, you're the arraigning attorney.
Okay.
Yes.
When they review.
All right. Okay, so what time on the
Doesn't
11th?
show up because it creates problems. So
Yes, okay, at 10:15. Okay, that's to bond counsel.
Your Honor, as to bond, Ms. Simpson, you obviously are more attuned to the circumstances regarding Ms. Simpson than I am. From my brief interview with her, my understanding that she did have some prior contacts with the criminal justice system back in 1989, and there may be an outstanding warrant out of Northville. Other than that, Your Honor, we would ask for a personal bond in this particular matter, or one commensurate with the charge. I reviewed the police write-up, and according to the review, she is charged with loitering where drugs are kept. She was a passenger in a vehicle, and a driver of the vehicle, and I guess that was Miss Anderson. I believe.
Miss Anderson.
Miss Anderson was charged with some felonies on that particular matter. And the drugs that were found in the vehicle were in the floorboard of the driver's side of the vehicle. I just bring that to the court's attention because her charge and the charges are loitering where drugs are kept. With that, it was back her vehicle, and she was not the driver of the vehicle. So I just want to bring that to the court's attention.
Correct. Also within the, well, does Miss Simpson have another case here that is awaiting arraignment?
I'm not seeing anything else.
Really? Okay, and I asked that because in the police report, it notes that Officer Kegley conducted a traffic stop on February 24th, which
So that is what, right?
would be, that was Tuesday.
Correct.
And drug paraphernalia was recovered from the passenger. That'd be Miss Simpson.
No, that's not mine.
Be quiet.
Ma'am,
The Simpson
It was not.
ma'am,
Simpson.
ma'am, I'm not getting into that. I'm just indicating what it states here.
Hey.
I saw that.
Oh, no. Let me clarify. This is regarding Miss Anderson when she was in the vehicle with Mr. Zammit. And then that's who the car was turned over to. And that was also the same day that Miss Anderson was here for a landlord-tenant matter also.
Okay.
Okay. So. But ma'am, I believe that you were in the vehicle when Mr. Campbell was arrested a few weeks ago. Or somebody else, because I've seen your name in a number of police reports that have all had drug charges. Ma'am, you may want to choose some different friends and some people you hang out with.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Judge.
Where do you work?
Where I work, I'm on disability. I'm on SSI.
And what's the nature of your disability, ma'am?
My major of disability, well, I take medicine for mental, but like my feet and my back, I've had surgeries on. And my legs. My feet, my back, and my legs.
Oh.
And I take medicine.
Okay. So
I don't take no narcotics though.
If you were to test right now, ma'am, what is in your system?
What, from using, you mean?
Yes.
Or my medicine?
Whichever.
I did read that 2 days ago with Tracy. But yesterday I did not use.
Okay, that's fine, ma'am. What would be in your system?
I have Zoloft, Abilify, Callisto.
Okay.
Just aspirin and
Okay. I'm going to presume that those are not conducive to whatever disabilities you have, ma'am.
What do you mean?
I'm going to presume that the
feet.
illegal drugs that you are using, ma'am, are not helpful to your situation, is my point.
Yes, you're right. You are correct. That's why I need to find my choice of friends, right? Different choice. I just met these people.
Well, that should be a clue to you, ma'am, especially since you just met them and now you've all been in and multiple police contact within the last 2 days. The court's going to order 30. Tell me about your Northville matter that you have to appear on still.
I did 30 days in the Wayne County Jail. I think it was in 2013.
What was that for, ma'am?
To give me a false name to a police officer, and they fined me $500. But I just started collecting my disability not too long ago, so I'm getting on my feet, and I started a payment plan with them, and I need to start that payment plan.
Okay. Well, the court wants to ensure, ma'am, that you're going to appear in court. The court's going to order a $3,500 10% bond. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs that are not prescribed. We'll see you back on March 11th.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Can I have to buy myself out tomorrow?
We're done.
Okay, I think that takes care of all the in custodies for now.
Still good.
Okay, let's go off the record. I'm sorry, all the in custodies are going not for right now. What's that?
And this one. This is a motion.
invite the jury in.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We need Mr. Burmester. Peggy. Tom, would you get the jury line up for me? Oh, thank you. Sir, if you just wait in the gallery for just a second. Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, right there is fine. Okay. Mr. Burmester, are we ready for the jury? Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
And excuse me if I'm a Matlock fan. And
Have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
The state calls Brianna Peterson.
Okay. Dr. Peterson, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Hello, doctor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Brianna Lynn Peterson, Peterson.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes,
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic toxicologist with NMS Labs.
How long have you been a forensic toxicologist?
Over 20 years.
And with NMS?
I've been with NMS since June of 2021.
Okay. So you were working there in March of 2022?
Correct.
What is a forensic toxicologist?
Forensic toxicology, you analyze biological samples for the presence or absence of drugs and alcohol.
And what is your education, briefly?
I received my bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse in 1997, a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Illinois at Chicago in 1999, and a PhD in toxicology from the University of Georgia in 2007.
Since becoming a forensic toxicologist 20 years ago, have you had training, continuous training?
Yes, so throughout my career, I've received training specific to the chemical extractions that are to be performed on the biological samples, the instrumentation that's used for the analysis, and then also pharmacology for the interpretation of the drug and ethanol results and how they might apply to either impairment or a medical legal death investigation.
So have you had a chance to, this is kind of a funny question, have you had a chance to check the data from biological samples?
Yes.
About how many times have you done that?
So my primary job duty is case review. So on average, I probably review 12,000 cases a year with NMS Labs.
And have you ever testified before as an expert in a criminal case?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Approximately 160.
How does the toxicology process work? I mean, how do you get it, at whose request, and what happens to it?
So NMS receives samples from various clients like medical examiners, coroners, law enforcement, hospitals. So we receive the evidence and the client will request specific testing to be performed.
And you said they come from all over the country?
Correct.
And so how do they get there?
So they can be shipped via FedEx, UPS, hand delivery, US mail.
Then once they arrive at NMS, what happens to the sample?
We have a specimen processing department that will open up the packaging, compare the evidence against the information that was provided by the client on a request form to make sure that the information matches. And then we create our own unique case. We have an electronic laboratory information management system where we'll input all the information provided to us, what testing was requested, and then we give each case a unique 8-digit number that we barcode. So all of the evidence is barcoded so it can be tracked throughout the time in the laboratory.
Once they receive it and process it as you've just described, then is it secured someplace?
Yes, so it's a secure facility in general. And then, so the building is secure. And then the laboratory also has limited access to the people that need to use the laboratory. And then where the evidence is stored in like walk-in freezers or fridges, that also requires like a prox card access. So it's secure and then limited to staff that need access to those areas.
So when it comes to testing, what happens? We heard about some gray vials and stuff, for example. What happens to the, I mean, how does it get into the laboratory?
So for this case, we received 2 blood samples. They were both in gray top vials. So each vial is going to get its own unique barcode number. And then when testing is going to be performed, we will take out a small volume of blood that's needed for the test. So we have the original container that was received, and we just remove out or aliquot the amount of volume that's needed for the test. And then, sorry, that's placed into a clean new test tube that also is barcoded and tracked.
Then this aliquot is forwarded to the lab for the scientist to run through the instruments?
Yes, so the aliquot is given to a staff member who will perform the specific test following a standardized operating procedure.
Okay. Is it run by itself or in batches of cases?
So we run batches. So there's going to be many other unknown case samples. And then also every batch will have a set of standards and controls that is also run concurrently with the unknown cases.
So when the instrument runs its test on any particular sample, how is the data entered?
So everything is being tracked by that unique case number that we gave it. Once an extraction is performed, the sample is run on an instrument. The instrument has inputted, like they scan the barcode to tell the instrument this is, this vial is this case number. After the data is reviewed, it's sent electronically from the instrument to our electronic laboratory information management system that stores the results. So it's always just following our unique case number.
Is there someone near in time who then reviews that data to make sure that it was processed properly?
Yes, so after the person in the laboratory performs their procedure, it runs on an instrument. When the instrument is done running the entire batch, someone's going to review all of the data for the knowns to make sure that the positive controls were positive, the negatives were negative, and then that all of the unknown cases, that any results that were found meet the acceptance criteria for reporting. So they'll look at the batch in its entirety to make sure that it's acceptable based on those standards and controls. And then when they're done, a second person is going to do the exact same thing. So it's like a double check of their work before that batch is released and those results sent to the computer system.
And that's the same process for each test that you run on all the various substances.
Correct.
Okay. When do you come into the picture?
So after all testing has been completed for a case, then in my role as a toxicologist, I'm going to review the data from all of the testing that was performed for this specific case. I also have access to the administrative information provided by the client on that request form. So I'm making sure that the correct testing was performed that was requested. So I review everything, and then I will issue a final toxicology report with the findings from all of the testing.
So in this particular case, you received some samples from the Utah medical examiner on March 8th?
Correct.
Okay, and was assigned the unique number at that point?
Correct.
And what did you receive?
We received 2 tubes of blood, vitreous fluid, urine, liver tissue, and gastric fluid.
Okay. And initially, what were you asked to do?
Initially, it was just requested that we perform a test that screens for alcohol and drugs in one of the blood samples.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. In the screening, were any of those did any of those come up positive for substances that you subsequently tested a confirmatory test?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury about that.
So we first perform a broad drug screen that looks for hundreds of different drugs. And then based on those results, if there's any positive findings, then we will perform a second confirmation test that's more specific and sensitive for that drug or drug class. And so that's, we're taking a separate aliquot, performing a separate test, running on another instrument to confirm those original screening results.
And in this case, what did you find in the confirmatory test?
Fentanyl and norfentanyl.
Okay, did the confirmatory test identify levels?
Yes, so fentanyl was reported at 15 nanograms per milliliter and norfentanyl at 3.3 nanograms per milliliter.
What is norfentanyl?
Norfentanyl is a metabolite of fentanyl. So when your body is trying to eliminate drugs, they'll break them down into a different form called metabolites sometime that are easier for the body to excrete. So it's inactive, it doesn't cause any effects, but it just shows that some fentanyl has been metabolized to norfentanyl.
Did you screen for hydrocodone?
Yes.
And did the screen identify anything for further testing?
No.
Any other opioids tested in the screening?
Yes.
And any others besides fentanyl positive for further testing?
No.
Do you know how long hydrocodone stays in the body that you're able to find it in the subsequent toxicology test?
So hydrocodone has a half-life of maybe 4 to 6 hours. So a half-life refers to how long does it take for the concentration to go in half. And usually drugs will be completely eliminated from your body in 5 half-lives. So if someone took a dose of hydrocodone, we would expect it all to be eliminated within 20 to 30 hours based on that 4 to 6 hour half-life times 5.
Okay. When a person dies, does it freeze in place whatever is there? I mean, you don't continue to eliminate it, or it doesn't evaporate once the blood is drawn out. It freezes it in place. Is that correct?
In general, it's going to be a snapshot of what was going on. There are some drugs that might have
limited stability, like cocaine can be broken down after death just due to enzymes that are present that can break it down into its metabolite. So there are a few drugs that we know have limited stability in the biological samples after death, but for the most part, yes, it's, your body has stopped working, like it's no longer going to be metabolizing, etc.
Is that true for opioids then?
That it should be a snapshot of them, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever heard of a principle or a theory or something called postmortem redistribution?
Yes.
Can you give a brief explanation of what that is?
So postmortem redistribution, so after someone dies, the pH of your blood starts to change and the permeability of the tissues isn't maintained the same. So it means if there was like drugs stored in like major organs like your heart or your lungs, they might start to seep out of those organs and go into the neighboring blood. And so this means like they're being redistributed. So maybe there was a concentration of drugs in your heart, and now after death, due to the changes the body might be undergoing, they might go into the blood and increase the concentration. So the blood might not be in the concentration that's there, might not be an exact representation of the concentration at the time right before death, right? So it might have increased due to the tissues releasing some of their drug stores into that blood sample.
When you obtain the blood, when the person, the OME or whomever is obtaining the blood, does it, after death, does it matter where they obtain it from with regards to this redistribution?
Post-mortem redistribution should occur less if you take from a peripheral blood source like the femoral vein, because those veins aren't as close to the major organs, versus if you take blood from a central source like a cardiac, that is closer to your heart and all of the other organs. So it's more likely to have postmortem redistribution in a central blood source compared to a peripheral, but it doesn't mean that it can't happen in a peripheral blood source.
Okay. So does the literature say, identify what is a lethal dose of fentanyl?
So studies are published that provide concentrations of drugs found where it's been determined that fentanyl contributed to the death. So there are studies that give these concentration ranges, yes.
And does it vary from person to person?
Yes, so based on an individual's history of use with the drug, they might have a tolerance to it, which means that you might need a higher concentration to obtain the same desired effect. And it also means that you might need a higher concentration from someone, a chronic user compared to a naive user for that drug to cause their death. So it can vary what is a lethal concentration for individual to individual.
For a person who has never taken fentanyl before, what is the literature say is a lethal dose?
So just in general, though, the lowest reported concentrations of fentanyl are 3 nanograms per milliliter, where it's been contributed to their death.
Okay, so in this case, we had 15.
Correct.
Which is 5 times that.
Correct.
Okay, now, even assuming this redistribution, postmortem redistribution, is that significantly still above this 3 nanograms per milliliter?
Yes, 15 is greater than 3.
Thank you. I am just a lawyer, so pardon my math. Okay, at a later time, were you asked to examine other of the samples that you were sent by the Utah medical examiner?
Yes, in October of 2022, the client requested that we perform a alcohol and drug screen on the gastric fluid.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did following that screen, did you get positive results for which you subsequently performed confirmatory tests?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about those?
Yes, so ethanol was detected at 279 milligrams per deciliter. Quetiapine was detected at 16,000 nanograms per milliliter. Fentanyl was detected at 20,000 nanograms per milliliter. Norfentanyl was detected at 52 nanograms per milliliter, and acetylfentanyl was detected at 29 nanograms per milliliter.
We haven't heard about acetyl fentanyl. What is that?
Acetylfentanyl is a fentanyl analog, so it's similar in structure, but it's a illicit drug. So there's no prescription pharmaceutical drug where it's going to be prescribed. It's solely illicit, and it's often seen in illicitly manufactured fentanyl as a co-product.
So for purposes of an analyst or a criminal investigator, that would be a marker that this came from a source, this fentanyl came from a source that was illicit.
You could provide that interpretation, yes.
Okay.
I mean, they could have just had acetylfentanyl and maybe a fentanyl prescription, but often when you see acetylfentanyl, it's an indication that the fentanyl was illicit.
This 279 milligrams per deciliter of ethanol, I want to go into that. First of all, how much alcohol is that in layman's terms, like in order of, say, shots of liquor or 12-ounce beers or whatever?
So this will be kind of a multi-step answer. So the 279 milligrams per deciliter is a concentration. And so your question was asking just about milligrams. So like if you have a beer or a shot of alcohol, that's just in terms of milligrams of ethanol. So to figure that out, you would have to take the 279 times the total volume of gastric fluid that's available.
Were you made aware of the total volume?
Yes, I was.
From whom?
Dr. Ulmer.
Okay, and did she give you a figure?
700 milliliters.
Okay, and so from that you were able to make a calculation?
Yeah, so you would multiply the 279 times the 700 milliliters and doing the conversions for deciliters to milliliters, but you end up with around 1900 milligrams of ethanol versus a standard drink of ethanol is 14,000 milligrams. So it's well below the amount that you would find just in one standard drink of ethanol.
Is there another possible source for this alcohol than alcoholic beverage?
Yes, so it's known that if you have a source of glucose and bacteria, that ethanol can be formed post-mortem. So the bacteria convert glucose, because it's carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, just like ethanol. It can convert glucose into ethanol. And so obviously, like in gastric contents, you might have a source of glucose if there's food there, and then your stomach naturally has bacteria. So this postmortem formation can occur either in the body prior to sample collection, but it could also happen in the collection container because often they don't have a preservative that would inhibit the bacteria from doing this process of postmortem formation of ethanol.
is there any way you can chemically identify whether it's this post-mortem decomposition or vodka?
Not in the testing that we performed.
Can you tell us, based on your knowledge of the volume in the gastric fluid, anything about this quetiapine and how much of a pill, if you will, would be there, or a dosage?
Right. So again, you would take the concentration, the 16,000 nanograms per milliliter, multiply it times the total 700 milliliters, and you get a very large number. But drugs are given typically in milligram doses, and there's 1 million nanograms in 1 milligram, right? So after you do that math, it ends up being 11 milligrams of quetiapine. I just want to state, like, the assumption is that 700 milliliters of gastric was homogeneous, so that the concentration was consistent throughout the entire volume, and that the sample that was sent to us represents that 700 milliliters as a whole. Like, that assumption has to be made for the calculations that I'm providing.
And so is it that 16,000 come to equal a standard dosage, prescription dosage?
I would say it's less than a standard dosage. I mean, it depends on a person's prescription, but typically like 75, 100, 250 milligrams of quetiapine might be prescribed, versus our calculation was 11 milligrams.
Okay. Did you, a few minutes ago, did you have an opportunity to look at States Exhibit 9-1, a quetiapine bottle with its label on it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You also have the results that you obtained through screening and your confirmation test. With the knowns that you have available to you, are you able to say that the quetiapine and fentanyl had to have been taken sequentially, either one before the other one, or at the same time, or anything like that?
I cannot make any of those conclusions.
Okay. I have nothing for this.
Ms. Lewis. Glass of water is for you.
Good morning, Dr. Peterson.
Morning.
I'm Wendy Lewis. I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. Nice to meet you. So you've been working at NMS Labs, you said, for how long?
Since June of 2021.
All right. And prior to that, were you still doing the same type of work, forensic toxicology?
Yes, I was.
All right. So part of your job isn't working with live patients, true?
Correct.
All right. So you don't deal with when someone comes in who's maybe possibly overdosing from some kind of drug?
That's correct.
All right. So you look at what's happened only after death by looking at samples, correct?
I look at the data generated from those samples being tested.
That's fair. That's fair. How a scientist would describe it rather than an attorney. Okay, so I want to talk about fentanyl and follow up a little bit on what Mr. Burmester asked you regarding lethal doses of fentanyl. So here you said we had 15 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl in the bloodstream. Did I get that right?
Correct.
All right. And fatalities for fentanyl, there's a fairly large range of what could be a fatal dose of fentanyl. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. So a much lower dose could cause the death of someone. True?
Lower than 15? Yes.
Yes. And in some people who have some tolerance, it could be a higher dose than that before it would be fatal. Fair?
That's correct.
All right. So when someone takes fentanyl, is it fair to say that it would take about 30 minutes from the time the fentanyl is ingested before it starts to show up in the bloodstream?
Yeah, some of it's going to depend on if the stomach is empty and if it's in liquid form or solid, but I would say usually 15 to 60 minutes it might take for absorption for it to be at a measurable amount in the blood.
All right. And is there any way to tell? Let me rephrase that. There was also fentanyl found in Mr. Richins' stomach. We spoke about that.
Correct.
So we know that he for sure ingested fentanyl. It wasn't given to him or he didn't take it any other way. Like he didn't use it, he didn't inject it. True?
I mean, you could do both, but the presence of it in the gastric contents does provide the interpretation that one route of administration was ingestion.
All right, that makes sense. Now, you mentioned that also present was norfentanyl.
Correct.
And norfentanyl is a metabolite. Did I say that properly? Of fentanyl.
Yes, that's correct.
So when the body starts to metabolite the fentanyl, you'll see norfentanyl also in the system or in the samples.
Well, correct.
Okay, well, let me ask another question. Maybe we can clarify. It's possible that someone could die of a fentanyl overdose so quickly you wouldn't see norfentanyl in the system. True?
That's correct.
All right. So in someone who's never taken fentanyl, hypothetically, it's possible that first exposure, they take it, they die so quickly, norfentanyl is not observed.
Yes, that can happen.
All right. So when someone has a high dose of fentanyl and we see norfentanyl on the report, the body has started to metabolize the fentanyl.
Correct.
And wouldn't it be more, well, strike that. Let me ask one question before I get to that one. So that would mean that after the fentanyl was ingested, Mr. Richins was alive long enough that his liver began to metabolize the norfentanyl, or the fentanyl resulting in norfentanyl.
Correct.
All right. And that would be more likely for the body to start to metabolize it before death in someone who it was not their first time taking fentanyl, correct?
I don't think you can draw that conclusion.
And well, let me back up. So it's possible someone has no exposure to fentanyl, they take it, they die very, very quickly.
That's a possibility, yes.
And someone who has had exposure, I'm not saying that 100% wouldn't, they may show norfentanyl, but it's more likely that someone who's had some exposure to fentanyl would start, especially at a higher dose, would start to metabolize it, having the norfentanyl appear, as opposed to someone who had never taken it. True?
I don't agree with that.
All right. You talked about things that were not found in the blood, and was naltrexone tested for?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and there was no naltrexone in Mr. Richins' blood?
The screening result did not meet the threshold to go to that second confirmation test.
All right. All right, I want to move to post-mortem production of alcohol that you talked about with Mr. Burmester. So post-mortem production of alcohol is more likely to occur in some scenarios than other scenarios. Fair?
Yes.
I mean, not every body is going to have post-mortem production of alcohol. We don't see that just because someone dies, that's not there.
That's correct.
All right. So some of the circumstances that might result in postmortem are things such as a long delay between the death and autopsy. True?
I mean, the two variables that are needed are glucose and the bacteria.
All right. But is it also true that there are certain scenarios where it's more likely to happen, such as a long delay between the autopsy and the death? You're more likely to see it than an autopsy that happened fairly quickly. Fair?
Are you talking about in any matrix or gastric in particular or just general?
Well,
sorry.
No, now you're getting scientific on me.
I'll just answer your question that yes, a longer postmortem interval is a pre-analytical factor that could lead to postmortem formation of ethanol.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And I'm not saying every time, but these are
Correct.
circumstances that make it more likely.
It can be, yes.
Okay. And we didn't have a long delay here between death and autopsy.
No idea.
Well, is assuming he died somewhere between 10:30 p.m. and 3 a.m., autopsy's done at 7:30 a.m. That's not considered a long delay in terms of an autopsy, true?
That's just not something I do.
Okay.
So I don't have
So
an
that would be a
opinion.
question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Question for an ME.
Yes.
All right, fair. Does trauma to the body increase the chances of postmortem production of alcohol?
It can, because if you have trauma where the gastric tract gets broken open, then that bacteria is released and can be in the blood, and you need the bacteria to do the postmortem formation.
Right. And that didn't happen here.
No idea.
So a body being warm for a long period of time, that also increases the chances
It
of
could.
postmortem.
It could, yes.
And are you aware if when a body arrives at a ME's office, typically it's refrigerated? Fair?
Yes.
All right. Was there testing done for yeast in his system that could produce alcohol?
No, there was not.
Because yeast in the system is something that would result in postmortem. Well, I might be phrasing that wrong, but yeast in the system could result in the production of alcohol that would be seen, such as it was here.
Yes.
All right. But that wasn't tested for.
No.
All right. So it's possible that there was postmortem decomposition, but it's equally possible that he took a drink before bed, correct?
Correct.
How long after taking a drink of alcohol? Well, is it fair to say alcohol takes about 10 to 15 minutes to hit the bloodstream?
Again, it depends on the stomach and if it's full or not. So if you have an empty stomach, then the alcohol can get to the intestines faster, which is where the majority of the absorption occurs. So yeah, maybe 15, 30 minutes if your stomach is empty. But if you have delayed gastric emptying, then it might take longer for you to reach that peak alcohol concentration.
Right, peak alcohol concentration.
Yeah,
that's
for some alcohol to be in the blood, sure. 15,
Okay.
30 minutes.
within 30 minutes.
Yes.
And some fentanyl would be in the blood probably within 30 minutes of ingestion.
Again, yeah, within 15 to 60 minutes in general, yes.
So if Mr. Richins had fentanyl in the blood, but not alcohol, a real possibility is that he ingested the fentanyl and then took a drink, give or take maybe 30 minutes later, maybe less, 15 to 30 minutes after he took the fentanyl. Fair assumption, correct?
I can't provide a timeline of when things were ingested. Some of it is, you say take a drink. Did you take a sip? That might not even become measurable in the blood. Or how long did he live after the alcohol was consumed, and the body could have just metabolized it below our threshold for reporting. So I can speak generally about both. Yes, can be absorbed and be present in the blood within the 15, 30 minutes.
Well, that amount of fentanyl, typically someone would pass away, would die from that dosage of fentanyl within 20 minutes.
I can't provide an exact time frame. Sometimes there's delayed deaths with respiratory depression, so I can't pinpoint.
Okay, you can't pin. I understand. I mean, we're talking in generalities here. So if someone takes that dosage of fentanyl that you found, what would you expect? Would someone live for hours after that? They wouldn't.
Again, I don't even know what dosage was taken, and I don't know this individual's history of use with this drug. So I can just say what was detected in the blood, what was detected in the gastric, and I can provide general information about absorption of alcohol and drugs and timeframes.
All right. So he might have lived longer had this was not the first time he took fentanyl. He may have lived longer after he took the fentanyl.
Again, I don't know what dose was taken.
All right, I'm basing it on what was in the blood. You know how much was in the blood, which can give you an idea approximately of a dose that was taken. Fair?
I mean, assuming it, I'm not sure what you mean by dose, like how many micrograms of fentanyl were taken.
All right. You've testified that 15 nanograms per milliliter is 5 times more than a lethal dose of fentanyl.
Correct.
All right. So, and I understand, we don't know if that meant he ingested 1 pill of fentanyl or 5 pills of fentanyl. We don't know that. True?
Correct.
All right. However, he clearly took more than, and you're going to have to help me with the numbers, because I don't know how it converts from milligrams taken to what's in the blood. But you said a lethal dose could be as low as 3 nanograms per milliliter.
A lethal concentration.
So in your experience as a toxicologist, wouldn't that give you some idea of the amount of fentanyl that was ingested to result in that in the blood? Maybe not exactly, but you would have an idea.
Well, again, previously I testified about postmortem redistribution, so I'm not aware if that happened or not and could have elevated that concentration of fentanyl. So there's limitations to being able to say what dose ended up with this concentration.
All right, let's try and put this in terms for a layperson. You're handed a fentanyl pill. It's got 1 milligram of fentanyl in it. Is that a lethal dose of fentanyl? Could it be? I know you don't know, because it would depend on the individual.
Yes.
All right. And if someone took 1 milligram, a 1 milligram pill of fentanyl, and give me a range of what you would expect to see in the blood. Would that be more or less than what you saw here? A range. I know you can't tell me exactly.
So let's say you're given a 800 microgram dose of fentanyl, because fentanyl is very potent.
1
so
milligram would be a lot of fentanyl.
Yeah, we don't
right?
give milligrams, we
Okay.
give micrograms, so 1,000-fold less.
Thank you.
But therapeutically, you're trying to get into that 2 to 5 nanogram range, because it's a very small window of when it's therapeutic and when it's fatal. So.
All right. I think that helps me with my question. So someone's just given a therapeutic dose of fentanyl in the hospital, which apparently is nanograms, because milligrams is a lot when it comes to fentanyl.
Micrograms, yes.
Micrograms, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I ever took a science class in college, so what would you expect to see range-wise in the blood
Yeah,
if
it
someone
shows.
had a therapeutic dose of fentanyl in the hospital? Let's say they died, not for some reason or another, after they had that therapeutic dose of fentanyl. What range would you expect to see in the blood?
All right, so clinically, when they dose people, then like 2 to 3 nanograms per milliliter.
All right. So he clearly took more, obviously, than a therapeutic dose.
I can't make that conclusion.
Well, it would be pretty unusual to see 15 nanograms per milliliter if normally you think you'd see 2 or 3. Or I think you even said lower than that. I'm sorry.
But again, I don't know if postmortem redistribution occurred. I don't know this individual's history of use with this drug. And so if they had tolerance, they could take a higher dose and be able to be alive with a higher concentration.
All right. And we don't know that. Okay, let me just boil it down. Is it possible, based on the findings here, that Mr. Richins ingested fentanyl and then after he ingested the fentanyl, he had a drink of alcohol? We don't know how much, but he had a drink. That's a possibility. True?
True.
All right. I want to talk about the quetiapine for a minute. Now, quetiapine is not naturally produced in the body after someone dies, right?
Correct.
So he had to have ingested quetiapine.
Correct.
And it appears that it was not a very high dose. You said it was probably a fairly low dose of quetiapine.
In the gastric, yes.
In the gastric. And again, the quetiapine had not made it to the blood. He died before there was a chance for the quetiapine to make its way into his blood. Correct?
There was no quetiapine above our threshold for performing a confirmation test.
Well, you couldn't measure any quetiapine in the blood. True?
No.
You did measure some in the blood.
Yes.
And where's that in your report?
It wasn't above our threshold for reporting or performing a confirmation test.
So in your report, there's no indication that quetiapine was found in the blood.
Correct.
All right. And your report's accurate.
Correct.
All right. So again, quetiapine takes about the same amount of time to hit the blood as fentanyl, more or less, about 30 minutes.
Correct.
So a very possible scenario, likely scenario, is that he ingested the fentanyl before the quetiapine. Fair?
No.
Well, if he took them together, they would have both been in the blood, right?
That's not true. I mean, if you didn't take a dose that would lead to a concentration that's reportable in the blood, doesn't mean you didn't take it. It just means that it wasn't at a concentration high enough to be above our threshold for reporting.
I understand that, but maybe my question wasn't clear. Whatever amount of quetiapine he took, there was not a measurable, reportable amount in his blood.
That is correct.
The fentanyl he took, there was.
That is correct.
The fentanyl had made its way to his blood prior to him passing.
That is correct.
The quetiapine had not.
Not above a concentration that would be reported by us.
Not even in a concentration that you noted in any way.
Correct.
So it is possible that he took the fentanyl and then later took the quetiapine. That's a possibility.
Sure.
All right. So one possibility here is that Mr. Richins ingested fentanyl, and then within the next 15, 20, 30 minutes, he had a drink and took a quetiapine. That's a possibility. Correct?
Sure.
All right. Just give me a moment, please. Your Honor, I have no further further questions at this time. Thank you, Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Burmester, within the scope of cross, please.
Taking up where we last were, aren't there other equally possible hypotheticals, such as a drink of alcohol with quetiapine and fentanyl taken at the same time?
Sure.
Is the problem that there aren't enough, there are too many variables that are left unknown that we can't fix any of those? We can't fix the hypothetical and say one is more likely than another because there are too many variables?
Yes.
One of those is that you can't tell this jury whether the alcohol in the gastric fluid came from an alcoholic beverage or decomposition.
Correct.
When you look at the 15 nanograms of fentanyl and the 3.3 of norfentanyl, can you give any insight as, is there a relationship, those numbers have some sort of relationship that we can tell anything from that? For example, how long ago it was taken, that sort of thing?
So assumptions still have to be made. So you would have, one assumption is this person has never used fentanyl before. Then that means that they lived long enough for the body to form norfentanyl. But for me, I have no idea their history of use. So there could be norfentanyl still present from a prior use, and then the new fentanyl was taken, and maybe they died before it started to metabolize, but that norfentanyl is still present from a prior use. But once fentanyl is absorbed into the blood, as soon as that happens, it's circulating, can get to the liver, and that norfentanyl can start to appear right away. So within a few minutes, you're going to start having norfentanyl formed and present in the blood once the fentanyl is absorbed into the blood.
Whether you're a previous user or a new user?
Correct.
We have the marker, possible marker of the acetyl fentanyl. And if we make an assumption that that came from the same source as the fentanyl.
No, I think that's beyond the scope. I didn't ask her anything about this fentanyl.
Well, let's see what the rest of the question is, and then you can renew your objection. Go ahead, Mr. Burmester.
We can make the assumption that it was an illicit source as opposed to illicit source.
Same objection.
Sustained. Just keep going.
Okay, it's fine. I'll just. That's all the questions.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you're welcome to step down. Thank you. Give me a sense. Is this a 15-minute witness or a longer?
Shorter.
Okay, let's do it.
Well, that was painful. Great witness.
I need you next to a mic, Mr. Riverster. My apologies.
He wants to know if the witness can be released from her subpoena.
Ms. Lewis, any objection to releasing Dr. Peterson?
No, Your Honor.
Doctor, you are released. Thank you for your time. Detective, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning, sir. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Frank Root, R-O-O-T,
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you worked there?
6 years,
And what's your assignment with the sheriff's office?
investigations detective.
And as part of your role in this case, did you meet with Robert Josh Grossman?
Yes,
And during one of those times that you've met with him, did you collect a cell phone from him?
yes,
Was that an iPhone 7?
yes, I believe so.
When did you collect that phone from him?
May 26, 2023.
Once you collected that phone, was it booked into evidence?
Yes,
Was it later transferred to be downloaded, the contents?
yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, any questions?
Mr.
Oh, Mr. Ramos, my
No,
apologies.
it's me. It's me. Can we approach for just a minute?
Sure.
Anxiety leads to constipation.
You know what? I sure love those muffin tops.
Any questions for Detective Root at this time?
Very briefly.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Detective Root. How are you?
Good morning, counsel. Good, thank you.
I want to just make sure I understand. The phone you recovered from Mr. Grossman, was it one phone?
No, there were 2 phones.
Okay. And what color were the phones?
One was black, one was white.
Did you recover both of them at the same time, or did you do 2 trips to get phones from him
No, I recovered 2 phones at that time.
together?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you'd ever met Mr. Grossman?
No, it was not.
Right. So you knew it to be Mr. Grossman because you had met him before.
Yes, ma'am.
And the way you had met him before is interviewing him?
Correct.
I can't go into the interview? Okay.
Not right now.
We're going to talk about that at another time.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, were you ever asked to return the phones to Mr. Grossman?
I was.
Right. And then were you ever asked to go back and get them again?
I was.
So how many times total did you pick up phones, deliver them for review, take them back, pick them up, take them back? How many times did you do that?
I transported phones multiple times.
More than 2?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you give Mr. Grossman a reason why you had to keep coming back and getting his phones over and over and over again?
Yeah, I think we're beyond the scope at this point.
No, why don't you just ask him? if he had a reason.
Did you have a reason for why you kept going back to get his phones, take them, bring them back, take them, bring them back?
I was instructed to retrieve them by my chain of command.
So you don't know the reason?
No, ma'am.
Right. And in those periods of time, in between when you'd pick up the phone, take it to the station, bring it back, pick it up, bring it back, in those in-between times, you don't know what he did with that phone, do you?
Can you be specific about the he?
Mr. Grossman, sorry. I'll try not to use a pronoun.
In one specific instance, Mr. Grossman had the phones. During that time, no, I do not know what he did with them.
Okay. Did he ever show you things on his phone when you were with him before you took them into your custody?
On those phones, no, they were not operable.
They were not operable.
Correct.
So you took inoperable phones from him.
Correct.
Did you ever take operable phones from him?
When I was instructed to get them back from Mr. Grossman, they were operable at that time.
And when you went to go visit him and look at his phone, did he show you anything on the phone?
On those phones, I don't recall.
Did he show you anything on any phone?
He has shown things on his current cell phone to me, but the phones in question, I don't recall him.
Did you compare his current phone to the, excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, my apologies. I interrupted you. Let me hear the question first, and then Ms. Shervinack may have an objection.
Did you compare the current phone that he had to what was on that phone to the inoperable phones that ultimately became operable?
Pause for 1 second.
Your Honor, I do think we're beyond the scope now.
I agree. Sustained. Anything else about the two phones that Detective Root collected?
Did Mr. Grossman give you any reason why he believed the phones were inoperable?
Yes,
What was the reason he gave you?
he had broken them on accident.
Okay. Your Honor, we'll reserve the rest of our questioning for a later time, and we would ask that this witness not be released from his trial subpoena.
Understood. Detective, you're free to step down today. You may be called back in the future. We'll give you some notice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very good, sir. Would you? Yeah, watch out. Appropriate time to take a break, Ms. Shervinack?
Sure.
Okay, let's take a restroom break, folks. Thank you. Please rise for the jury. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervinack, who's on deck?
Cheney Engtao?
Okay, that person present.
Yes.
Okay, if you would let them know to be ready to go at 10:45, court's in recess until 10:45.
All rise.
Very good, thank you.
Behavior in this case is disgusting.
Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?
Yeah, this ain't legal advice, but my confidence says otherwise.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Kouri Richins trial with us. But I'll tell you what, you know what a lot
Woke
of
up
these
early,
trials-
said I'll be productive. Now I'm deep in a trial like it's abductive. Intent, motive, pause the clip. Rewind that side, did you see that lip? Didn't go to law school, didn't crack a book. But I watched Mike, now I'm legally shook. Tabs open, group chat loud. Bro, that witness just lied, I'm proud. Judge says order, I say it too. Like, sir, I object for my living room. We watch the trials on Law Talk with Mike. Suddenly we all got legal insight. Finger on pause, confidence high. And all their testimonies fried. We don't know law, but we sound airtight. After 2 streams of Law Talk with Mike. All right, chat, slow down, let me clarify quick. No yelling, no petition, don't make you legit. I'm just here with the law in a neutral tone. Y'all turning every outward twitch into a felony charge alone. Yes, I see the comment, no, that's not how it works. No, you can't sue vibes, feelings, or courtroom smirks. I say maybe, chat, here's case closed. I say context, y'all build a legal manifesto. I blink once, super chats ring. Mike and Clayton, now I'm trending again. We watch the trials on Law Talk with Mike. Half lawyers, half for wrongful hype. Reading body language like we're trained. That blink was weird, I'm just saying. We don't know law, but we feel airtight. After 2 streams of Law Talk with Mike. Mike says allegedly, I repeat it twice. Covering myself, cause I learned that's wise. Now every argument in my life, I preface like, Your Honor, my wife. I'm diagnosing guilt in pajama pants with a Bluetooth speaker and a justice stance. Algorithm knows I'm in too deep. Next video, top 10 courtroom side eyes rank. Verdict drops, chat explodes. Caps lock feelings, emotional load. Mike says, remember these are real lives. We never respectfully then refresh 5 times. Court adjourn now, autoplay, same case, new take, let's litigate. We watch the trials on Law Talk with Mike. Internet jurors overnight. Not a badge, not a tie, just vibes. And a strong opinion we will not hide. We don't know law, but we love that Mike. Breaking it down so we feel alright. Yeah, like, subscribe, objection, sustain. See you tomorrow. Same case, new brain.
You know me, the great Blandino. Go ahead and zap me, it'll never flap me. Give me 5 seconds on a stun cuff happily. Just don't you dare go and lock that courtroom door on me. Don't lock me out. And then the water is all over the table. Yeah, that table brought to the wrong table. Of course, it's getting on my papers. Judge, it's wetting all my stuff. And the entire judicial process grinds to a halt for a spill. The court goes into recess to find a remedy. A voice calls out, order! We're back in session, we got paper towels. And we found some dish towels too. Dish towels. Let me tell you about a judge down in Maryland, state judge. He had a fellow pro se, dreadlocks and a suit showing respect, but he just wouldn't stop talking. So the judge on the bench told the bailiff, push it, push it. And the bailiff pushed a button and this guy got zapped right there for talking too much. And I would rather have that done to me, honestly. You know me, the great Blandino. Go ahead and zap me, it'll never flap me. Give me 5 seconds on a stun cuff happily. Just don't you dare go and lock that courtroom door on me. Don't lock me out.
You lit a match in the tabloids. Watch the fire spread fast. 2 little lies in a cradle of glass. You painted halos on shadows, wrote lullabies for ghosts. But the elaborate scheme was conceived in your throat. You played your part like a movie queen, a silver screen line, a magazine dream. You said they were real, but their points spin. Whispers made flesh, your tonsil twins. Your baby bump hit a pillow with it. Play it
Yes, Your Honor. We'll call Mr. Cheney Opentow. Before he takes the stand, I do need to move to admit the state's exhibit 9-6 that Detective Root testified to. Is it just one bottle?
9-6 was 2 phones. Are we admitting both or just the iPhone 7 that he testified to?
The iPhone 7 is the one we need, but
And forgive me, I didn't catch the color.
the color,
Yeah, it's either white or black. Do we know?
it's the only iPhone 7.
Understood. Okay. Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the exhibit number, please?
It's
9-6.
9-6. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so the iPhone 7 that is part of 9-6 is admitted.
Thank you. We're ready for our witness.
Sir, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Cheney Engtow. Last name is spelled Echo November Golf hyphen Tango Oscar Whiskey.
Where do you work?
I work for the State of Utah Department of Public Safety Bureau of Forensic Services, but I'm assigned to the Intermountain West Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory.
How do we refer to that place in shorthand?
IWRCFL.
IWRCFL.
IWR, yep.
And what do you do? Is it okay if I refer to it as the RCFL?
Absolutely.
Thank you. What do you do at the RCFL?
I'm a digital evidence laboratory technician there, and my primary role is to access data from Apple mobile devices.
Are you trained to perform cell phone downloads?
Yes.
What kind of programs do you use to do that work?
For Apple devices, we typically use a device known as GrayKey.
Are you certified to, well, I guess, do you need to be certified to use that program?
No.
Are you also familiar with Celebrate?
Yes.
Are you certified to use that program?
Yes, certain aspects of it, yes.
And what are your certifications in Celebrate?
Celebrate certified operator and Celebrate certified physical analyst.
What is Celebrate?
Celebrate's just software that can be used to download phones, and it can also be used to parse out extractions which are obtained from phones. So it puts the data in a readable format for people.
Did you receive a request from the Summit County Sheriff's Office to do extractions or downloads from cell phones?
Yes, they submitted 2 phones to the IWRCFL.
And were you able to complete downloads of those 2 phones?
Yes.
I want to talk first about the white iPhone 12 with the phone number ending 1987. Were you able to perform a download of this phone?
Yes.
And did you get a full file system acquisition from that phone?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's just the type of there are different levels of information you can get from a cell phone when you extract them. In this case, we were given the passcode to the phone by Summit County when they submitted it. If you know the passcode or are able to break the passcode of a phone, you will get what's known as a full file system, which is essentially all the data from the cell phone.
And so you were able to obtain the raw data from that phone?
Yes.
And it was put into a readable format?
Yes.
And was that information from that phone ending in 1987 given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the same questions for the second phone. You said there were 2 phones. Did you do able to complete a download from a green iPhone 11 phone number ending 9317?
Yes, I believe it was a 11 Pro Max. Though.
11 Pro Max. And same question, you're able to perform a download for that phone?
Yes, we were given the passcode to that phone as well.
And did you similarly get a full file system acquisition?
Yes.
And was that raw data then put into a readable format?
Yes.
And was that information given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Ramos.
Very briefly. Good morning.
Morning.
Could we geek out for just a little bit?
Sure.
All right. Could you just walk the jury through the process of how you use Great Key, what that gives you, in what format, what you then do with Celebrite, what you then get from Celebrite, what the format is, and then ultimately how it gets back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office. So basically everything you've just talked to, but break it down if that's
Sure.
okay.
Sure.
Perfect. Go ahead.
So essentially, we take the phone. Now, in this case, as I mentioned, we knew the passcode. So we would verify that the passcode worked. I would unlock the phone, and then you connect it to Great Key, which looks like a little computer. It looks kind of like an Apple Mac Mini is what it kind of looks like. Through a combination of the hardware proprietary, which is what Great Key is, hardware and software, it then accesses the data on the phone and it gets an extraction, which in this case, as we mentioned, was a full file system extraction. That data is saved by Great Key in the form of a zip file. Now, that zip file is not readable. You couldn't just connect it to any other computer and just open it up and look at it. So that data has to be parsed out, essentially.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you explain how the data would look if we were to open it up before putting it into the Celebrite system?
You couldn't really even open it.
Okay.
Yeah. So it would not be accessible. You need forensic software to access it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So then we use a program which was previously mentioned called Cellbrite. Now, in this case, we're using Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, which is just a Cellbrite software that takes this extraction. So you load the extraction in, and then it parses that data from the extraction into the various types of data that everybody would see on your cell phone today. So you would see it parses it out to the SMS, text messages, MMS, messages, emails, Word documents, pictures, videos. All the data is just put into a format that when you go into Physical Analyzer, you could say, I want to see all the texts that came from this particular phone number, and then you could read the texts that were sent. Once that information is parsed out, you then create a report. So it generates a report of all that data, and it creates something we call using a UFED reader, which is just part of Cellbrite. It's like a standalone reader that allows us to give all the data from this report, along with the reader, back to the agency that submitted to us. And they take it. It typically is put onto like a Blu-ray disc. It depends how big the phone is. It may be saved to a Blu-ray disc. It may be saved to a thumb drive or hard drive. But in any case, that detective would then take what we've given them. They would load it into their computer, open up this reader program. The reader then is populated by the data from the extraction, and then they can go through and look for text or pictures or videos or whatever information that they're looking for.
And that's when the analysis will come in. Is that
Yes.
correct? Or the review of that information?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
You did mention that you had two, would it be called certifications for Celebrite, I believe?
Yes.
Could you explain what those are and if they have any acronyms?
One is the Cellbrite Certified Operator, CCO. It's a certification that gives you familiarity and experience with using Cellbrite as a whole. And then CCPA, which is the Cellbrite Certified Physical Analyst, is using that Physical Analyzer program, which is what we use to parse that data out from those zip extractions.
And do you have any other certifications in Celebrite?
I have a certification in Cellbrite Premium.
And what is that?
Cellbrite Premium is kind of a competitor to Great Key. It's used to access cell phones, mainly locked cell phones.
Perfect. with the CCO and the CCPA, those certifications, do you need to renew them at any point, or are they kind of lifelong?
Yeah, I mean, you do it once and
you're solid.
Yeah.
I imagine, because of the constant updates and technology in our phone, I imagine that Celebrite also updates. Is that fair?
Yes.
In terms of what they can extract?
Yeah, both Celebrite and Gray Key
Perfect.
are updated constantly.
So I imagine because of that, you take additional classes or trainings. Would that be fair?
When and if I can, yes.
Correct, yeah. I imagine you're quite busy.
Yes.
The last question I had is, you had mentioned, I put it in quotes, certain aspects that while using Celebrite, that you were certified to use certain aspects. Are there certain things that your two certifications maybe wouldn't cover, or that if anybody was in the analysis process would need something else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Just one question, Judge. So you went through the process of how the raw data comes from the phone and then it's placed into a readable format. When that's taking place, is it correct that the data can't be manipulated in any way?
Yes. So when we get an extraction from Gray Key creates what is known as a hash value. You can think of a hash value as kind of like a digital fingerprint. So every file is unique. For instance, if I went into a Word and I created a file with, I typed hello, and then I saved that file, and then I ran a hash, I got a hash value from it, which is just a hash is just a mathematical algorithm that looks at the file, and then it gives you a unique like fingerprint, which is basically a big long hexadecimal set of alphanumeric characters, but they're unique to that file. So in my example with this Word document, it would give me a value. Now, if I opened that document again and I put a period after the O and then saved it, and then I would hash that file again, that hash value would be completely different. So the way we use that is, now that I have the hash value for the extractions that I got from these two cell phones, I copied those to staging media, which is essentially a forensically wiped hard drive. Once I copy it to that hard drive, I then hashed the extractions on that hard drive. Those values that I got should and did match the values that Gray Key gave me. So now I know my files on that hard drive are identical to what Gray Key pulled off. Mathematically, it's impossible for them to be different. That hard drive was then provided to an examiner in our laboratory who then processed the data. When he was done processing that data, he would then hash the extractions again at the end. If those extractions show the exact same hash value, we can then say we did not change those extraction, which is the data from the phone, at all. And we could say it's identical to what Gray Key got.
And that's what happened in this case.
Yes. And in this case, the hash values all matched as they should.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos.
So that's kind of like a double blind kind of validation process, correct?
If you want to refer to it that way,
Yeah,
sure.
just to make sure that everything's the same.
Yeah.
Now, because of that, because it can't be manipulated, or you verify that it can't be manipulated, there's no reason to do another extraction, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mack, anything else for this witness?
No, Judge.
You can step down, sir. May we release this gentleman?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Yes.
You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Brian Holden is the next witness, Judge.
Mr. Holden, if you step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Thank you, Anna. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Brian Holden, Holden.
Sir, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
By whom?
I'm employed by the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, also known as the Utah State Crime Lab.
How long have you been with this state crime lab?
I've been with the State Crime Lab for over 20 years.
And what is your current capacity?
Currently, I'm a senior forensic scientist. I analyze unknown substances, determine their identification, and determine if that substance is controlled.
And were you serving in that same capacity in March of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Or I guess continuing through 23, 24 in that same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So in this particular case, were you given a number of items to test?
I was, yes.
What were you asked to test?
I was asked to analyze. Can you clarify? Are you asking what I was asked to look for, or what
were you
items?
No. You were given a large number of items to test.
Okay.
Were you given specific instructions to look for certain properties or certain substances?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was asked to look for a compound or a controlled substance named fentanyl in all of the items that were submitted to the lab.
Okay. And of all those things, let me just back up. When you receive something, is there a two-process testing that you do?
Yes, to be able to identify a controlled substance based off of our operating procedures, we do a presumptive test followed by a confirmation test.
And the initial presumptive or screening then tells you, oh, I can move on to this next step?
Correct.
I see. Okay. So of all the items you were given, did you run this screening?
I did, yes.
And after doing that, did you find, what were you looking for, I guess, is what I should be asking.
Like I previously stated, they asked me to look for fentanyl.
Nothing else?
No.
Okay. So were you able to confirm any fentanyl on anything that you tested?
No, I was not.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
You were, what items, let's go through this. Are the items still up here? Chelsea has them. Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins.
Okay.
I do have just a few questions for you.
Sure.
If we could pull up for the witness only, States Exhibit 1-19. All right. Sir, can you see that document in front of you?
Yes, I can.
And can you tell me what that document is?
It is a report that was issued for this case, I believe.
Was it the report you issued to report the results of your testing of these items?
I would need to see the second page or
Can you
the
go to
third
the second
page.
I think your name
yeah.
might be on the
There
last
should be,
page.
yeah, on the last page.
There it is.
Yes, it is.
That's your signature?
Correct.
Okay, great. Can we go back to the first page, please, Katie? Just to refresh your memory, sir, do you remember who was the investigating officer responsible for getting these items to you by looking at your
The investigating officer is Jamie Woody, I believe
Right.
that's how you pronounce
And then
it.
who was the individual who delivered these documents, if that refreshes your memory at all?
Yeah, that'd be Chelsea Gibson.
Okay. Now, on the documents that you tested, I believe you said you were only asked to test for fentanyl. Is that correct?
Correct.
Documents, I don't think there's any mention of testing documents. So
May we agree to items?
Did I say documents?
You did.
I meant items.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
And were you ever asked to run any tests on any of the pills or other items that were seized from the home to see if any of them contained oxycodone?
No, I was not asked to do that.
And you've never been asked to do that in the last 4 years.
No, I was not.
And have you ever been asked to test any of the items that were pulled from the home for hydrocodone?
No, I was not.
And I didn't hear you say, do you have a chemistry background?
No, I have a degree in forensic science, which is heavy in chemistry and biology.
So do you know the difference between oxycodone and hydrocodone?
If I looked at the structure of them, yeah, they have a different molecular structure.
But are they both considered pain pills?
Correct. They're both opiates. They're both controlled, Schedule 2 controlled substances.
And you were also not asked to search any items for OxyContin.
No, OxyContin would be like the brand name, which would contain oxycodone. So
Okay.
no.
Thank you. And I believe you tested, it appears to me, and please refresh your memory if you need to, if we want to go to page 3 of the report, but it looks like you tested a total of 19 items that were brought to you. Is that right?
Correct.
And of those 19 items, were you asked to test an empty pill bottle, an empty hydrocodone pill bottle with residue on the inside of it?
I would have to refer to my notes.
Pause for 1 second. What's the objection? Mr. Burmester.
it exceeds the scope. Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. And after the foundation objection is sustained, would
Thank
you please lay some foundation?
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. So I want to go back to the question I just asked you about the hydrocodone bottle. If you were presented with an item to test that was an empty pill bottle, what would you do to test that item?
To test that item, I would rinse it with methanol and then run our screening procedure.
Rinse the inside,
Correct.
and whatever residue would be inside that bottle, you would test it. And if there was none, you would say there's none.
Correct.
Right. So were you given the opportunity to do that with a hydrocodone bottle in this case?
I would have to refer to my notes, but I don't recall.
Please take a moment and let's let you go through the 19 items. Katie, can you start with one? And just when you're ready for us to go to the next page, sir, please let us know.
Oh, I will need to refer to my notes that I prepared that has descriptions of what I tested and what was inside of the packaging.
Have you provided those notes to anybody?
No, I don't. That's done through grandma requests.
Did you bring those notes with you today?
I did, yes.
Can you take a look at them?
Yes.
And can I see them for just a moment, please?
I can provide you with a copy of them. Yes.
Yes. Can we do that now? May I approach her?
With Mr. Burmester, please. Counsel, if you need a brief recess to sort this out, let me know.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful.
Okay, folks, let's let you stretch your legs. Please rise for the jury.
I don't know if they're ever going to come up with everything, but all I see so far is grasping at straws.
Have a seat. Yeah, one of the two. If we're going to stay on the record, though, one of the two of you, Vordi, or the witness, about what he's referring to when he says notes. Mr. Burmester's already there.
Again, sorry, Chris.
Okay, I like you. That's fine. Yeah, yeah.
What's wrong with me?
Yeah, so this just describes all the packaging. So that's what I'm referring to when I need to see it. Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, that's all.
So if you look at, for example, a plastic container containing like powder, you can't say that was codone bottle.
Yes, it's a sodium. Yes, it is with this one.
Oh, got it.
Yes. Yes. And then there's a plastic container with that white powder. Yes.
But that one had 11 tablets. So can you just look at your notes and see if you find anything?
For what are you specifically asking?
No.
Oh.
I'm asking if there's empty hydrocodone bottle that you were asked to
Okay.
swirl around and test the contents. Is there one?
Because I would have stated down here notes that an empty. Oh, it's not analyzed.
She's not. I want everything.
No, it doesn't appear like there was. Yep. No, typically, I suspect highlighting for something I don't analyze now. I'll put in my notes on the bottom. This was not analyzed. Yeah.
you see that. I'm not going to convert or I got to hear the ear. They can just cool the jets. I don't need to do anything. Right. Well, maybe, but maybe not. We're going to find out when this Nobel warrant that's in existence is executed and handled. Oh, I mean, forgive me. Now I'm following. Well, 2019, but yeah. Because they were still sealed. Okay. Yeah. So, yes. Yeah, they're now, my apologies. Okay. Yeah, so it's chromatography. This is all the other submissions. Yeah, let's just have a clear record. You okay?
Yeah, this chair is awful.
No, I agree.
Jeez.
I apologize.
I was expecting wheels.
You're the 10,000th person to say that. I'm so sorry. Ms. Nestor, anything else before we invite the jury back in?
No, sir. I only have a couple more.
Mr. Burmester, Mr. Bloodworth?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, let's invite the jury back in, please.
Is this my water?
I believe it is. You can use that? Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let us if you know. Let us know if you need it.
Okay.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please be seated. Mr. Holden, you're still under oath. Please wait for Ms. Nestor's next question.
May it please the court. Okay, so we took a little break and you had an opportunity to review your notes that would refresh your recollection if you were handed or asked to test an empty hydrocodone bottle. After reviewing those notes, what is your answer to that question?
There was no empty bottle that was submitted for me to test.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, that's all I have. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Burmester, anything further for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burmester?
Yes.
Mr. Holden, you're free to go. Thank you for your time. Counsel, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, we're prepared to, but that might be splitting up a direct.
If you're comfortable doing that, I'm comfortable getting started. If you would prefer to not do that, I can understand why, and we can break for lunch now.
Your Honor, I think we also have some other issues to discuss. So maybe if we were to break for lunch now, we could discuss those other issues outside the presence of the jury.
That's fine.
And then maybe reconvene 12:30.
I think that's fair. Does that work, Ms. Nestor?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, folks. Counsel, would you approach for a minute? Recess for lunch. It is 11:25. Food will be here by 11:45, but this is a longer recess than we've taken the last few days. And so I'd understand if you want to get some sunshine, go get a cup of coffee, check on a family member, whatever. If you decide to leave the courthouse, which you are allowed to do, please remember the court's instructions. Do not speak about the case. Do not let anyone else speak to you about the case. If anybody in the outside world attempts to speak to you about the case, I need to know when you come back. Please do not listen to any radio or other media reports about the case. Please don't read any headlines about it. Please don't post anything about it. Please be back ready to go at 12:30. We will have lunch for you around 11:45 if that's something you're interested in. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, so is that like an hour? Or is that 2 hours?
Have a seat. Mr. Butler, we're on the record.
Right? So it's an hour? Okay.
Your Honor, the state would like to make a record of, and I guess ask for reconsideration at the same time, what we discussed at a bench conference.
Can't go back in time, but you can make a record.
I appreciate it. It
Yeah.
may be more prophylactic than retrospective.
If when you're making this record, you would please remember that the court's ruling on any one objection to any one form of question is not necessarily a predictor of how it will rule on the objective form of a future question.
Understood and agreed, Your Honor. Yeah. The issue has come up where defense counsel is using hypotheticals with fact witnesses, and hypotheticals kind of are treated differently between expert witnesses and fact witnesses. It is the state's read of Utah law, and let me give the court a cite, please. It is Utah Department of Transportation versus 6200 South Associates, 872 P second 462. Quick and dirty, that's kind of, I think, the case, at least to start with. I also think, to be fair, it's a little unclear because it deals with hypotheticals in a expert witness context versus a fact witness context. But it's the state's read of Utah law that for a fact witness, a hypothetical has to involve admissible evidence. I think the defense, and I can give examples, I have a dirty of this morning's transcript, is presenting hypotheticals to fact witnesses based on inadmissible evidence. That inadmissible evidence is statements of the defendant that I do not see a hearsay exception to. Now, so I don't think those hypotheticals are, as a matter of law, permissible. Now, I can see a read under Utah Department of Transportation where it is in the discretion, it is in the court's discretion whether to admit those hypotheticals. And if that is the proper read of it, then I don't think it is, but it might be, then the state asserts that in these instances, the court should exercise its discretion and exclude the defendant's, the defense counsel's hypotheticals that are based on inadmissible, self-serving evidence of defendant's statements. That's the issue, Your Honor.
I appreciate the record. Just practically speaking, on a going forward basis, I think it would be helpful to me and opposing counsel if, when the state is objecting on this basis, you just stand up and say objection foundation. Let's see if they rephrase or if they push back, and then I can exercise discretion as appropriate.
Will do, Your Honor.
Okay. May I also just ask a favor? Can we have a one horse, one rider rule going forward at sidebar? You're, of course, allowed to confer, act as a team, but I just need one speaker from each side of the V at the sidebar.
Appreciate that, Your Honor. Certainly. Can I clarify one thing?
Sure.
Does the rider at sidebar have to be the same rider that's examining the witness?
That would typically be the rule. But we
I
can just
understand that.
agree that that's not going to be the case. I'm not sure how you feel about your team dynamics if the person behind you is jumping up to object. And
I appreciate that.
yeah.
But I think
So
Ms.
maybe,
Nestor has often argued regardless, and I have often argued regardless.
so what I'm asking for going forward, and if you would please just give it the college try on a going forward basis, that, for example, this is just an example, I'm not picking on anybody. If Mr. Burmester is examining the witness and an objection is made, you're welcome to confer with him right here as he comes up, but I need Mr. Burmester to be the one talking into the mic.
Will do, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir, we would appreciate that.
Okay, Ms. Lewis, you're about to say something.
No,
Okay.
I agree.
All right. Anything else on the record before we recess for lunch? Mr. Bloodberg,
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos.
Noted.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We will be back on the record at 12:30. I need to make this crystal clear. If any of you see a juror out in the wild, you need to turn around and walk the other way. I cannot emphasize this more heavily. All right, 12:30. We're in recess.
Just issued a restraining order for the jurors. That's standard operating procedure, by the way. All right. Thanks to Zach. We've got intermission entertainment. Let's do it before creepy sweater guy comes on.
If you could please turn your camera on and unmute for me, ma'am. We'll go ahead and get started. If I have to take some consent, we may have to stop and start. It's depending on the announcements. Miss Erin Bates, if you could please turn your camera on and unmute. There she is. Okay. Ms. Bates, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Bates, it's my understanding that there was no resolution reached in your case, so I am going to go ahead and start the hearing today. I do need to place you and Mr. Stamberger under oath. If you could please raise your right hand, and Mr. Stamberger as well. Yes.
Wait,
I'm sorry. There's somebody in the room with Miss Bates. I didn't catch who that is. I don't know if that person's going to be a witness. I just wanted to let the court know and also swear them in at the same time if they're going to be a witness.
Okay. So, Ms. Bates, do you have someone with you that you plan on having testify today?
I do.
You need to bring them into the camera, please. All right, sir. What is your name?
My name is Scott Sammons. I was a witness to this.
Scott, what now? I'm sorry.
Scott Sammons. Last name's Sammons. Sammons.
Okay, Sammons. Okay.
First
Mr.
name's
Sammons.
Scott.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sammons, sir, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Quick question for Ms. Bates. I know this is your witness. Do you have any documents or anything that you've sent in to use for your case today, ma'am?
I do. I have a police report and
this is what I'd like to establish first. Like it may make more sense, Mr. Stevens, to reset this to an in-person calendar. It may make it easier for both of you to present your evidence. I don't know if that's something you want to.
Yes.
Yes, and I'm also in the process of getting an attorney as well, so that would make more sense. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, I think I could get you in like next week. I think it would just be a 1 week delay. If that, I mean, it just tends to be, if there's a lot of documents being shared and things like that, a lot of times going in person makes it easier.
All we have is a lease and it's non-payment of rent. I mean, I don't know what else could be evidence besides that.
She said in her answer, I mean, I'm sure you've read it, but she said that there was some sort of title, there's some sort of issue with the title, and that, I mean, I don't know. I mean, but how many documents do you have that you're going to present, Ms. Bates? And have you already sent them in? Have you sent them into the court?
I sent in the police report. The other documents were from a closing that we had, which turned out not to be really a closing, and turned out that I was misled about signing things and I didn't understand what they were, and they were in a hurry, and it just went from bad to worse. So now they have my condo and are trying to put me out.
Okay, so
that was totally paid
you
off.
signed documents to sell your condo and you feel like you were misled?
No, I never.
Yes, she was misled.
I was misled, but I never went in looking to sell my condo. I was trying to keep it. And they know that. They know that. I just wanted a home equity.
And you sent it, whatever documents you've already, Ms. Rasul, are those attached to the file? Like, are those something that we'd be easily be able to share today?
Yes, Judge, I'm attaching them now.
Okay. All right, folks, then just hang tight. It looks like I do have some announcements I need to take, so I'm going to circle back to you guys as soon as I can. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. No
announcement? Okay. Since that's the case, we started a hearing on number 7. Mr. Stevens, if you want to go ahead and start. So this is what we're going to do. So Ms. Bates, the plaintiff's going to go first. They're going to put their evidence on first. So go ahead. Like, we're going to go ahead, and I may have to stop and start this hearing. If you want to say anything, ma'am, you're going to have to unmute.
I'm unmuted.
Ms. Dorsey, I'm not talking to you, ma'am. I'm talking to somebody else, Ms. Bates. Okay? Thank you.
You can say what she
Okay. Yes, I thought a bit ago we talked about reset.
I was thinking about it. I think this is, look at, we already have the documents, so I don't know that there's really any reason to reset it. We've got everything. Ms. Rasul has them ready to show, so I think we're going to be okay to go forward today. Okay?
Well, this is a title theft situation, and I need to get an attorney. If you can give me a couple weeks before.
I can't give you a couple weeks. Okay, so it looks like this has been pending for a minute. What position is this?
It's a file. Still. No, that's going to be more concerned. Judge, this was actually filed on 1/13, and it looks like it was served on February 5th.
And this is just possession only. Let's see here. Oh, it's non-payment. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. This does not look like an overly complicated legal situation, Ms. Bates. So I'm going to go ahead and go forward. We're going to have our hearing. If you disagree with the outcome of my hearing, of what I decide, you have the right to file something called a petition for review. And that, you can, that would, that you could have the case reviewed by a higher court at that point, if you choose to do that. But I don't think there's any reason to put it off from today. Okay. So Mr. Stevens, you can go ahead and put on your case, unless there's somebody in the room that has announcements. Nope, there's nobody here. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
Mr. Steenberger hasn't been sworn in. Would you like to swear him in, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Yeah, raise your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Did you, please state your name for the record? Larry Franklin Stamberger. And are you familiar with the property located in Atlanta, Georgia, 30324? Yes, I am. And how are you familiar with that property? I purchased it from Mrs. Bates back in June, the end of June, July. Okay. And do you have a lease with Miss Bates? Yes, I do have a lease with Mrs. Bates. Okay. And has Miss Bates made her rental payments under the lease? No. And what is the amount of rent that she owes per month? $2,000. And when did she default on the lease? What was the first month that she didn't pay? November 1st, 2025. And did she pay December? No. Did she pay January? No. Did she pay February? No. Your Honor, I'd like to share my screen and just put the lease up if you don't mind. Judge, can you see the lease there?
Yes, we can all, it is showing.
Okay. Do you recognize this, Mr. Stamberger? Yes, I do. And can you tell what this is? This is a lease between Aaron Bates and myself, Larry Stamberger. And what is the date of this lease? This 30th of June, 2025. Okay. And you're the landlord under this lease? Yes, I am. And Miss Bates is the tenant, is that correct? Yes. And it's for the property located Atlanta, Georgia, is that correct? Yes. And what is the amount of rent under this lease? $2,000. Okay. And let's go to the last page. Is that your signature on the last page there at the bottom? Yes, it is on 6/30/2025. And is that Miss Bates's signature? Yes, it is. Is this a true and correct copy of the lease with Miss Bates? Yes, it is. Your Honor, I'd like to enter this as plaintiff's or landlord plaintiff's exhibit number 1.
All right. Ms. Bates, do you have any legal objection to the admission of P1 coming into evidence?
Of P1 coming into evidence?
Correct. Yes.
I don't know what that means.
Mr. Stevens is asking to enter this document into evidence in support of his case. Do you have any legal objections or reasoning why this document should not be allowed into evidence?
That document has been changed. It doesn't have the handwritten notations throughout the whole thing, and it doesn't have all of the things that it had when I had it. And I was misled about signing it because I was told that I wasn't actually going to be charged the $2,000.
Okay, so you're saying this is not the authentic document that you signed? It's not you're saying you didn't sign, that's not the true lease? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't. I was coerced into signing.
Ms. Bates, are you saying, hold on, I understand that's what you're saying, but is that the actual document that you signed that they just showed? Okay, so there's another version of the lease.
Their handwriting on it.
What I am going to ask Mr. Samson, you can't give her advice during her test. You can't tell her what to testify about. Okay. So I know he's in the room with you, man, but you can't tell her what to say. Ms. Bates, is that, you're saying that that's not the actual document you signed?
Well, I could be wrong. There was another lease agreement that was, that had been done it was brought into me at the closing. So I didn't get a chance to look
So
at
you don't know if this is the lease that you signed? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if I can look at it again, I can tell you.
Am I showing it again, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
There was an initial agreement that came through.
Okay, just we're going to, ma'am, just one thing at a time. We're going to show you the lease. It's the first document, sir, far left, the other way.
See ya.
There we go. All right, if you could scroll through that very slowly, Ms. Bates, please look at it closely and tell me whether or not this is the lease agreement. Your signature appears to be on it.
Yes, I agree that it's on there.
So you did sign this document.
I didn't get what I thought I was signing for.
Did you read the document before you signed it?
No, I did not.
All right, I'm not hearing a legal. I'm gonna admit P1 over objection. Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Stamberger, do you recognize this here? Yes. Warranty deed, yes. And can you tell the court what it is you're looking at? The deed where I closed on this property. Okay. And Judge, can I have just a moment, please?
Yes.
Judge, I'm sorry. Can I just have a minute? I just wanted to put, since there's an issue with title, I wanted to put the deed into evidence just for the court's convenience.
Yes.
But the deed that was scanned to me was the incorrect deed. So I just need 1 minute to scan the correct deed.
Okay, we'll take a quick recess. We'll take a quick recess for that. So we can stop. All right, so if you can stop sharing your screen now, so I can have an idea if anybody else came into the room.
I have a few announcements, Your Honor, whenever you're available.
Okay, let me just see. Is Ms. Cockrell back? Okay, so Mr. Stevens, you were about to share the deed.
Right, yes, ma'am. Okay, can you see that, Judge?
No, it is not sharing. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Mr. Stamberger, do you recognize this? Yes. And can you tell the court what it is that you're looking at? The deed for the property that I purchased. Can you speak up just a little bit? The deed for the property that I purchased. Okay. And is this signed by Miss Bates? Are you familiar with Miss Bates' signature? Yes, that's her signature. Okay. And is this a true and correct copy of the limited warranty deed for the property located at Haven, Georgia 30024? That's it. Right. Your Honor, we'd like to enter this as plaintiff's exhibit number 2.
Okay, can you scroll back up just a little bit?
This way.
Where's the date, the signature? Is there a date on the signature?
It'd be right at the top here. It was done the 30th day of June, 2025.
Okay, can you just slowly scroll down a little bit? Just slowly scroll through it.
Oh, yeah, there. It was recorded on 7/24 of 2025 at the top right.
Okay.
And then
just kind of read it as you're.
Sure.
Okay, that's the notary. So you notarized it.
think the first one, the clerk could not see the stamp, so we had to stamp it a second time. And then this is the legal description here. Okay, Unit 22, Building C. Okay. Ms. Bates, they have just showed a limited warranty deed that purportedly has your signature on it regarding the sale of the property. Do you have any legal objection to that document coming into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, what is your legal objection?
That when I came to the closing with Mr. Stamberger, I had not seen any of those documents. So they were put in front of me, a pile of them. There was no end. And then I was told that Mr. Stevens had somewhere to be that afternoon. And so I kind of got rushed and hurried along.
Well, what did you, I guess let me ask you, what did you think you were doing if not selling your condo? Well, you're saying that you were tricked, but what, I mean, your signatures are on these documents. If you didn't think you were selling your condo, what did you think you were doing?
I thought all along that I was getting a home equity loan.
Okay, so you didn't read anything you signed? Is that what you're saying?
Not until later.
Okay. Okay, I'm not hearing a legal objection. So over objection, I will admit P2. Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
I don't have any further questions for this witness, Your Honor. We are asking for the $4,800 in the past due rent plus 4 days from 7 days from today would be March 4th. So March 4th, if you take 2,000, it's 2,000. It's 2,000 a month, right?
Yes.
2,000 a month, and you divide that by 30, you get 66. I think 0.66, but it's an additional $266.66 for a total of $5,066.66.
Okay, and then sorry, the last payment was received when?
October. So there's been no November, December, January, or February.
Okay. Okay. All right. And so there's nothing else you want to present at this time? Okay. Just very briefly, Ms. Bates, I'm going to give you a chance to ask it's Stamberger questions in just a minute if you have any questions for him, but I'm just going to take this consent real quick. I think this is the very last thing. Bye, Mr. Andruski.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so Ms. Bates, at this point, so they are done with, the plaintiff is done with their case. So at this point, you have the right, if you choose to, if you want to ask Mr. Stamberger any questions on cross-examination, you have the right to do that now. You don't have to ask him questions if you don't want to, but if you would like to ask him questions, you have the right to do that now, okay? And if not, we'll just move right into your testimony and your witness, okay? So you can go ahead and ask him questions if you'd like.
Okay. Larry, my main question is, why in the world did you do that? Why did you do that?
I think you need to be a little more clear on that, ma'am. It's not, you need to be a little more clear on what specifically you're saying you
Why
did.
did he come in, agree to the loan, and then everything got changed at the last minute? The closing started a day before it was supposed to.
Well, just ask him, and again, you're going to testify in a minute, but just if you can just ask him questions. Okay. So it sounds like, did you hear her question, Mr. Stamberger?
Yes.
Okay. You can go ahead and respond.
Ms. Bates, no, I didn't do anything.
Well, you did, but your word, my word.
Do you have any other questions for him, ma'am?
Not really.
Okay. All right, Ms. Bates, if you don't have any other questions, you can go ahead into your own testimony now, and then you can call. Again, ma'am, I know there's somebody in there he cannot tell you how to testify. I mean, I just got to be very clear about that. You got to be answering saying your own things in your own words, okay?
Well, my witness is here, so.
Okay, well, he needs to be quiet and not coach you on your testimony. And then when he testifies, he'll testify on his own, from what he knows, and we'll go from there. Okay, so Ms. Bates, whatever it is you want to say about the case now, you can go ahead and say it.
Well, I went in expecting a home equity loan, which was the only thing I wanted. And all the documents got thrown at me. And no, I mean, they were in a rush. They were telling me that my condo.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
Mr. Stevens and Mr. Stamberger.
Okay.
They were telling me that if we didn't get that stuff out later that day, that the parties that with Ken Olson, attorney, and Heritage Property Management, which managed my condo association, that if it didn't get done, then I was going to lose my condo to him, which was what supposedly Larry was supposed to be doing all along, was trying to help me get back, get the loan, have some money to pay them. And then
were you behind in your mortgage payments? Is that what?
No, I paid my condo off on my own like 10 years ago. That's my condo. And it was the only equity I had. And they took it, they lied and they took it from me. And I wouldn't make this up, trust me.
Okay. Well, go back to the beginning and tell me exactly what you're saying they approached you about doing a home equity line of credit and not purchasing. You said that never came up. It was just they were going to loan you some money.
Judge, I'm gonna, if I may, 1 second. I'm sorry, objection. I'm going to object to the word they. I was the closing attorney, and I'm the attorney representing him in the dispossessory action. That's all I think. Okay, so
okay, all right. So
and Mr. Stevens had agreed to represent me during this time on some other matters that I had, and that is not what happened at all.
Judge, I never agreed to represent her. There's no fee agreement with her. There's nothing with her whatsoever, except we did the closing. We represented the lender at the closing, and now I'm handling the dispossessory action where I represent the landlord.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Bates, again, just go ahead. Like you had initial conversations with who about the home equity line of credit?
With Larry Stamberger.
Okay. He said he could give you a HELOC?
Yes.
Okay. When did that conversation take place?
It took place somewhere around maybe May of 2025.
Okay. And go ahead. Okay. Again, you really can't be taking notes or indications from your witness, okay? I can see that you are doing that. So
no.
Okay, so you had that conversation in May, and then what happened? You've been paying rent to him this whole time.
No, I wasn't paying rent to him the whole time. I mean, it was my condo, and
you were paying $2,000 a month until October of this year.
That was paid ahead of time out of what little bit of money that I ended up with.
Right, but why would you pay? I mean,
why would I sell my condo?
Well, why are you? I mean, if you're saying you didn't realize you were renting it, why were you paying him $2,000 a month?
I wasn't really renting it.
So why were you giving him $2,000 a month?
That's what he put in there. But
what did you think you were paying if not rent?
Right. I don't know. I was complete, my bad. I signed stuff that I didn't read. And all along, Larry Stamberger was just leading me on as to what was going to happen.
Okay.
I mean, it may sound crazy to people, but I'm telling you the damn truth, which is more than they're doing.
Okay.
Now, am I able to, I mean, are you shutting this down today, or can I get an attorney and come back and deal
This
with
is
it?
this is the trial. Okay, we're having the trial. This doesn't sound, this is your trial, and I'll make a decision. If you don't agree with my decision, you can file a petition for review. I will have to have you pay rent to court in order to do that. But if you agree with the decision from the trial, you can do that. But again, this is your opportunity to present evidence on behalf of yourself right now. Right now, you're just saying you signed a bunch of documents that you didn't read and that you were paying $2,000 per month for a reason you don't know. That's what you're saying.
I would love to make a statement.
Can my witness make a statement?
Okay, are you done testifying on your own behalf, Ms. Bates? You need to put yourself more in the camera. I can just see the top of your head right now.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Okay. Anything else you want to say?
It's not.
Okay. Do you have any questions on cross for Ms. Bates?
I do, Your Honor. I think this might clear some things up for the court.
Ms. Bates, if you could please bring that camera down just a little bit more. Again, it's just every time you lean down, I'm just looking at your bangs. There we go. That's good. Thank you.
Ms. Bates, isn't it true that you were backed up and hadn't paid your HOA in several years? Ms. Bates, yes or no?
It's true that I had not, which is why I wanted the loan. And the reason that I did not, that I stopped paying it after I'd been there for years and years and years paying, was because they refused to acknowledge their part in causing water damage in my condo. They wanted to blame it on me, and it was a gutter problem, and that they just didn't get the gutters cleaned out soon enough, and all the water started coming down the walls and stuff. And that had actually happened a few years before that as well.
And isn't it true that you were facing a judicial foreclosure that was filed by the HOA?
Yes, it's true. That's why I thought that you were coming in to help me, and you did the opposite. You just took it instead of him.
And isn't it true that you were behind almost $50,000 in HOA fees?
No.
Okay. How much were you behind?
I'm not sure at this point, because they tied in their attorney's fees and late fees, and they were fining me $75 a day for stuff that I did that didn't even happen in my condo.
Okay. And so isn't it true the HOA was paid off at closing?
As far as I know, they were. I never got a copy of the check or the whatever the, what the actual final agreement was.
Okay. Have you made any HOA payments since the time of closing?
No.
Okay. And do you believe that you can live in the property rent-free?
No.
Okay.
I don't need to have sarcastic questions asked.
All right. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Stevens?
No, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Bates, are you done? So that was his cross-examination.
Apparently I'm done. Apparently I am done.
Do you have, what's your, Mr. Samson? Is that your witness's name?
Yeah,
Yes, I would love to make a statement and explain this.
Mr. Samson, if you could please come into the camera.
Yes,
She's got to be in the camera too.
Right. I would love to explain this much more clearly as to what's going on here.
Okay. If you could come into the camera a little bit more.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, lean in. I know it's hard on the phone, but
he was being sued by the property management company because
she was a little bit slower.
Okay.
And
all right.
When you say she, tell me who.
Okay. Erin Bates is being sued by the property management company for foreclosure because she was not paying the fines that they were putting on her for damage that was actually due to their negligence, not Erin's. So she refused to pay those fines, and they used that to try and foreclose on her. So in the process of that, and over 3 years of trying to defend herself from that, she wanted to get some money to help defend herself from that some more. We asked Mr. Stevens to do two things: to help her negotiate a settlement with her credit card company, and to file a motion to contest the summary judgment that the lawyer with the property management company had tried to get and was denied.
You witnessed all this. You were there.
I was witness to every bit of this. So she's trying to get some money to get. We asked Mr. Stevens there to do two things: to negotiate a lower settlement with her credit card, and to file a motion to contest the summary judgment that was, still in limbo with the property management company. Well, instead, he didn't do either of those two things. Instead, he went and negotiated a settlement for the whole thing with Mr. Frank Olson, who is the lawyer for the property management company, to settle that lawsuit without her permission, without her knowledge whatsoever, to settle that out and forfeit her countersuit that she had filed, so that they could get the lien taken off of that title, so that they would be able to transfer that title to Larry. It's what ultimately happened. Now, Aaron was presented with a proposition for a home equity loan, and actually, Mr. Larry Stamberger came over to our house 5 days before this closing and presented her with this contract that they're using.
Are you related to Miss Bates? Are you?
No, I was her boyfriend at the time. Okay, he came over and presented this document, a plan to be able to get her some money, a loan to help her pay off this credit card and whatnot, and to keep fighting this mortgage, this property management company's lawyer, to keep defending herself with that. And he basically had a plan to, put the property in his name so that he could shield her from them coming and taking her property or anything. And it had all these things. It was some contract he had put together, some generic contract, he called it, $10,000 worth of closing costs, all this stuff. And we flat out refused. We told him we did not want to sell the contract. We simply wanted to get a home equity loan for $100,000. Well, he ran it up to $150,000 for whatever reason. But the whole deal, we told him right then we did not want to do that. And he said, no problem. We'll revise this contract. Call me tomorrow. Whatever changes you want to make, no problem. We'll figure it out. But he had brought her a $2,000 check, knowing she was really desperate for money, and said, I can go ahead and give you this check, just as a loan or whatever, but just sign this contract just to serve as a receipt for this earnest money check, and to get the ball rolling, so he could show his attorney that we were serious and to get the ball rolling. But it was never intended to be used at the end as a contract to claim ownership of her home. It was supposed to be revised heavily. I was right there when he said all that. But he tricked her into signing it, just saying it's just a receipt for the earnest money check. That's the contract they're trying to use now to claim ownership of this property. And there's all kinds of mistakes.
Were you there at this transaction?
I was there at that time.
Did you read? She didn't read the document. Did you?
No, he explained it to us, and we looked at it briefly. But he was explaining all this stuff to us and how we would go. And we were like, no, thank you. He had handwritten some stuff on there, like the buyer agrees to sell it back to the buyer, which didn't make sense. We were not trying to agree to that contract whatsoever. He was going to heavily revise it and have something, typed up nice and neat by the time this closing or signing or whatever came around a little later, a week or so later. Well, that's the contract he's trying to use to claim ownership of it, as if she had agreed to it by signing it, when in fact he was just signing it to agree to serve as a receipt for this earnest money check, is all it was. That's all he said it was going to be used for, and to show his attorney just to get the ball rolling with all this. So 4 days later, he comes a day early. He calls up on the phone and says, we've got to do this today, a day early. We have to close on this because the property management company got the summary judgment, and if we don't pay them off by the end of today, he's going to take your condo. So she's all upset, thinks she's about to lose her condo. Larry comes and picks her up from our home, takes her to the office, and has her signing all these documents. Under duress, she's all upset, under duress, signing all these things, just saying, here, sign here, here's another one, sign this one too. Sign that, we gotta hurry, gotta go save your condo for you. Here's one, warranty deed. This is a warranty on your deed, protecting your deed for you. This is a warranty for your deed. Here, sign this, that, and the other. We never agreed for Larry to take ownership of the property. We simply wanted a home equity loan. He could have put a lien on it, like a normal loan would have done, but it was never known or agreed to that he was going to go and put it in his name. They said they were in a hurry to go out and pay off the property management lawyer and all that and settle out their lawsuit because they had gotten a summary judgment. Come to find out that wasn't true. They never got a summary judgment. That never occurred. But they told her that, getting her all upset, rushing her through this, just saying, here, sign this one, sign this, never explaining what these documents were, misrepresenting what they were. She had no idea what was going on because Larry saying, oh, trust me, anything that's out of order, we'll take care of it later. You sign this. We got to go. Rushing her through the whole thing. Getting her to sign this because she doesn't know. She doesn't know about these documents, what they mean. She thought it's a warranty on her deed. Turns out that document transfers the ownership of her deed of her title to Larry. She didn't know that. He didn't go out and pay off the mortgage, the property management company lawyer. He went straight to the courthouse and put it in his name. And then now he's gone out and put a lien on her, gotten some loan and cashed out the equity too. Totally stolen the equity. She never agreed to sell her condo for less than half of the fair market value of her condo. And one of these documents they stuck in front of her and had her here, sign this one, was this lease agreement for $2,000 that she never agreed to, didn't even know that was a lease agreement. He presented it as something entirely different. And now she never made one single payment to them. They actually took some initial payments out, deducting it from her money on the settlement agreement at the closing. She never actually made a monthly payment to them. All that time, for like 8-9 months later, now he's saying she never made a payment. Of course, she never made a payment. She was never under the impression she was supposed to. But now suddenly they're coming up with this 8-9 months later saying, oh, she hasn't paid her rent. Well, she was never supposed to. That was never the agreement. They were never supposed to even take ownership of her property. Why would she pay rent to live in her own home? But come to find out,
but you would pay if you're still owning the property, you would pay HOA fees.
Naturally,
she didn't pay any. Then I mean, because why would she? But she wasn't paying HOA fees.
We thought we were still fighting them with that lawsuit. We thought we still had a countersuit. This document that actually settled that out was negotiated behind her back between Mr. Stevens and Mr. Frank Olson, behind her back, and totally not in her best interest at all, not one bit in her best interest. And then he gave it to Larry to bring to her and trick her into signing it in a hurry. Run by the office real quick, have to sign some documents and take off to go do something else. Tricked her into signing that, saying that was just the start of some negotiations, not something that settled out that lawsuit and forfeited her countersuit. She was not aware of that. So she thought she was still dealing with that. It wasn't paying them any of those dues because we were fighting them in a lawsuit. And all that was going to be settled out, which was fraud in itself because they were charging her fees and everything for something that was due to their negligence, damage to her condo that was the homeowners association's negligence to keep up with the gutters causing water damage that they refused to pay for. We're putting fines on her, and that was fraud in itself. She's defending herself. We were countersuing for fraud on that. So Mr. Stevens negotiated something with Frank Olson to settle that out that she didn't even realize was misrepresented entirely through Larry. Mr. Stevens never even talked to her about he was negotiating any kind of settlement with the property management, never even spoke of it, never discussed it with her or asked her if this was an acceptable agreement or any of that. It's just he gave it to Larry and he tricked her into signing this document, saying it was the start of negotiations is all. So she signed it, so he could show the lawyer that she had read it. Turns out that settled that out too. So now she's out of that lawsuit. Now all the money that she's entitled to for the damage to her condo, that's gone too. So now they've got the lien taken off of that title from the management company. They settled that out and got that lien taken off so that they could then trick her into signing these other documents so they could run down and put it in Larry's name. They never intended to go save her condo for her from the property management company. They tricked her all along into the signing of these documents so they could run down and put it in Larry's name and cash out on the equity. This was fraud, coercion. They had her under duress, thinking they had gotten a summary judgment, which was not at all true. That was a total lie. And had her convinced that unless she signed these documents and got this loan that day, she's going to lose her condo that day. So she signed whatever Larry said to sign. Trust me, he said. I got your back. Don't worry. Whatever, we'll take care of this. We have to go save your condo. We're in a hurry. We only have a couple hours left to go pay them off and save your condo, Aaron. So she signed whatever he said to sign. She didn't know what was going on. She's crying the whole time. She didn't know what's going on. So next thing you know, he takes her home after signing all this stuff in a hurry, drops her off, goes straight to the courthouse and puts it in his name. That's title theft. That's fraud. That's coercion. And this Mr. Stevens, he's guilty of ethics violations, conflict of interest, legal malpractice. They should both be in jail for title theft. That's a federal crime. And we're reporting this to the FBI, to the police, to every agency that we're supposed to, and prosecuting for this. And they found out we're prosecuting him. So now what this is revenge. Because they know if they win this eviction and put her on the street, she will not have the means to fight them in this. And they will win. They will get her condo, $250,000 of equity. He even came and got my car, drafting up some kind of contract on my BMW. He had no right to. I've already filed a police report on auto theft on Larry. All this stuff that they're doing, these title experts, his company's name, and this attorney that's working with him, tricking Aaron into signing all this.
I'm going to object. I've heard it.
Okay, Mr. Samson, if there's an objection, you need to stop and let it make its objection.
I apologize.
He keeps making representations that I've committed fraud, that I as a lawyer. I never represented Miss Bates at all. So I'd like that to be stricken from the record, Judge.
Okay, agreed. Go ahead, Mr. Samson. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Yes, I do. Mr. Stevens was representing us in the beginning of this. We agreed to have him represent us to negotiate with the credit card company to a lower settlement amount and to file a motion to contest the summary judgment, which was still in limbo.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Again, objection.
Yes, we did. We did.
Okay,
yes,
stop, Mr. Samson. Stop.
We did.
Stop it.
Stop.
I apologize.
Again, there was never any written fee agreement. I never represented Miss Bates in anything. So I'd like that again to be stricken.
Okay. So again, he can say, there's nothing, he's making allegations. I'm not taking it as
I understand.
That is their perspective. So Mr. Samson, do you have anything else before we wrap up that you need to say that you haven't said already? If you've already said it, you don't need to say it again.
I will say that we did not have a written agreement with Mr. Stevens to represent us. We had a verbal agreement over the phone to do those two things only.
Okay.
Judge, I have a few questions, just really quickly, okay, just to make clear things.
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that Miss Bates got $70,000 at closing, approximately? Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And isn't it true that Miss Bates never signed a fee agreement or any kind of contract with me to represent her in any of these matters?
Not a written contract, no.
Okay. So it's true that she never
not a written contract, no, a verbal agreement.
Isn't it true that she never paid me a retainer to handle anything?
No retainer, but lawyer fees at the end, yes. It came off the settlement.
$8,000 came off my settlement.
Okay, let Mr. Samson answer.
Yes, $3,000 was deducted off the settlement statement from during this whole thing that was never agreed to either. Mr. Larry Stamberger said that he was going to have his lawyer help us out with this as a favor to him because Mr. Stevens owed him a favor, and we were not to be charged any lawyer fees whatsoever. But $3,000 were added at this. I saw after the fact to this settlement statement.
Okay.
Yes, he wasn't paid lawyer fees. He was in fact paid lawyer fees.
Okay.
Okay. Let me ask you questions. Just a yes or no answer. Very, very simply. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know that it is a closing attorney's responsibility to get a payoff in a closing? Yes or no?
No, that sounds like conflict of interest. No.
Okay. Did Miss Bates pay rent for November, December, and January and February?
No, not monthly. That was deducted on the settlement statement that she did not realize had happened. She never made one payment on a monthly payment. She never made one payment because she didn't know she was supposed to. That was never agreed to. Not one payment.
Have you seen the lease, sir? Yes or no?
Have I seen the what?
The lease.
Have I seen the lease? No, I've never seen the lease.
Okay, you weren't present. Okay, I have no further questions, Judge.
Okay. All right. So
I don't think she did either. I don't think she saw it either.
She testified that she did, sir. She testified that she signed it and her signature is on the document.
No, I don't think she understood what it was.
Okay. All right. All right, folks. I've listened to all the evidence in the case. I do find that Mr. Stamberger does have a valid deed to the property, and there is a lease that Ms. Bates admits that she signed. Without reading it, she says she didn't read it, but that is, it's still binding even if she didn't read it. So
it's fraud. This is fraud.
Mr. Samson, we don't need you can stop making your comments now. Let's see here. Number 7. I'm sorry, 1 second. Okay. So again, just to make sure I'm clear, the amount of rent owed through March 4th is $5,066.66. So that will be the money judgment ordered today, and there will be a writ available to the plaintiff to apply for at 11:59 p.m. on March 4th. Again, Ms. Bates, you do have the right to file a petition for review if you do disagree with my decision. However, if you do file it, it has to be filed within the next 7 days, and you do have to pay rent. You will have to pay that amount of rent into court as part of the petition for review if you do decide to file that. So that's going to be the order of the court. I'll get that order done, and you guys are free to log off. Thank you.
Judge, I would just like to make sure that in the order you put that money would have to be filed put into the registry of the court for the.
It's going to be in the appeal provision. So that's what I'll put in the order. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. You guys are free to log off.
Thank you.
You stole conduct.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You guys are free to go. Ms. Bates, you are free to log off. There should be a button that says leave proceeding that you can touch.
Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you, Zach. That was actually cool. I was worried. The judge went the right way.
Trial. This is crazy. Ma'am, are you a whore? You're not a whore? Not a whore? You're not a whore? I never want to hear it again. Sweet Jesus. You're not a whore? Not a whore? You're not a whore? I never want to hear it again. It gets worse.
There were drugs involved that were given to me that ended up being glue. Like I smoked some glue and stuff. I thought I was smoking crack.
Let's go. You didn't say the cat jumped on his wiener, did you? Sit down and shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Cat jumped on his wiener. Cat jumped on his wiener. Shut up. Cat jumped on his wiener. Cat jumped on his wiener. Shut up. Cat jumped on his wiener. Cat jumped on his wiener. Shut up. Cat jumped on his wiener. Cat jumped on his wiener. Shut up.
Can you just let this go for once? For once? Once?
Okay, bad doing no.
Mr. Sharps.
Not a whore?
Mr. Sharps. Mr. Sharps. Mr. Sharps.
Everybody's looking dance. You're not a whore? You're not a whore? I never want to hear it again. You're not a whore? You're not a whore? I never want to hear it again.
Now, if anybody thinks this is okay, I am in the wrong.
There is no scandal at Law Talk Nation. You can only pay, you get a notification. If you're lucky, it's a spicy fornication. It's another day on Law Talk with Mike. We got preacher on the dial, planning always
make your chap smile. The pro se can't ever share a file. Defendants are always in denial. He was not driving, he's traveling. His reasons and facts are unraveling. It's another day of Lord's upward night. Courtroom is always popping off. You have a failure appear and you scoff. Judge Simpson is never going soft. Webster is always showing heart. We are heading into that soft six summer. Did you miss the line? That's a bummer. The soft six never gets smarter than dumber. He's not the man, he doesn't need a number. He was not driving, he's traveling. His reasons and facts are unraveling. It's another day of Lord's upward like. Courtroom is always popping off. You have a failure to appear and you scoff. Judge Simpson is never going soft. Webster is always showing hard. We are.
Well, I pulled up slow in my rusted Ford. No tags, no license, just the good Lord. Said I ain't driving, I'm traveling free. But that deputy sure didn't agree. I said, this ain't a car, it's a private conveyance. My rights are in place and I don't need no maintenance. He slapped on the cuffs with a Bordeaux look. Now I'm sitting in court with the rule book. Now I don't consent to be here, sir. I stand as a man, not referred to as some legal fiction name. But Judge Mike ain't playing that game. He banged that gavel, leaned in tight, said, son, you're not half right. You can't YouTube your way through law. Then he smiled and read my charge. I said, according to the Magna Carta. But he said, this ain't medieval Sparta. Tried to cite section codes from my phone, but he asked me to sit down alone. I filed 6 motions in paper and pen, all handwritten with a chicken scratch pen. He said, you can write all the fiction you need, but the facts don't care what you believe. Now I don't consent to be here, Judge. I'm flesh and blood, I won't budge. Told him I ain't subject to stay. He just called for a 5-minute break. Came back, laughed and said, all right, friend, you done yet? We're going round again. Told me you're free to act the fool, but you're still in my court and under my rule. Now, son, you can quote TikTok or Jesus, but it won't stop them traffic polices. And driving ain't some holy commandment. It's a license, not a First Amendment. So I paid my fine and took the tests, hung up my theories, gave them a rest. Now I tell folks loud and clear, don't go sovereign if Judge Mike is near.
Oh, good Lord, that was fantastic. One car, one sign, one pair of unzip pants. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you my good. Defending cries, we're going federal. Judge Mike laughs, no big dummy and not a chance, not a nudge. Cite some nonsense, Fourth Amendment
Crashed into a mobile sign late at night. Hair all wild, pants not tight. Cops roll in, not sure what's true. Was he drunk and cussed or just plain Magoo?
Mr. Magoo, oh, what did you do? Crashed your car, pants down too. Drunk or dizzy, head or blue. Either way, the judge sees right through you.
Hospital stop, cop feels bad, didn't cuff him to the bed. Oops, my bad. Magoo in a gown, cheeks to the breeze, escapes like a bandit with surgical ease.
We're back to 76. Classic drunk trick, glove box fixed. Drink after the crash, confuse the test. But come on, folks, this is nonsense at best.
Defense pipes up, he just had a drink. Nerves were shot, gave him time to think.
With his robe half on, buying Colt 45 at a 7-Eleven run. Mr. Magoo, oh, what did you do? Bolted from the hospital, pants still askew, license gone, priors too. Jail feels like home, it's waiting for you.
This thing's getting bound over. Smash sign, drunk driver, pants down, $0. Prosecutor sharp, Judge Simpson sly. They see through Magoo's every try. Blood draw missing, excuses thin. But Mike just laughs, it's a lock and win. DUI number 4, maybe fleeing too. Magoo's record is nothing new. He likes jail, it's true, that's where he belongs, old Magoo. Mr. Magoo, oh, what did you do? Crashed your car, pants down too. Drunk or dizzy, head or blue. Either way, the judge sees right through you.
Hopefully they got the hamster back on the wheel.
Friday night. I'm in a mood. Definitely don't call me to bail you out, dude. I'm just not feeling it. I'm telling you straight. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Is this case great? I think I know this guy. He's back again. This is gonna be good times, my friend. Your Honor, I apologize for how I fled the scene. I just had to get out of the Thunderdome, if you know what I mean. I was in a little pain my first time in the court, but I'm back with my complaint of a very special sort. There's an infestation, Judge. It's truly hard to bear. There's a critter in my trailer and it's living under there. Is it a mole? Is it a rat? He just doesn't know, but it's bigger than a cat. Mike says, is this the guy? The beaver mole guy. He was crazy the first time. Oh my, oh my. A beaver infestation is no laughing matter, but this whole dang story just gets madder and madder. The court sent an inspector to check the holes and poop, but he was hired by Mr. Weasel and I'm in a feedback loop. He's my next door neighbor, he's not insured at all. He owns another trailer park, he really has the gall. It's a major conflict of interest, it's totally absurd. He's the burglar investigating himself, take my word. Oh my God, Mike just can't breathe. A landlord inspector hired by Mr. Weasel. You won't believe it's a good thing I didn't start cocktailing before this one. The beaver mole guy is just way too much fun. The judge says, where's the escrow? The rent for November. He says, oh, I just forgot. I didn't remember. But I got it, Judge. Don't worry. The money is secure, but the inspector's report is clearly perjury for sure. I was not prepared for this. Denial of reality. I'm talking point number 17 specifically. Is it a mole? Is it a rat? He just doesn't know, but it's bigger than a cat. Mike says, is this the guy? The beaver mole guy. He was crazy the first time. Oh my, oh my. A beaver infestation is no laughing matter, but this whole dang story just gets madder and madder. The judge said, hold on, son. I'm
getting quite confused. We were talking giant beavers, now I feel a bit abused. He says my trailer's closest to the wood line and the lake. That's where the big beaver-like thing gave me a shake. But the skirting's done, so now I know the deal. The baseboards are ground zero, that's what's real.
This is one of my favorite cases. I'll say it before it's over. I might have to make a song about this beaver-loving rover. So,
Y'all behave yourself, stay out of trouble, don't get hurt. And for the love of God, don't call me, I'm on alert. Just take a damn Uber and leave me all alone with Mr. Weasel and the beaver from the Thunderdome.
All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Carmen Lober.
Ms. Lober, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Please have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you pull, you can sit wherever you're comfortable. If you would just pull the microphone closer to you, it's easier to move that than the chair. Yeah. We'll see if that's close enough.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Carmen Lober.
Do you spell your last name Lauber?
Yes.
It's indelicate, but how old are you?
54.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a direct support intake. I work with people with disability.
Okay, ma'am, we're gonna have to get you to, hold on,
Just pull it to the edge of the.
get it right up. Yeah, it's gonna be annoying to you.
Okay.
You can push it back a little bit.
Just, yeah, that's like,
Okay.
it's like right here.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, again, please, what do you do for a living?
I'm a direct support intake. I work with people with disability and mental challenges and stuff.
Do you have a history of drug use?
Yes.
When did that history begin?
6th grade, I was smoking pot, and then it just varied up through junior high and high school.
How did it vary up?
Through cocaine, through pot, through mushrooms, LSD, acid, just drinking stuff through junior high and high school.
Did it continue into adulthood?
Yes.
For how long?
For quite most of my adulthood.
Have you ever sold drugs?
Yes.
Do you have a criminal history involving drugs?
Yes.
Does it involve drug possession?
Yes.
Does it involve drug distribution?
Yes.
Do you have felony convictions for drug distribution?
Yes.
Are you currently on a type of probation for drug distribution?
Yes.
And are you on a probation for a felony drug distribution?
Yes.
Is that probation in Wasatch County's drug court?
Yes.
What is drug court?
Drug court is where you go in, they give you the tools to rehabilitate yourself. They give you groups, personal therapy, one-on-one treatment. They give you random UAs. They have you complete an MRT book, just tools to rehabilitate yourself.
When you say UAs, is that urinalysis testing
Yes.
to see if you're hot for drugs?
Yes, we would call in daily, and you would either have a number or a color. And if your color or number was called, you had to go to 5-minute clinic and do a UA.
And is the idea behind drug court that it's a rehabilitative program under court supervision?
Yes.
And that if you complete the rehabilitative part of the court supervision, there's some benefit to your pending charges?
Yes, it's a plea in advance.
Okay, and a plea in advance means it doesn't go down as a conviction.
It doesn't go on your record, yes.
Are you also pending charges in Wasatch County for marijuana possession and possession of a gun by a person who's prohibited from possessing a gun?
Yes.
Are you sober now?
Yes.
How long, ma'am, have you been sober?
A little over 4 years.
Is that the longest time in your life since 6th grade that you have been sober?
Absolutely. Except for the time I was pregnant. It's the only time I quit. And then I'd go back to being high. But yes, 4 years, a little 4 years.
Ms. Lober, I apologize for interrupting you. We're going to make a small adjustment. Turn the mic a little bit towards me. We just need to line up with your face a little better there, and then pull it forward maybe 1 inch. Okay,
I feel like it's jumping out.
yeah, you can lower it
Okay.
a little if that's a little more comfortable. There you go. Please.
Are you represented by a lawyer in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes, I am.
Are you testifying pursuant to several grants of immunity?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from Summit County?
Yes.
One of those grants of immunity in a letter from Salt Lake County?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from the federal government?
Yes.
And is there also an understanding between you and Wasatch County, or at least your attorney in Wasatch County, that there's immunity for the gun and the marijuana in Wasatch County?
Yes.
And do you have those 4 grants of immunity because you have committed crimes in connection with this case in all 4 of those jurisdictions?
Yes.
What is your understanding of those immunity agreements?
With proceeding forward with the truth, and there will be no charges filed back on me.
Do you understand that they require you, in order to avoid criminal exposure, they require you to testify today truthfully?
Yes.
Do they require you to testify today fully,
Yes.
regardless of who's asking you the questions?
Yes.
And that if you don't testify truthfully and fully, you could lose all of that immunity?
Yes.
Did your lawyer assist you in getting that immunity?
Yes.
Did he advise you of the potential criminal exposure you face if you lose that immunity?
Yes.
I need you to speak up just a little.
Yes. Sorry.
I need to remind you from time to time.
Yeah, because
It's not
it's
personal.
like, yeah, you're fine.
Did you interview with investigators before you got immunity in those cases?
Yes.
About how many times?
Six times, 6 or 7 times.
And over the course of those 6 or 7 times before you had immunity, about how many hours total did you speak with investigators?
Give or take 10, 15 hours.
Why did you speak with investigators before you were granted immunity?
Well, after they told me what I was being held for, sorry, I wanted to make sure it was the right thing to do, if this is actually what happened.
What do you mean, if this is actually what happened?
If they told me that Eric had died of an,
Well,
Your Honor, if I'm aware.
Lober, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lober, I just asked you why you testified before you had been granted immunity. You started to say that the investigators told you that Eric had died. Is that right?
yes.
Can you please pick up your testimony from there?
When they had first told me that, when they first mentioned that Eric, I already knew Eric had passed away. But when they had mentioned that it was from an overdose, that hit hard. Only for the fact that if that's what happened, I needed to step up and take accountability of my part in this that happened, or what I was asked for. At first, it took a minute to process everything.
Okay, this is getting real.
Sorry.
That's fine. Is it fair to summarize, though, that you interviewed with investigators before you had immunity, in part to take accountability for your part in Eric's death?
Yes.
Was another part of the reason you spoke with investigators prior to a grant of immunity was that you hoped you would eventually get some benefit, some grant of immunity?
Yes.
You can't
Before
get a
you
jugular
interviewed with
to testify without immunity. You can't.
investigators prior to the grant of immunity, right? The 6 interviews over 10 to 15 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Had you consulted with an attorney?
No.
Had you reviewed any materials to prepare for those interviews?
No, I was in jail. I was in, yeah.
Did you meet with your lawyer to prepare for testifying today?
No, I didn't meet him. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm confused. Sorry, ask the question.
I'll ask it again. To get ready for today, did you meet with your lawyer?
No. Oh, yes. Sorry, in the back room. Yes, sorry.
Not just today. Let me just ask generally. To prepare, you knew today was going to come, right?
Oh, yes.
In order to get ready for today, over the course of the several weeks or months, have you met with your lawyer to prepare to testify like you are now?
Yes.
In the course of that preparation, did you review any materials so that you would be ready?
Yes.
What did you review?
some of my testimonies when I was in jail and some pictures and data from cell phones and
Ma'am, did you know Kouri Richins?
yes.
How did you know her?
I worked for her aunt for LTD's personal house cleaning.
And as part of working for Kouri Richins' aunt's house cleaning business, did you clean Kouri Richins' home?
Yes. Every other Friday, unless she needed an extra clean or a deep clean.
About how long did you know Kouri Richins?
I worked for her aunt for 9 years.
And did you know Kouri Richins that whole 9 years?
Yes. We got to know each other throughout the years.
Did you also perform other cleaning services for Kouri Richins?
Yes, when I wasn't working for Doreen, I reached out to her and asked her if she had any house cleaning or landscaping or anything that she needed help with.
Did you ever discuss your drug history with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
How so?
We just talk about how how I was going in drug court and when I would graduate, and she would reach out and ask how things were going, or if we'd run into each other. I tell her I'm almost graduating.
That's the drug court in Wasatch County.
Yes.
When did you go into drug court in Wasatch County?
Late 21. I had my evaluation in 2019 and I entered in late 2021.
So then am I right that your drug court discussions with Kouri Richins would have been while you were in drug court beginning in late 2021?
Yes.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I cleaned his house, and he'd come in and he would joke with us that we were there a little later than what we should have been. And he'd tell us, get out of here, we're working past 5 o'clock, it's time to go home. So I've gone to their house with my grandkids on a barbecue when it was one of their sons' birthdays with her aunt.
Did you know that Eric Richins owned a stonemasonry business?
Yes.
Did you know any of the workers that he employed in that business?
No.
Did Kouri Richins ever ask you to purchase for her illicit drugs?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
Did you purchase illicit drugs for her?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
When you purchased illicit drugs for Kouri Richins the first time, who did you purchase the drugs from?
Susan Kohler.
When you purchased for Kouri Richins drugs the second time, who did you purchase the drugs from?
Robbie.
By Robbie, do you mean Robert Crozier?
Yes.
How about the third time?
Robbie.
The fourth time?
Robbie.
Let's please begin with the first purchase of drugs for Kouri Richins from Susan Kohler, okay? How did Kouri Richins approach you about purchasing drugs?
She had reached out and asked if I could do her a favor, and I said, yeah, probably, what is it? And then she had called me and asked me if I could reach out to somebody for some pay meds for an investor that she knew. And I told her I could see what I could do. So I knew Susan Kohler was still using at the time, an active user still. And then Susan Kohler reached back and told me she knew somebody that had some pain meds.
So
Sorry.
How did you know Susan Kohler?
She used to work. She was working for Doreen at the time.
And how did you know Susan Kohler was an active user at that time?
'Cause that's one of the reasons why I quit working with Doreen, because they were still active users.
So you had worked with her at the time?
Yes,
Knew she was an active user?
over the year, yeah.
When did Kouri Richins approach you that first time to get drugs?
February 11th, February 10th, right around there.
Was it February or was it January?
Was it early February?
Early February?
In January, early February.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Lober. I'm sitting within 3 feet of you and I
Sorry.
can't hear what you're saying. I just need you to speak loud.
Okay.
Thank you. Like louder than you just did.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
That-
sorry.
We're gonna treat that as the floor. It's that point and louder, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so sorry.
It's okay.
About what time? Month, beginning month, end of month? Is it end of January, early February, late February? When was it?
Early February.
Would that be 2022?
Yes.
How about the money for the drugs? Did Kouri Richins front you money for the drugs?
For Susan?
Susan, I'm only talking about Susan
Okay.
Kohler now. I think that might be confusing.
Yeah, no.
I'm only talking about Susan Kohler.
No, she did not. I had given Susan the money.
Okay, how much money?
$600.
What drugs did you ask Susan Kohler? What type of drug did you ask Susan Kohler for on Kouri Richins' behalf?
Just some kind of painkiller, an opiate.
Did you, and you gave Susan Kohler $600 of your money?
Yes.
What in return did Susan Kohler give you?
A couple hours later, she had returned back to my house with an envelope full of pills.
Okay, what type of envelope?
Just a mailing envelope.
The normal letter?
Just a white envelope, yeah.
Did you look in the envelope?
No.
How did you know it was full of pills?
Susan told me that's what was in there.
Did you feel the envelope?
Yeah.
Did it feel like there were pills in
Yeah,
it?
they were just little round pills.
What did you do next?
Then I had text Kouri and told her that I had got some pills for her and asked her what she wanted me to do with them. Told me she would, it was late when Susan returned, so she showed up in my driveway the next morning.
Okay, when you say she showed up in your driveway.
Kouri.
Kouri Richins showed
Yes.
up in your driveway the next morning.
Yes.
Did you hand Kouri Richins the pills that next morning in your driveway?
Yes.
Did she give you any money for those pills?
Yes. She gave me back the 600 that I put up for them.
You mentioned you have the part of this transaction with Kouri Richins and Susan Kohler involved text messages. Do you have any of those text messages?
No.
Do you know what happened to those text messages?
I deleted them
Why?
because if I had lost my phone or anybody else got a hold of my phone or anybody in drug court wanted to see my phone, it was evidence that I was not following drug court rules. I was still involved with people that were using
It was evidence that you're dealing drugs,
and
right?
participating in selling drugs.
Makes sense.
let's talk about the second time that you purchased drugs for Kouri Richins, which is am I right, the first time you purchased them from Robert Crozier?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about that first purchase from Robert Crozier. How did Kouri Richins approach you on that purchase?
She had reached out to me in text message and said that her investor needed or wanted something stronger. And I kind of told her, well, I can reach out to the people I don't know. You just can't say, hey, this is what I'm looking for. When you're buying drugs off the street, you pretty much purchase what you get. And at the time, I didn't know anybody. So I reached out to another acquaintance that I knew that was still using, which would be Nicole.
Okay. You reached out. We have to keep your voice up, please.
What's that?
Can you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Okay. So you reached out to an acquaintance of yours, Nicole, that you knew was still using, right?
Yes, at the time.
And is that Nicole Cummings?
Yes.
How did you reach out initially? How did you reach out to Nicole Cummings?
On Facebook Messenger.
Scott, can I get 3-3, please?
Scott, can we go through our normal dance? Would you disconnect? Yes, you're back here.
I don't know why that happens, but it seems that unplugging and plugging back in fixes.
Fixes everything.
There we go. For the witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just the witness.
There you are.
I know, I was like, oh, I can't see it.
You
Now
see
I
it
can,
there?
yes, now I can.
Okay. And you just, when you turn your head, the mic has to follow. There you go. Thank you.
Ms. Lober, do you recognize that document as a Facebook exchange that you had with Ms. Cummings?
Yes, it's off my Facebook Messenger.
And is that an accurate depiction of the exchange you had with Ms. Cummings?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-3 in the evidence.
No objection.
States 3-3 is admitted. Would you like to publish, Mr. Lober?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Lober, do you see there blown up out of 3-3 where it says, text me, I got a question and won't do it on this?
Yes.
Did you send that message by Facebook to Ms. Cummings?
Yes.
And it says on February the 5th, 2022. Is that when you sent it?
Yes.
Why did you send that message?
I was going to ask her if she knew anybody that had any pills.
And you didn't want to ask her over Facebook?
No,
Why not?
because once again, that's showing what I'm trying to buy. Illegal activities of drugs, buying drugs.
We couldn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Illegal activity of buying drugs.
Thanks, Scott. Did you ultimately speak to Ms. Cummings over the phone?
Yes, I did.
And what did you ask her?
If she knew anybody who had any opiate pills for sale.
And how did she respond?
She said, yes, she had a friend that could help me.
And did she identify the friend?
Yeah, she gave me his name. She said, Robbie.
And is that the Robert Crozier you've mentioned before?
Yes, it is.
Did she put you in contact with Robert Crozier?
Yeah, she gave me his number.
Did you call Robert Crozier?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did you ask Robert Crozier for?
If he knew anybody who had any pills, pain pills for sale,
And how did he respond?
he said he would reach out to a couple of people.
Did he ever get back to you after that?
Yes, he did.
When he got back to you, what did he say?
He said he had a buddy that had some fentanyl pills.
What then did you do?
I had texted Kouri back and told her that I had a friend that could get them, but they were fentanyl pills.
So you told Kouri you had a friend, a hookup for fentanyl pills.
Yes.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said, okay, go ahead and get them.
So, did you go ahead and get them?
Yes.
What was the next step in getting them?
The next step was reaching out to Robbie and tell them to go ahead and get them.
Did you arrange a time and location to purchase the pills from Robbie?
Robbie did, actually.
Okay.
Because he was coming up from up north. So he had me go to a Maverick off 126 in Draper. It was closer to his person.
Let me maybe do this one more time. The text messages between you and Robbie, do you have them?
No.
Are they deleted?
Yes.
Did you delete them?
Yes.
Because they were evidence of drug distribution?
Yes.
Objection leading.
I think you're going to testify about a lot of text messages. Did you delete them all
Yes.
for the same reason?
Exactly.
Okay, so you set up to purchase fentanyl from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper.
Yes.
Did you front the money for these?
No. That was more, way higher.
How much money was involved in this transaction?
$1,000.
How did the money come about? Who?
So I reached out to Kouri and told her yes, that it was going to be kind of pricey. And then so I asked her how she wanted me to grab them. I had to go to the house in Midway, not the mansion. It was a Midway house that she was flipping. And that the money would be in there.
Okay. So let me make sure I understand. Kouri Richins said she would leave you $1,000 at a small house in Midway.
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-12, please? Ms. Lober, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that the small house in Midway that you're thinking of?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of the small house?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 8-12.
No objection.
812 is admitted.
Ms. Lober, did you enter that house and get the $1,000?
Yes, I did.
How did you enter the house?
Kouri told me the back door was unlocked.
Was it?
Yes.
Did you enter through the back door?
Yes, I did.
Where inside the house was the money?
In a closet in a box with a couple of coffee cups.
Thanks, Scott. So once you got the money, what did you do next?
I had called Robbie and told him, okay, I had the money. How long it would take him to get down from where he was coming from.
Did you then drive to the Maverick and Draper?
I didn't drive in time. I didn't have a car.
Who drove? Did somebody drive you to the Maverick?
Yes, Nancy.
Okay. Is Nancy Peters?
Yes.
Where did she drive? Where did she pick you up?
At my house in Heber, off of Center Street.
And then she drove you from your house in Heber to Maverick and Draper?
Yes, down Provo Canyon.
Down Provo Canyon. Scott, can I get 3-7, please? Ms. Lober, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that an extraction of your some photographs on your from your cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Is that an accurate depiction of the photographs extracted from your cell phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-7 into evidence.
Your Honor, we'd object. I don't think that Ms. Lober can identify the Celebrite. Celebrite hasn't even been introduced into evidence. I suppose she could introduce the photos if they want to pull up the photos separately, but she can't identify the Celebrite, which is not
She
an
can
evidence.
identify them as photos from her cell phone, correct?
I think she can, yes, it's photos from her cell phone if they want to show the photos without it being on the Celebrite extraction.
Okay. For the moment, Scott, can you?
Your Honor, we're going photo by photo as D1, D2, D3.
Let's do that. We'll come back to this. I'm sorry, counsel, my apologies. Will you approach briefly?
Ms. Lober, those 4 photographs, do you recall where you were or where you were traveling to and from when they were taken?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what.
Can you see 3-7 on your screen?
Yes.
If we scroll down, I think is it 3 or 4 photographs? Scott, can you scroll down? Oh, there's a whole bunch. There's 6 photographs.
I see 3 on mine.
Scroll up. There's 2 pages with 3
Okay,
each.
yeah,
Is
now
that
there's
right?
total 6, yes.
Okay. And do you know where those photographs were taken?
In Nancy's car.
As you were driving from Heber to Provo Canyon? Or from Heber down through Provo Canyon to the Maverick and Draper?
Yes.
And do you see the time? Scott, if you can bring one up. Do you see the time
Oh, yes.
and day on
Yes, I do.
February the 11th, 2022, beginning at 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Is that an accurate date and time for those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, or actually, Scott, can I get 3-7 Delta 1? Is that one of those photographs?
Yes, it is.
Can I get, Scott, 3-7 Delta 2, please? Is that another one?
Yes, it is.
3-7 Delta 3, please? Are those 3 photographs accurate depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-7 Delta 1, Delta 2, and Delta 3 into evidence.
No objection.
3-7, D1, D2, and D3 are admitted.
Can we publish, Scott, 3-7 D1? Is that you in the photograph?
Yes,
Who's the dog?
that is my silver lab Hemi.
And whose car are you in?
Nancy's.
And who's driving that car?
Nancy.
Hey, D2, please, Scott. Is that you and Nancy Peterson?
Yes, it is.
Can I get D3, Scott? Another photograph of you and Nancy Peterson?
Yes, it is.
In Nancy Peterson's car,
Yes.
driving to meet up with Robert Crozier, the Draper Maverick, on February the 11th, 2022?
Yes.
Meeting, Your Honor.
He's already laid a foundation. Overruled.
On the way down, thanks, Scott. On the way down Provo Canyon to the Draper, did you text with Mr. Crozier?
Yes, I did.
What was the content of those texts?
Just how far out are you? How long is it going to take?
On the way down Provo Canyon, were you texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What was the context of those texts?
Sorry, it's taken long. I'm headed there now. I'll let you know when I leave the Maverick.
Did you end up meeting with Mr. Crozier at the Maverick?
Yes, I did.
What happened once you two met there?
He would text me and tell me what kind of vehicle he was in. I would tell him what I was in. He came up to the window. I gave him the money. He told me he'd be back like in 20, 25 minutes. And then he left the Maverick.
So the money that you gave him was the $1,000 you got from that small Midway house?
Yes.
Did he ultimately return?
Yes, he came back.
Did he have anything with him when he returned?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
He handed me a little clear baggie with some pills in it, little round pills.
Can you describe, please, the baggie?
Just a little clear baggie. Clear like a plastic cup clear. You could see it through it.
Okay. Small, big, like
Just a small.
what's small?
Kind of small, like, you know, if you buy a shirt and it has an extra button in it, that kind of size.
Gotcha. Did you see about how many pills were inside that baggie?
No, I didn't sit there and count them. It was 15 to 20 is what he told me.
Did you said they were circular?
Yes, just round.
Did you notice their color?
Kind of light green.
What did you do once he gave you the pills?
Left.
Left to where?
Back up through Provo Canyon, back up to my house in Heber.
On the way back to your home in Heber, did you exchange text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did.
What was the content of those messages?
I let her know that I had him. What did she want me to do with them? I really didn't want them with me at my house.
Did she tell you what she wanted you to do with those pills?
She responded back with, take him over to the Midway house, put him in a shed. There was 3 sheds on that property. I didn't feel comfortable leaving him in the shed out in the open. So I went to the fire pit and kind of dug a little hole and put the gravel back on top of it and then kind of turned a brick to the side to kind of cover it up.
Scott, can you bring up 8-13, please? Miss Lober, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
That is the house in Midway.
Is it the backyard of the house?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of that backyard?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 813 into evidence.
No objection.
8-13 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom. Is that the shed that you just referenced?
Yes.
Is that the fire pit that you just referenced?
Yes, it is.
So you put the pills that Robert Crozier sold you, the Draper Maverick, in that fire pit?
Yes.
There's no fire. At the time.
Not at the time, no. There was no fire.
I want to pause on the drug deals for a minute, okay? So we've got the Susan Kohler drug deal, the first Crozier drug deal, right?
Mhm.
Pause. Scott, can you bring up 2-33, please? Can you split screen it with 2-34, please? Ms. Lober, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
Letters from Kouri saying I did some community hours.
Did Kouri Richins give you those letters?
Yes, she did.
Are they accurate depictions of the letters that she handed you?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state moves 233 and 234 into evidence.
No objection other than previous objection that is ongoing.
It's preserved by the record. It's been ruled upon. Court stands upon that ruling. Forgive me, the 2-33 and 2-34 are admitted.
We publish those, Scott, please, and split the screen. You mentioned, Ms. Lober, that those are community service. Those are letters, I guess, evidencing perhaps community service.
Yes.
What's the
I'm
genesis?
so sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
Yeah, we just need you to speak a little louder.
What's the genesis of these letters? Why these letters?
I was late for a couple of groups, so I got sanctioned from drug court to do 10 hours of community service.
Okay. So groups, do you mean group therapy sessions?
Yes.
And because you were late to court-ordered, they're court-ordered, aren't they?
Yes.
Because you were late to court-ordered group therapy sessions in drug court, am I right, the judge sanctioned you to community service?
Yes.
Then did you approach Kouri Richins about getting community service letters?
I had asked her if she knew anywhere I could get a letter with a head on it saying that I did some community hours.
Okay. Scott, maybe pick the one on the left and blow it up so that we can just read it a little bit easier. Thank you. Is the other one similar? Maybe you can just flip it out. Yep. Ms. Lober, did Kouri Richins hand you those letters?
Yes.
Did you perform that community service?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever stepped foot on a Circle R ranch?
No, I have not.
Did you submit those community service letters to the drug court in Wasatch County?
Yes, I did.
How'd that go?
Not too well. I ended up in jail for a day and
What?
got more community hours.
Ms. Lober, you were in drug court on a felony drug distribution charge, right?
Yes.
You just testified that you bought drugs for Kouri Richins,
Yes.
which is more drug distribution, right?
Yes.
And you just submitted a fake letter, 2 fake letters, to the drug court judge, right?
Yes.
Why on earth would you do that?
Well, obviously didn't have time to do my community hours because I was reaching out to Robbie Kazera and picking up pills.
But why would you try to put one over on the court at all?
In the early stages of addiction, when you're slowly getting clean, you still test the waters. You're not ready to surrender yet. You're not sure about how much you can get away with and what you can't get away with.
So at that point in time, did you think you could get away with more drug distribution and fake letters?
No, not get away with it.
But you tried.
Yes, I did.
Have you since surrendered to drug court?
Absolutely.
Let's turn back to the drug deals. We've been through the first one with Miss Kohler and the second drug deal, but the first drug deal with Robert Crozier. Let's turn to the second drug deal with Robert Crozier, okay? You all right? I'll take a minute.
No.
Did there come a time when Kouri Richins again approached you for illicit drugs?
Yes.
If you want to take a minute, let me know.
No, I'm good. I'm fine.
Do you recall about when that second time with Mr. Crozier was?
Still in February. I'm not exactly sure of the date.
I'm so sorry. Would you just say whatever you just said again a little bit louder?
I said I'm not quite sure of the date.
When Kouri Richins approached you that second time involving Mr. Crozier, what did she ask for?
She said her investor needed something a little bit stronger. And I proceed to tell her, like, it's not something you can just, when you're buying something off the street that's man-made, you just don't say, hey, this is what I want to order. She told her you get what you get.
Did there come a time when she asked you for the Michael Jackson stuff?
Yes.
Was that this time?
Yes.
What did you understand the Michael Jackson stuff to mean?
I actually wasn't sure. I had to Google it.
So you said there was ultimately this third buy from Robert Crozier. Did Kouri Richins give you the money up front for the third buy?
Yes, it was the Midway house still.
Was it the same way she?
Same little house in Midway.
Okay.
Back door.
Did you enter the back door of that little
Yes.
house in Midway?
Yes.
Did you get some money?
Yes.
Do you remember about how much?
About $1,000.
Was it cash?
Yes.
Was it cash the other time also?
Yes.
Once you got the $1,000 out of the small Midway house, what did you do?
I texted Robbie.
What did you say? What did you set up with Robbie over text?
Just saying, hey, does your friend still have any of those left? And then of course, it doesn't happen right then and there. I could text him, he'd say, I'll get back to you in a couple of days, I'll see what I can find out. So then when Robbie texted me back, I let Kouri know that I could get him, and then head back down, had Nancy take me once again down Provo Canyon to the Maverick on 126th.
Just like the time before.
Yes.
Like before, were you texting with Robert Crozier on the way down the canyon?
Yes.
And what was the content of those texts?
Same text. How much longer? How far out are you? Because he always had to find a ride as well.
Were you texting on the way down Provo Canyon with Kouri Richins
Yes,
What was the content of those texts?
same thing. Sorry it's taken long. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I'll keep you posted.
When you arrived at the Maverick, were you still texting with both Robert Crozier and Kouri Richins?
Yes, I would text Robbie and tell him I'm here at the Maverick. How much farther out are you? Same routine. He'd come up to the car, I'd give him the money, he'd leave again for 20, 25 minutes, then he'd come back. And then he'd give me the little clear baggie with pills in it, and then we'd go our separate ways.
Can you please describe the baggie?
Clear little baggie. Just a small little clear baggie. As if you were putting an extra button in it.
Same as last
year. Yes.
Do you recall about how many pills?
15 to 20. I never stopped and counted them, but that's what he told me was in the baggie.
Were they round again?
Yes.
What color were they?
A lighter blue.
Once you received the pills from Robert Crozier, what did you do?
Text Kouri and told her I was headed back up Provo Canyon. And sorry, it was getting late. So what does she want me to do with them?
Okay. Did you text with Kouri Richins on your way back up Provo Canyon to Heber?
Yes.
When you got back up to Heber, what did you do?
Oh, went to my house in Heber.
Did you still have the pills with you?
Yes.
What ultimately did you do with the pills?
Well, it was Nancy that drove me, so I had taken her to my house. Wait, hold on, I'm getting confused. Hold on a sec.
Take a minute.
This is a lot. Hold on. Okay, sorry. You can repeat the question.
So, sure, the second buy from Robert Crozier, you went back up, Provo came into your house in Heber. Nancy Peterson was driving, right?
Yeah.
And you had the pills with you when you arrived back at your home in Heber. And the question is, what did you do with the pills?
I had them with me.
Did you hold on to them?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
I had given Nancy a couple for taking me because that was her drug of choice at the time. Not very long.
What did you do with them?
I reached out to Kouri and asked her what she wanted me to do with them because I didn't like having them on me.
What did she respond?
That she would come pick them up.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
Where did she pick them up?
In my house in Heber, in my driveway. She picked him up in my house in my driveway in Heber.
Okay, so we've been through the first purchase from Susan Kohler, and the first purchase from Robert Crozier, the second purchase from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And that second purchase was the end of February?
Yes.
Before Eric Richins' death, did you buy any other drugs from Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Before Eric Richins' death?
Oh, no. They were just, wait, now you confused me. Can you ask me again?
This Lober, my apologies. Pause for 1 second. Hold that mic a little closer to you. We're having trouble hearing you. If you would re-ask that question, Mr. Bloodworth, please.
Yes. You testified about 2 drug buys from Robert Crozier, right?
Yes.
Other than those 2 drug buys, before Eric Richins' death, did you ever buy drugs from Robert Crozier before?
Have I ever bought any from him?
Do you remember when Eric Richins died?
Early March.
Before Eric died, how many times did you buy drugs from Robert Crozier?
Twice.
Any more than twice before Eric died?
No,
those
just
2
the
times.
twice.
Before Eric died, have you ever been, other than those 2 times, to the Maverick and Drake?
No.
You just said Eric died in early March, right?
Yes.
Do you recall when you learned that Eric died?
It was one of Doreen's employees that had told me that Eric had passed away.
And do you recall how soon after Eric's death she told you that?
It was a day or 2 after.
Did you ever speak with Kouri Richins about Eric's death?
Yes, I did.
When?
A couple of days after.
Where were you when you spoke with Kouri Richins the first time about Eric's death?
I was with my friend Nick and we were on our way to do a UA for drug court.
Is Nick Bond Savage?
Yes, it is.
And the UA again is a urinalysis.
Yes, it is.
So you and Nick were together. Were you on a way? Were you driving to the UA?
Yes.
When you had that conversation with Kouri Richins about Eric's death, were you on speakerphone?
Yes.
Could Nick hear the conversation?
Yes.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about Eric's death?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her?
I said, please tell me these pills were not for him.
Did she respond?
She did.
How did she respond?
She said, no, they were not. Eric passed away from a brain aneurysm.
Did there come a time after that conversation where you asked whether Eric died from those pills? Or you asked Kouri Richins whether Eric died from those pills? Did there come a time after that conversation when Kouri Richins again asked you to purchase drugs from her?
Yes.
How did she ask?
She asked me if I still had the hookup or my friend.
Scott, can I get 2-44? If you look down that column labeled description, Ms. Lober, do you recognize that as a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Is this an accurate text exchange? An accurate depiction of the text exchange?
Yes, it is.
And did it occur on March the 7th, or sorry, March the 6th and into the 7th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Does it accurately show the type of message and whether it's an incoming message or an outgoing message?
Yes, it does.
Does it actually accurately show the sending party, the from party and the receiving party, the to party?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-44 into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor. Celebrate extraction has not been admitted into evidence, and she cannot identify a celebrate extraction where it came from.
Please.
Ma'am, are you a whore?
I apologize for that. Please rise, stretch your legs. You folks are taking a break.
And then Brad tried backing up, and I started to say,
Everybody have a seat. Carmen, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to go wait in the lobby, okay? Just for a moment. I need to have a conversation about some legal issues. I need to make sure that that conversation does not pollute or affect your memory in any way. Mr. Moffett, you can't counsel her regarding her testimony during the break. Understood, sir. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, if you would please, however the form of it you wanted to admit to the published to the jury and admit it as an exhibit, would you put that form on the screen? So we're all talking about the same thing at the same time.
Your Honor, it is there now.
Okay, so it's the zoom in that we're currently looking at, rows 1 through 5.
All right, we can back it out so you can see the whole form.
Is this the page? Is it one page?
It's two pages.
so it did say celebrate. I thought it did.
Please pause.
I'm sorry.
Okay. You want to, I'm sorry, I don't have control yet. State's Exhibit 2-44 is a 2-page exhibit that says Cellbrite Extraction Report at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you'd like to admit this 2-page extraction report through this witness, not just the content of the text messages and the metadata regarding to, from, whatever.
Your Honor, the state wants to admit the content. Now, I can see the 244 at the top is labeled with Celebrite's branding. You know, if we were to, for example, redact the labeling, that's fine. But the content.
The distinction, I apologize for interrupting you, so I can just provide a little more context for my question. The distinction I'm drawing is the previous photographs. We admitted just the photographs,
yes,
not the report from which the photographs were derived.
Correct.
Here, it seems we're doing something, the state is proposing to do something different. That is, admit the report, not just the content. That is the photographs in my analogy.
That is correct, but the state proceeded to just admit the thumbnails as photographs simply to keep things moving along, not because the state thinks that the report is inadmissible. The state just didn't want to bog down in this discussion.
May we do the same now, understanding that the state's ultimately, as I understand your position at sidebar, are going to be, we have another witness that's going to get this report and many others in.
Yes, Your Honor. That is why I think the way we can do that is to just redact the heading. And that leaves us with nothing but content without identifying the source of the content. But Ms. Lober has already authenticated the content itself.
Ms. Lewis, if you'd put your position on the record.
On the record, Your Honor, this is a Cellbrite report that has not been admitted. We don't have testimony as to how it was extracted. We don't have testimony as to what it is, and it's not authenticated. That can come in through a later witness. I agree. That witness probably should have been called first, but was not. You're right that now we're doing something different than we did on the prior report. And I don't think just extracting Cellbrite, the word Cellbrite, solves the problem. You ruled from the bench just a minute ago that this could be used as an impeachment document.
I did not. I said specifically you cannot use it if it's not admissible because there's no foundation for it.
Well, then we discussed it further, and you said go ahead and show it to her and ask her if she remembers it, and then the text.
That was not in the context of impeachment. That was in the context of Mr. Bloodworth and his direct using it to refresh a recollection of a witness who may not specifically recall the content.
I misspoke. That's what I meant. To use it to refresh her recollection. And you ruled that that would be appropriate. Well, then Mr. Bloodworth attempted to change your ruling, which happens a lot, which is what
Don't do
gets
that.
me.
Please stay
Well, that's what
focused.
gets me frustrated.
Please stay focused.
I think your ruling was appropriate, that it can be used to refresh your recollection. Discuss this, you ruled, and I think your ruling should stand.
You understand that this will limit your use of this document in impeachment?
That's fine.
Okay. Blair, any further record?
Yes, Your Honor. To use the photograph analogy, it doesn't matter who took the photograph. If somebody was there to observe the content of the photograph, they can impeach it, or they can authenticate it. That is what we have here. Carmen Lober was a participant in this text message exchange. She can authenticate it. And that is the only substance in this report. She has authenticated 100% of the substance of this report.
Are you comfortable presenting it to her as, this is a document? Does this document match your recollection of text messages you had with this person on this day?
Your Honor, not only am I comfortable with it, that is precisely what I did when I had her authenticated.
Okay.
And how it was extracted doesn't matter. That is when you don't have a witness who was present to authenticate it.
I understand.
Okay.
I hear you saying if you had a screen grab of text bubbles from a phone and her testimony was the same, like, I remember this.
Yes.
I remember this exchange on this day at this time. You would seek to admit the bubble as a document that she laid foundation for.
Correct. Regardless of who took the screenshot of the bubbles. Right here, Celebrate took the screenshot of the bubbles. Doesn't matter.
I understand the state's position. Ms. Lewis, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So the defense has a thought-provoking argument that including all the stuff in the header gives this document some imprimatur of technical proficiency or additional weight regarding which this witness has not laid foundation. So State's Exhibit 2-44, just the table, not anything from that blue line in the header or above, Scott, may come in through this witness. Yeah, show me page 2, Scott. Mr. Bloodworth, any further record regarding the court's ruling?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis. We didn't read /7 by itself, didn't come in. It was D1, D2, D3 only. Yeah, but those photographs I don't think had.
Nothing further.
Did they? No, yeah, okay. So we have, I'm really just talking to Scott at the moment. It's going to stay this way, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And can you, the state, at some point before tomorrow morning, print this version of 2-44, understanding this may be mooted through Mr. Katradimos at some point, but.
Yeah, let's do that, Your Honor. Let's label this 2-44 Romeo R.
Okay.
To denote it as a redacted version of 244.
Got it. Okay, Brittany, do you need anything else for the record? All right, what I would like to do, counsel, is complete the, well, you know, we've taken want to take a restroom break now, and then we'll just go directly from direct into cross. Ms. Lewis, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, listen, nobody can talk to Ms. Lober out in the lobby. Please, no appearances of contact with Ms. Lober. Let's take a break until 2:10. Thank you. Court's in recess.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Kouri Richins trial with us. But I'll tell you what a lot of these trials remind me of, the ones that we cover? It reminds me that the world is very unpredictable. And I will tell you, having a great lawyer matters when life
Frost. Greatest poet in the world. Are y'all related?
Not that I know.
As you know, you were charged here with this third-degree felony of evading arrest or detention with a motor vehicle. And also, there looks like a new, an old 93 conviction out of Harris County of illegal possession of controlled substance. So if this third-degree felony, you were found guilty of this in paragraph 1, paragraph 2 could be used to enhance your punishment from a third-degree felony to a second-degree felony, which carries with it up to 20 years in prison. Because of this prior conviction, if it's true, you are not eligible for probation in front of a jury. So those are all things that you have to take into account when you make decisions at 1:48 in the morning. Okay. What are we going to do today? Mr. Turk is here representing him. Have you had a chance to speak with him? How'd that go? Good? He seems like a friendly guy. He's a smart guy. What are you going to do today?
I think the state has.
This is Zach's fault as usual. Thank you, Zach, for providing this. It looks good. I think it'll fit in here.
Has some input that they would like the court to know.
I don't know.
I mean, we would like to resolve it today and make the plea, but I think the state has an objection to it.
Right. There was a previously submitted offer to the defense by the previous DA. I'm going to have to withdraw that offer based on information that I received this morning. The defendant is currently on probation. And
where?
Here. This probation officer, state jail felony of death. We took care of it in December.
That revocation.
Revocation.
Because
what did he end up getting? Sentence? A year or 6 months?
It was 2 over 5.
Well, yeah, I think that was the probation for the state jail felony.
Right, state jail
probation.
felony.
There was a revocation. The revocation was dismissed because he was supposed to go to JCDI.
What was the state jail felony for?
Theft.
Theft of property. And so, unfortunately, currently has a pending, this case, the evading, which would not allow JCDI to accept him. And so we're back here on this now, and then
he's tested positive recently for methamphetamine, and so I'm going to.
Okay, while on bond.
While on bond, Joe.
I don't think anybody told me about that.
This was just I just found out.
I tested positive yesterday.
That's why I didn't know about it. Yeah. You know, a condition of your bond is number 1, don't commit any offenses, and that's an offense.
Can I speak? Can I pretty speak?
Yeah, I'd run it by your lawyer before, let him screen it before you. Everything you say to me, that's on the record. Yeah. Everything you say to me, I can put into the calculation of what I'm going to do next. But since we've been talking here, one fire has now gone into 3 fires.
Yes.
You got a bond issue with me now. Plus, you got a motion to revoke probation, I guess that's going to come down the pike on the state jail felony. Plus, you got this, which means you really have to heed the advice that your attorney is going to be giving you, because you have 3 fires here to fight. So he's your fireman, as it were. Well, that's the way to do it. I mean, he's going to guide you out of this mess. First thing you have to do is quit making mistakes like this. You know, mistakes have consequences that can, it's like you touch the stove. You know you got burnt in the possession. You're touching this. You've quit touching the stove, and now you are embracing the stove. It's going to burn more of you. Well, that's a way I try to explain. Don't do that. Stay away from the hot stove like you're supposed to. Today, what do you want to do before I go into all the other stuff I'm going to have to do?
Well, obviously, Judge, we'd like to reset because anticipating a motion to revoke his current probation would probably affect whatever offer they may or may not, the state may or may not give on the current evading case as well.
All right. You're going to need some time.
Yes, sir.
Here, we've got to deal with this probation matter. What do you have for me? You can give to me so I can look at it. If anything, on this positive test. What's his bond right now on this plea?
And Judge, but he has been in court every time he.
That's not.
I know. I'm just letting him know. He's been involved. I'm just
that's okay. It's it's committing crimes that I'm concerned about too. And
yes, sir. So last time he did test positive was yesterday. He said he used on Saturday the 21st. He says he uses it after chemotherapy.
Yeah.
And my only concern is that he says his wife also uses and his son uses as well. And they both live with him.
Well, my son uses marijuana.
Son uses marijuana. And they both live with him.
well, I didn't approve it. The meth. I didn't approve methamphetamine. And I know cancer treatment has some prescriptions. I'm not aware that methamphetamine is being used, but it didn't run by me. There are other things you can use, I guess. I'm not sure methamphetamine is the proper, is what a doctor would prescribe, actually. There's other things that they use for those kinds of treatments, but that's not it. Do you have something in writing? Can you make a copy of that for me? Because I want to put it into the record. We're going to call that Court's Exhibit 1 on this hearing. Mr. Frost, your bond is revoked. It was, how much did you say? 10,000? It is revoked. Now it's $20,000. This is just going to run you out of money. Plus, you're going to have a drug patch as a condition of any bond. These are clear. And where'd you get the methamphetamine from? Your wife, where'd she get it?
I've been out of commission.
Sir?
I've been out of commission with this cancer.
Sir? Where did she get it?
I don't know. She goes on the street.
Okay. All right. That's okay. That's okay. You live with it? Do y'all cohabitate? How long have you been married?
25 years.
And you don't know where your wife is getting methamphetamine. 25 years, quarter of a century, live together. Well, color me disbelieving.
I understand.
That's those are the findings of the court. You're going to be put into custody. What do you want to do next, Mr. Turk?
Wait for the motion.
First of all, I can't do anything until he tests negative for drugs. Even if you wanted to do something today, but what do you want to do?
Reset, Judge, and anticipate.
How long?
How long until? Do we have, say, 2 months? Considering it's, you got to file your motion, and we have to look into it. I mean, a month is fine, Judge. But I'm just being realistic about how this is going to work out.
State has also discovered that the defendant has 3 prior felonies from different counties as well. So, like you're aware of that.
So, well, I mean, are those felonies that could make him an habitual felon?
Yes, Judge.
Fine. Well, she's saying that you're headed for a minimum of 25 years to life imprisonment now. Minimum of 25. Which is, that's a calculus. It's the circumstances of the crime and criminal history. Those are the 2 portions that take part into the equation of what your sentence should be. Okay.
Here's one.
I'm calling this.
Okay.
1, 2. You have a copy for Mr. Turk on this, or I'll make it. I'll make you a copy, okay, Frank? And I'm going to call this Court's Exhibit 1 on this day.
Oh, I lied. I didn't know from
You didn't lie.
Sorry.
Say you lie when it's not intentional.
Please, I didn't realize I needed probation too. Criminal influence.
I'll work with her. So,
That email, I told them she couldn't go. But
Okay, so what's the deal with your son? Your son lives with you as well, right?
Well, my wife and my son fight mental illness.
I'm sorry?
They both fight mental illness. They both go to MHMR. They both live with multi-tenancy.
Okay. Is your son on a probation right now on anything?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Court's exhibit number 1, which consists of 5 pages, is drug history on page 1, then a Community Supervision and Corrections Department of Jefferson County admittance of drug or alcohol usage, where the defendant has admitted to the use of methamphetamine on the 25th day yesterday. And he tested positive for the drug screen. Results from yesterday show positive for methamphetamine. And then there are 2 additional pages of findings by the probation office. That's all part of Court's exhibit number 1. It's made a part of the record for this case 25 CR 1006. I'm going to reset this for 4 weeks. Okay. And the defendant is taken into custody, and the findings and orders of the court of his drug patch will be required. All right. Who's next?
Thank you for the reminder. All right, Ms. Lober, I'll give you the early warning. Just get close to the microphone. I
Sorry.
appreciate it. Thank
It just
you.
feels like it's so
I
in
know.
my face.
You'll get used to it.
Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lober, you are still under oath. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed. We have 2-44R queued up. Would you like to publish that to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. You hesitated. We don't have to do that. Did you want to go somewhere else first?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, any further record on this?
Nothing more for the record, no.
Understood. Let's publish 244 now. 244R, my apologies.
Ms. Lober, you just testified that you recognized a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins beginning on the 6th of March, continuing on to the 7th of March. Is this that text message exchange?
Yes, it is.
Now, Ms. Lober, you had testified that Kouri Richins had asked you if you still had your hookup. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the text message where Ms. Richins asked you if you still had your hookup?
Yes, it is.
And when you received that text message from Kouri Richins, what did you do?
I messaged back to her, text back.
And did you ultimately arrange to buy illicit drugs from Mr. Crozier the third time?
Yes.
After that, do you still have your hookup text exchange? Did you speak with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, about a drug buy? What was that conversation about?
That I could reach out to Robbie again.
And how did Kouri Richins respond?
Okay. Same routine.
Same routine.
Mm-hmm.
So did Kouri Richins then provide you with money to buy drugs?
Yes.
How so?
In the house to Midway.
I'm sorry.
Wait. Sorry, what?
Did Kouri Richins give you money to buy drugs that last time from Mr. Crozier, right? I'm talking about the third drug buy from Mr. Crozier now, after Eric's dead.
Oh, no, she gave me, she told me that the investor would leave money under her doormat at her house.
The investor would leave money under the doormat of her house for you to buy drugs?
Yes, in Camas. Her house in Camas.
So did you go to her house and pick up that money?
Yes, I was with Nick. Nick drove me.
Okay, is this the same Nick Bonsavage?
Yes.
That was in the car when you asked her whether the pills caused Eric's death?
Yes.
So Nick drove you from where?
Nick picked me up in my house in Heber, and then we headed to the backside of Jordanelle to the house in Camas.
Kouri Richins' house in Camas?
Yes, Corey and Eric's house in Camas.
Did you check under the mat at the front door for the money?
Yes, I went to the door, looked at the mat, there was nothing there. So I kind of looked at Nick and kind of shrugged my shoulders and ran around to the back door to see if there was anything under the mat there. There was nothing there. So I ran back to the front and I kind of threw my hands in the air to Nick, like, what do I do? And I went up and rang the doorbell. It took Corey a minute to get to the door. She answered it. She told me to come inside. I told her the money wasn't there. I gave her a hug and asked how she was doing. And then I told her the money wasn't there. And then she asked if she could write me a check. So then she went over to her kitchen counter and grabbed. I had to go to the bank and cash the check. I was in the negative, so they had me deposit some to clear up my negative balance. And then they gave me the remaining balance of $1,000.
Okay, when did you go to the bank in relation to picking up the check?
The day of.
So you picked up the check?
Yeah, that morning,
Did
yes.
you go straight to the bank?
Yes, I did.
And who drove you there?
Nick.
Okay.
Seriously?
You see where the date says March 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Is that the date that you picked up the check, went straight to the bank and deposited it?
Yes.
Deposited 300 of it and took out 1,000 in cash? Does that
Yes,
sound
I
right?
did. Yes.
Okay.
Did you put for drugs to kill my husband in the memo?
Once you deposited a portion of the check at the bank, cashed the remainder, what did you do next?
Nick and I drove down Provo Canyon, touching bases with Robbie. He said it was taking longer than he thought, so Nick and I went out to a couple of thrift stores.
Where did you go to thrift stores?
In Orem County.
You said you were texting with Robbie Crozier as you were driving again down through Provo Canyon and as you were in Orem
Same
County?
routine.
Same routine.
Yes.
Were you also texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I was.
Did, like before, you meet up with Robert Crozier at that same Maverick and Draper?
See Maverick off 126, yes.
What happened when you met up with him?
Same routine, but a little bit different. We waited there for a minute. He left for 20 minutes, came back, and said he couldn't get his friend to answer the door if we wanted to follow him. So we followed him down the road to a couple of townhouses or duplexes. I didn't go to the door with him. We parked down the street, but we could see what complex he walked into. And then we waited there about 20 minutes to a half hour. And I kept texting him like, hey, this is taking too long. It's too late. I don't like sitting out here. Just wrap it up. Let's go. And then he texts back. He's like, no, I got my friend. He was asleep. I finally woke him up.
Okay, had you already given Robert Crozier money before he went into the townhouse?
Yes.
How much?
The 1,000. Well, no, it was only 900 because Nick got 3. I put 3 in my checking, my bank account, and Nick got 3, and then he got the remaining balance.
You know that math does not add up.
Sorry, hold on. I put 3 in my account. Nick got 3, so Robbie got the remaining balance.
He got the rest.
Yes.
Can we call that 700?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I had to count on my fingers. I'm like, yes.
When Robert Crozier came back out of the townhouse, did he have anything with him?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
A clear little baggie with 15 to 20 pills in it.
Same kind of clear little baggie as before?
Yes.
Were the pills round?
Yes.
Just like before?
Yes.
What was the color?
A little darker blue.
What did you do once you received the pills from Robert Crozier?
Left.
Where did you go?
Back up Provo Canyon with Nick. Nick had dropped me off. It was late. So Nick had dropped me off. Nick went home. I went into my house, texted Kouri, told her I have him. What does she want me to do with him? And then same routine back to the Midway house.
Did you text with Kouri Richins back up through the Provo Canyon?
Yes.
Towards Heber?
Yes.
And then you ultimately left those pills at the Midway house?
Yes. In the closet on the right up above. Like you walk in the kitchen and there was a door put on top of the closet.
Is that the same closet where you previously gotten money from?
Yes.
After that, did you ever have any additional drug deals with Robert Crozier?
No, I did not.
Have you ever been back to that Maverick in Draper?
No, I have not.
So am I right that the only 3 times you dealt drugs with Crozier were the 3 that you just testified?
Yes.
And the only 3 times you've been at that Draper Maverick were the 3 times to which you just testified?
Yes.
Did Mr. Crozier continue to hit you up for more drug deals?
Later on, he did. He said that his buddy had some more. And if my friend needed any more.
When he told you that, what did you do?
I reached out to Kouri and told her, hey, my friend said that his buddy has more if your friend needed anything.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said, no, her investor had left town.
Thank you, ma'am. I do not have any further questions for you at the moment, but I'm sure defense counsel will, okay?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lober.
You just
Does that work?
yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Lober.
Good afternoon.
My name is Wendy Lewis. I am one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. I'm going to hand you some binders. We're gonna go old school here.
Oh my gosh.
These are okay.
You can put it over here.
I'm going to ask you to refer to
I don't
these as we talk. These are the transcripts of the interviews that you did in April and May of 2023. All right, and just to help you out here, take a look. Here's the first 2 interviews. And we're tabbed here, interview 1 with the date, interview 2. All right.
Okay.
This is interview, we've got the dates, March 3rd and 4th.
Okay.
This is separate. This is the interview from March 10th. Do you want to just set that aside so we get to that? And then your last 2 interviews, 13th and 14th, are right here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to be referring to that.
Well, that's a lot.
All right, so according to your testimony that you just gave, when you were arrested in April of 2023, between April of 23 and May of 23, you had 7 interviews with, it was Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, and then there were some other people too, but those were the 2 main ones, correct?
Yes.
All right. So since that time, since the last interview that we have a transcript of, May 13th, 2023, how many times have you met with, we're going one at a time, how many times have you met with Detective O'Driscoll?
While I was incarcerated?
No, after you got out.
After? There was a couple of times.
Couple. Okay.
Yes.
So,
I mean, I'm not sure on the numbers. It was a while back.
in what circumstances did you meet with him?
They would come and they would check on my ankle monitor when I was on my ankle monitor. Sometimes it wasn't charging. Sometimes they swing by and ask me a couple questions.
Questions about the case?
Just about my part.
Okay. So about the things you're testifying about?
Yes.
All right. And you say they, was that Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard together?
Yes.
Did you always meet with them together or did you sometimes meet with them separately?
No, they were always together.
Always together.
Mm-hmm.
And so they came to your house a couple. What does a couple mean 2 or does a couple mean 5? Does a couple mean, what does that mean to you?
We can go out on them and say maybe 3 or 4 times.
3 to 4 times. And they would talk to you about your testimony during those visits sometimes?
Not really my testimony. They'd ask, if the question came up like, hey, where was you at this time? Stuff like that.
Okay. Do you know if they recorded any of those conversations with you?
I do believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
You think they were recorded?
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Did they call you on the telephone after you were released?
No, I kept in touch with them with ankle monitor.
So you called them on the telephone?
No.
Oh,
I was just being tracked by ankle monitor with them.
All right. Did they drive you places?
They did when I was in jail. They drove
Right.
me sometimes up to this courthouse.
And, okay. And after you were out, did they drive you to Wasatch County Courthouse?
They did a couple of times when reporters were there.
All right. When you were in the car, did they have conversations with you?
No.
All right. What other people from Summit County Sheriff's Office, if any, besides Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll, did you talk to?
Were there detectives?
Yes. Were there any others?
No.
All right. Have you met with the prosecutors in this case, either Mr. Bloodworth or anyone else?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
There was an initial meeting when this case first came up here with Bloodworth, and then a couple times over the last couple weeks.
So when you met with them over the last couple of weeks, was that to go over your testimony?
Yes.
Did they practice your testimony with you in those meetings?
They kind of prepared me for what kind of, I don't know what the word I'm thinking of. They kind of prepared me a little bit of it.
Did they review your answers with you?
Pause for 1 second, Nicholas. I apologize for the interruption. Hold the mic a little bit to your left. Yeah, you can move the lighter, sit down.
Okay.
There you go. Now pull the mic more in front of you.
Yeah.
Let's try that. I'm sorry, if you ask
Sorry,
your
go
last
ahead.
question one more time.
Did they review your answers with you?
Yes.
All right. So they reviewed with you when the drug buys happened, correct?
They would ask me the questions and I would answer.
Did they correct you if they thought you were If they thought your answer was wrong?
Not really, no.
All right. Did they practice cross-examination with you?
Yes.
So they did we call it a mock cross. Someone pretended to cross-examine you, is that fair?
Yeah, they kind of just brought up how you were going to bring up my past, how I was going to feel.
Okay. That's all?
Yes.
Okay. Did they tell you how to answer the questions that I might be asking you?
No.
They didn't give you any advice on how to answer the questions.
No.
Did they help you put the pieces together so you would remember what to testify to?
Actually, I'm the one that's asked, like, if I needed to know Robbie, I put in my phone, like, obviously it says Kouri, Doreen's niece, Robbie, Nicole's friend, just stuff like that.
Wait a minute, I don't know if I understood your answer to my question. So my question was, did they help put the pieces together for you for your testimony, and what was your answer?
I said I'm the one that asked for pictures and stuff like that.
So you asked them to help put the pieces together for you.
I don't know if it was actually helping me put the pieces together. Kind of refresh my memory a little bit. It happened a long time ago.
That's true. This happened almost 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And your original interviews with detectives was almost 3 years ago.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna get back to that. Who else have you spoken to about your testimony in this case?
Nobody.
Well, now,
When I was in jail, when I was incarcerated,
okay, in jail, who did you speak to about that you were going to be cooperating?
there was O'Driscoll, Maynard, and I can't remember the lady that came from the feds, but I didn't really talk to her.
That would be Ms. Whistler.
I cannot remember her
Okay,
name.
we'll get back to that too. Will you talk to Nick Von Savage that you were cooperating in this case during the time you were in jail?
Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
Okay, so you told your best friend that you were cooperating.
Yes.
And you told your best friend, man, I don't even remember what happened. You got to help me out here, right?
Just in the part where in the car, yes.
Okay. Because Nick was with you one of the times you met Robbie Crozier.
Yes.
And you had Nick help you remember that because you did not remember that. Specifically, you did not remember the dates, right?
I don't remember the dates exactly, no.
Okay. Today you remember the dates
Well, yeah.
because they were told to you.
But no, the more you think about it, the more it pops up.
Okay. All right. So the dates you couldn't remember 3 years ago, you thought you remember them now.
Yes.
All right. We'll get back to that. Ms. Crozier, do you have mental health diagnoses?
Do I what?
Any mental health diagnoses?
No.
You're not diagnosed with any mental health problems?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
What about anxiety?
Yeah.
Do you take medication for that?
Not so much anymore, no.
Okay. Are you on any medications today?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about drug court. So in 2021, you were given the opportunity to participate in the Wasatch County Drug Court.
Yes.
All right. And that is an opportunity, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you were allowed to go to drug court, you had been arrested for a number of felonies.
Yes.
It was, let me grab some papers. And you were arrested for how many first-degree felonies?
I'm not sure.
All right, well, then give me a moment to find it. Here we go. Okay. 2 first-degree felonies, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. Is that right?
Yes.
A third-degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance.
Yes.
Right.
Mhm.
And then a number of misdemeanors that all dealt with possession of controlled substances, paraphernalia, or driving under the influence.
Yes. Is that 2019?
Yes.
Yes, that was me and my exes. Yes.
All right. And that was the case that you were allowed to go to drug court on.
Yes.
All right. So you talked about this a little bit. I just want to make sure everybody understands. And when you go to drug court, you get what is typically what you do is you get a plea in abeyance, right?
Yes.
So that means you plead guilty to all or some of the counts that you're charged with, correct?
Yes.
And then it's held. The court holds that plea. They don't put it on your record yet, right?
Correct.
And then if you successfully complete drug court, those will be dismissed. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So and right now, I mean, you haven't been, we're going to talk more about this, but you haven't successfully finished drug court yet. True?
Yes, it's on pause.
Okay. But it sounds like you're doing really well
Yes.
and you're clean.
Yes.
And congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
I know you had a very difficult time for a very long time.
Yes.
And drug court's really hard, right?
It is. Yes.
I mean, I was an
They
attorney.
they
in drug
expect a
court.
lot in the beginning.
It is. I was an attorney in drug court, so I have some familiarity. But you're expected to do a lot.
A lot. Yeah.
You're expected to go to treatment. True.
Oh yes. Sorry. I thought you were going to continue. Sorry. Yes.
Sorry, I'll try to do better. You're expected. You get very regular UAs to make sure that you're clean,
Every day you call in. Yes.
and then so it's random. You call in every day.
It's
And
yes.
Then,
It's a random color number depending what phase you were in.
all right. And there's how many phases are there
5.
at Wasatch Drug Court? 5.
Yes.
All right. And so treatment, drug testing. You have to. Do you have to work?
Yes.
Okay. So you have to be employed. You have to show up every week at first.
Yes, for your groups. So you had not only did you have one-on-one therapy, you also had attended groups Monday through Friday, depending what phase you were in as well. So you had 5 groups.
Okay.
You had therapy twice, 2 or 3 times a week with your one-on-one, depending what phase you were in.
All right. And you started your drug court program in 2021.
9 of 2021, I believe.
I think it was September.
Yeah, I do believe.
Well, let's take a look.
Or maybe that was my initial evaluation.
I think you might be right. Let's just. Okay. Sure, it looks like September of 2021. Now, is it fair to say that between September of 2021 and when you were arrested, which we're going to talk about, you talked a little bit with Mr. Bloodworth in April
of 2026 or 27 for that?
Not quite.
I mean, no, I mean the date.
April
I mean the date,
2023.
Yeah, 23.
You were arrested. You're right. I think it was April 26th or 7th.
That's what it was. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. You were struggling in drug court, fair to say?
In the beginning, yes.
Well, that whole time, until you were from September of 21 until your arrest in April of 23, you were struggling.
Not the whole time, no.
All right, let's take a look at that. So, do you recall that? Well, let me show you. I'm going to show you a document. It might be easier. Katie, do we have its defense exhibit 1007? Can you pull it up on the screen just for Ms. Lober? And I don't think it has page numbers, but we can go by dates. So maybe pull it up starting from 9/22/21 for her to look at. Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah, I'm like,
All right. So let's look at, so each time you go to drug court, there's a little note entered in what we call the docket of the case,
Yeah.
right? About what happened in court that day.
Yes, it's the
Okay.
drug court team members' notes.
Understood. So we started drug court September 15th, September 22nd, you missed your group therapy and your individual therapy. I mean, that's what came up at drug court. You were missing treatment.
Yeah.
Which is, in drug court, that's a problem, right? You're supposed to go to all your treatments.
Pause for a moment, Ms. Lewis.
Can you see that there?
Yes.
Okay. And you had to pay a $40 fee, or you had to pay for your mistreatment.
Yes, that's still in the beginning of when I entered drug court. Yes.
Correct. So that'd be a sanction that you had to pay for that.
No, if you missed it, they considered that a waste of the therapist's time when somebody else could have took that spot.
All right, well, that's fair.
It was not a sanction, no.
Okay, so the next month, October 20th of 2021, a little lower on that page, you failed to appear at drug court.
I don't recall that one, but yes.
Is that what it says on the docket?
Yes.
And they issued a warrant.
Yes.
The next week, October 27th, you tested positive for benzos. Well, I'm going to rephrase that. You actually tested positive on October 10th, October 6th, October 8th, but it was at the 27th drug court hearing that those problems were addressed. That would be a more accurate statement of what happened, right?
Yes, once again, still in the beginning of drug court.
That's right. And benzos would be drugs, I don't know. Well, you tell me, do you know what benzos you were taking?
That was my Valium, I believe.
Valium, all right. And you were sanctioned, it says.
Yes.
All right. Now, you continued through November to miss therapy, true? Look at November 3rd. It's okay. Take your time. Do you see it?
I know you guys are moving them all over, so.
Would you ask the question again, Ms. Lewis?
I mean, I understand the question, but you're moving the paper like back and forth, or whoever it is.
Can you see the note from November 3rd, drug court?
I see 11/10 of 21. Okay, there you go.
Your Honor, I don't know if it'd be all right, but this might be faster if I could point it out to her. Would it be all right if I stood closer to the witness?
Of course.
Thank you. All right, let's see.
Ms. Lober, just remember, when you answer the question, yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, November 3rd, drug court, you missed therapy and received, oh, you didn't get a sanction yet. They waited.
Yes.
All right. And then November 17th, you came in and you'd missed your drug test that week. Missed a drug test, correct?
Okay, yeah.
So tell me, now in drug court, a missed test is considered the same as a positive test, right?
Yes, but some of those due to working with Doreen coming off the mountain or we're running behind.
Sure, that happens, but as a participant in drug court, you are expected to make all your drug tests.
Yes, unless you call ahead and say, I'm running behind from work, can I do it next day?
And
With
they
approval.
sometimes allow that, but it wouldn't show as a missed drug test if you had got permission.
It'll still come up as a missed test because
Well,
you didn't go the day of.
It would, well, you got a sanction, so
Yes.
it was a missed test.
Yeah, so therefore, I mean, I went the next day, but still received a sanction for it.
It doesn't say that, but all right. You continued missing tests in 21 through February. You continued missing your drug tests. Right here, missed tests and treatment. Missed tests. You were sanctioned, correct?
The state really should have gotten a more reputable drug dealer to testify in this case. Oh, wait, they didn't have a choice.
All right. Now let's get, you got a negative drug test, it looks like in.
What's the year on that?
There, you got a negative drug test.
No, what's the year on these ones?
2020. Oh, now we're moving into January of 22.
Okay, so what were the years on these ones?
I misspoke. I said February. It was December of 21.
Yes.
All right.
Still, once again, the beginning of drug court.
Okay. Well, now it's January of 22. Okay. So you're missing drug tests. Then on January 28th drug court, they said you had tested positive for methamphetamine.
Yes.
You said, no, retested, that's not me. I didn't use it. But then the next week you came back and you said, well, actually I did use. You don't need to retest it. I relapsed, which happens.
Well, yes, working with active users, once again, with the cleaning company, they were all still active users.
Well, but it was your choice to use.
Absolutely, but if you keep getting offered and offered and as a drug addict, yes, obviously you're going to relapse. You're going
All
to
right.
fold.
And you lied about it.
Yes.
All right.
That's what addicts do when you're using.
That's true. Addicts lie. All right.
Active addicts.
And then in February, now we're getting into the time period at issue here. January, February, March of 2022. All right. So at this time, let's get the date here. February 9th, you missed your group. Your treatment, so you were sanctioned then, right?
Yes.
February 11th, you tested positive for amphetamines. Tested
Yes.
positive on February 11th.
Okay, yeah,
And again, you denied it.
of course.
That's the same day you said you were out buying drugs from Susan Kohler, right? February 11th, 2022.
Yeah, it's just, yes,
Okay.
I was with Susan that day, yes.
So you're using.
Yes. Once again, when you're going to relapse when you're around active people.
I
yes.
understand. And let's let's see. As we move into March of 22, you tested positive for methamphetamine February 11th, March 1st, and March 3rd, and March 16th, correct?
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it was there. It's from drug court notes, yes.
So if it's, I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
mean to
you're
like
good.
poke you with that.
You're fine.
So, well, if it's in here, it's accurate.
Yes.
All right, so this whole time that you say you remember purchasing drugs, all these text messages, you were high.
I'm sorry, what was that? Sorry.
This whole period of time that you just testified, that you say you remember all these texts and you remember all this information from March of 2022, you were high that whole time, February, March 22.
She's high
Not
right
the
now.
whole time, no.
You were using very regularly.
I guess so, yes.
Okay. Now, this continues all through.
Ms. Lewis, may we pause for a minute? May we take the document down so the witness is not distracted?
We may.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. So this continues, the missing drug tests, the positive tests. Sometimes you do well, other times you're doing poorly. Continues all the way up until your arrest of April of 2023.
Sorry, what was the question again?
The question was, we started talking about, we were talking about that you were using all through February and March of 22. And now I'm saying from February and March of 22 until your arrest of April of 23, you numerous times either missed drug tests, missed treatment, or sanctioned, tested positive. You had a lot of missteps between the beginning of drug court in 2021 until your arrest in April of 2023. Correct?
Yes.
All right. In fact, you were held back on phases.
Yes.
You were asked to restart phases.
Yes.
But you started doing a little better right before your arrest in April of 23. You were finally moved to phase 5. True?
Yes.
All right. And then you're arrested.
Yes.
And you are arrested for, well, first of all, there was, all right, well, let me do this in 2 parts. You were arrested for possession of marijuana, correct?
Actually, no, I was arrested for driving on a revoked suspended license.
Okay, that's fair. You were originally pulled over and arrested for driving on a suspended license. And then there was an order to show cause issued in drug court.
Yes.
Right? Now, an order to show cause is a little bit different than an official charge, right?
Yes.
So an order to show cause, can you pull that up, please? Just for me and the witness. So an order to show cause, just so the jury can understand, is when you're in drug court or probation, on probation, and you're accused of committing a crime, they say, all right, these are the things you're accused of doing, and you need to come into drug court and explain what happened, and then we will make a decision as to whether you're going to remain in drug court, if you're going to be charged with these crimes officially, if you're going to get kicked out of drug court because you've got new charges. That's what an order to show cause is, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So you got an order to show cause, and it was for, I think that's in front of the screen. Does that look like what an order to show cause looks like?
Yes, it is.
Yes. And you recognize that as the order to show cause that was issued in May of 2020. Well, I'm looking at the date. You were ordered to April 26th, the day of your arrest. 2023.
Would you restate the question?
Is that the order of to show cause that was issued in your case in April of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit and to publish Defense Exhibit 1008.
Sure, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay. Defendants 1008 is admitted, and we will publish it now.
All right. So that's just so the jury can see what that looks like. Now, if in drug court you're found to be in violation, you're found to have committed new crimes, what happens is your plea in abeyance goes away and you are sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and your 3rd-degree felony that you pled to, right?
Sorry, what was the question?
Okay. Trying to explain so they all understand how this works. If you were to go into drug court and the drug court found that you had in fact committed new crimes and violated drug court, then you could go back. Your plea in abeyance would no longer be in effect and a plea of guilty would enter.
Your
Correct?
plea in abeyance would be revoked.
Revoked. So you would be guilty of those crimes and you would go back to your sentencing judge and be sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and 2 third-degree, I'm sorry, 1 third-degree felony.
Yes.
And in addition to that, you could be charged with the marijuana that was found in your house the day of your arrest, correct?
I wasn't aware of marijuana, but I guess if you have the paperwork.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that. I think you've just forgotten. And there was a firearm found in your home.
Yes, that was my roommate's son, yes.
And, well, possessing a firearm, whether it's yours or not,
Yes.
is a crime if you're a felon.
Yes.
A serious crime,
Yes.
potentially a federal crime.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to get back to that, but I want to go now. So you're arrested on April 26th. You don't know yet about the firearm. You said you've forgotten about the marijuana, but you don't know about the firearm. You just know you were brought in on driving on a revoked license.
Yes.
The next day, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard show up to talk to you. April 27th, 2023.
I guess it was the next day, yeah.
All right. And at that time, you didn't know why they were there,
No, I had no idea.
but they told you, hey, we searched your place and we found a gun under your bed, correct?
Yes.
And they tell you your drug court is in jeopardy. You could be violated.
Yes.
And if you're violated and you go back and be sentenced on your 2 first-degree felonies and your 3rd-degree felony, you are looking at 2 5-to-life prison sentences and 1 0-to-5 prison sentence potentially.
Yes.
And the court could choose to run those consecutive, which means you do 1 5-to-life, then you do a second 5-to-life, and then you do your 0-to-5. That's a possibility.
Yes.
So you were potentially looking at a long sentence if you were violated in drug court.
Yes.
Can I just get a... But in that very first meeting, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard say, hey, we're not here to jam you up, though. We want to talk to you.
I don't recall the exact words, but yes, they were there to talk to me.
And if those weren't the exact words, it was words to, we don't want you to get in more trouble. We want to talk to you. Words to that effect?
Yes.
All right. And that's when they tell you that they think Kouri Richins poisoned her husband, Eric Richins, and they think that she killed him.
I don't think that was their exact words.
All right. Well, I'm not necessarily using their exact words, but they give you that information.
Yes.
All right. And that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes, they did inform me that he died of an overdose.
And that was the first time you'd heard that. True?
From the officer, yes.
Well, from anyone, that he died of an overdose.
No. One of Doreen's workers were driving down the road. It was Nancy. She had yelled out the window. She's like, Eric died of an overdose. And that's when I had made the phone call to Kouri asking if, please tell me those weren't for him.
Okay. You never told the officers that story, did you?
Not till later, I don't think.
Well, not in these 7 interviews, correct?
Yeah, correct.
All right. In fact, what you tell them is you don't use fentanyl, correct?
Yes.
And you tell them meth, heroin, maybe a few oxys here and there, but I literally never dealt with fentanyl.
Correct.
That's true. Wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
Okay. One reason you didn't deal in fentanyl is you had a daughter who had some problems with fentanyl.
I had a couple of daughters.
You have a daughter. I'm sorry. She's not past tense. You still have your daughter.
She is doing great.
Yes. And I'm happy to hear that she had a problem with fentanyl.
She had a problem with heroin and it turned into fentanyl, yes.
Yeah. And did you tell them she overdosed? I know she survived, but she overdosed, right?
My daughter has overdosed a couple of times.
All right. So fentanyl scared you?
Absolutely.
All right. But they tell you, hey, it's okay. You're not going to get any new charges until we push the button, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on push the button.
It's sustained. I don't know what that means, Ms. Lewis.
Well, why don't you look at, let's look at the April 27th interview that we pulled up there.
In the book?
In the book, yes.
You're going to pull it up.
No, we're going to use the book. So we're going to go old school on these interviews. There's too many pages to ask for.
Where do I got to go to?
To find them all.
You can help her, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5, right?
Let's go to the first notebook. Interview 2. No, interview 1. Let's go to page 98. Why don't you, actually, why don't you start reading here to yourself? Remember that now?
Yeah.
Okay. So they tell you in that interview, these new charges, none of them are going to go through until we push the button to make them go through. That's what they tell you.
Yes.
And they say, and we have Wasatch County prosecutor on board, and they're going to charge you, but we're going to help you out.
Yes.
All right.
The wheels of justice are going to roll you right into the Wayne County Jail.
If you get kicked out of drug court, you're looking at potentially a lot of time.
Yes.
And you do not want that to happen.
No.
In fact, you tell them you want to get out of Utah, right?
Yes.
You want to go to Vegas
Yes.
because you have a fiance in Vegas.
Yes.
And in fact, because of your cooperation in this case, you've been allowed to do that, haven't you?
I was allowed to go visit him when I was in drug court as well.
After you started cooperating in this case, not before.
No, not true. I would have, Judge maybe would grant me time to go see him. But I had to let her know when and what time, the address and everything.
All right, so you're saying we're going to find on the docket that she let you go to Vegas before you started cooperating in this case? You're sure?
I do believe so.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that. Katie, can you check into that, please?
Yeah, Judge, I'll be at the Bellagio.
All right. So they say, but we think you can, something to the effect, now I'm not saying word for word, but something to the effect, we think you can help us out. We want you to help us out. They tell you that in general, right? On April 27th.
Yes.
And they said, we're going to give you some time to think about this and we'll be back.
Actually, I asked for the time to think about and process everything. I do believe I told him it's a
Why don't
lot
you
to
take a look?
process. Open it back up?
Yes.
To what page?
The end.
The end? The end?
No, look at this section. Let's see. Okay. So weird. Right?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so they're telling you you could be in trouble in drug court and you say that's gonna fucking kill me.
Right.
Say, all right, we're gonna give you some time to think about this. We'll come back. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So they just leave you sitting there 4, 5 days
Yes.
and you don't know what's going on, but you could be looking at a lot of prison time.
I just know this whole thing was a lot to process while you're incarcerated.
That's fair. But it's also true that you could be looking at a lot of prison time and you're very worried about it.
Altogether, yes.
Well, you call Nick Bon Savage and you tell him you're very worried about it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I know I talked to Nick quite a bit.
And your daughter,
Yes.
Kelsey, is that right?
My daughter, yes.
Okay. So they come back on May 2nd. And they bring, it's Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Maynard, and they bring a DEA agent with them this time, right? Agent Sorensen.
There was another officer there, yes.
And you recall that he was with the Drug Enforcement Administration?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
So a federal agent.
Yes.
So this time they tell you, by the way, Carmen, you're not just possibly looking at 2 5-to-lives and a 0 to 5 in state prison. You could be looking at federal prison, right?
Yes.
Because if you provided a drug to someone and someone died from that drug, that's a 20-year minimum mandatory in federal prison.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the law.
It does not misstate the law.
Folks, you're going to have to lay some foundation one way or the other, Ms. Lewis. If you can rephrase about what her understanding was, I think we can get past this.
They told you that there is a federal charge you could be looking at.
Yes.
Distribution resulting in a death.
Yes.
And that federal charge carries a minimum mandatory of 20 years in federal prison. They told you that day.
Yes.
All right. They also tell you, don't worry, we're going to help you out. Right?
Yes.
All right. So you tell them for the first time, but you also said here today, that, okay, yes, Kouri Richins contacted me. She said, I have an investor with back pain and could you get me some pills?
Yes.
And you told them you thought that would maybe, you didn't know for sure what she wanted. She just asked for some pills to help with back pain.
Yes.
And you thought maybe she meant muscle relaxants, maybe she meant some pain pills, you didn't know.
Right.
All right. Wasn't fentanyl. She didn't ask for fentanyl.
Not at the time, no.
Okay. But you couldn't remember when that happened. You just couldn't remember, right?
I can remember the exact dates, no.
Well, you told them all you remembered was there was a little bit of snow on the ground.
Yes.
And they're trying to help you pin down a date, but you said, you told them multiple times, I really don't know. There was snow on the ground.
Really wasn't absolutely correct on the dates, no.
Okay. But you did tell them that, okay, yes, I reached out to Susan Kohler, my friend and coworker, and asked her for some pain pills.
Yes.
Not fentanyl.
No.
Because Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl, correct?
Not at the time, no.
Okay, we'll get to that. And you were aware, I'm not sure if I'm right about this, were you aware that Susan had a friend who was selling some prescription oxycodone, excuse me?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that Susan could get you some prescription pain pills.
Yes.
All right, so you went to Susan and asked her to do that for you.
Yes.
All right, but during that interview, you told the officers numerous times, I have been using drugs since I was 6th grade.
Yes.
My brain is not that good.
Correct.
I don't remember things.
Yes.
You have a learning disability also, correct?
Yes.
Can you share what that is?
No. No.
I would ask you to share what it is. That was a question, not a request. Sorry. I apologize, but it could be relevant.
Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lober, if you would please answer the question.
Yes, I do have one.
And what
is it?
It's not the highest education of, it's a low grade education.
Is that because you struggled in school because of your learning disability?
Yes.
All right. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. A lot of people have that.
Right.
It's nothing to be ashamed of.
All right. So you go to Susan.
A lot of people
and did you ask her for Roxy's or did she tell you she could get Roxy's?
That's what she told me she could get.
Roxy's. And what are Roxy's?
A hydrocodone pill.
Are they? And I'm asking, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Do you need you've got some water there?
Ms. Lewis, would you pause for one moment? I apologize for interrupting. Carmen, when you dab your eyes, which you're allowed to do, you also cover your mouth.
Sorry.
Which blocks the sound. If you would just answer the last question again, and if you need Ms. Lewis to restate
what was
it,
the
that's
question
okay.
again?
I'm not sure. So you said that Susan brought up the word Roxy's, not you?
She told me that's what she could get from her friend.
Okay. And what are Roxy's?
It is a pain pill.
Is it I'm sorry, say that again.
It is a pain pill. It's an opiate.
It's not opiate. Is it oxycodone?
Yes.
What are Roxy 30s? Do you need a break?
Just for a sec.
We've been at this since about 12:30.
Yeah. Ms. Lewis, any objection to a short restroom break?
No,
This
no,
witness,
no.
of course, will not confer with anyone during the break.
That's fine.
Folks, please rise for the jury. Have a seat, please. Ms. Lober, we're going to take a break. You're welcome to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Thank you. Let's come back at 3:25. The court is in recess. Thank you.
Oh my God. I get cold in here. Oh, wait. No. Creepy sweater guy's coming. Let me go put that fire out. All right. I'm going to put you some knowledge about this situation. Okay, I don't have any. Here's my problem with this. Whenever you do this, so I've been doing this a long time, so I've seen this play a million times. If you grant a witness immunity to testify, then you clearly have dirt on them and you can make this argument. And it's a good argument. So like this happens in cases just constantly. If you get a witness from, on a deal, then you can say, hey, they just made it up to get the deal, which is a valid thing to say. The defense should say it. They say it every time. They should say it every time. But it still gets you back to square one. Do you believe them or not? So I'm not knocking the defense for bringing it up and saying she's a big liar. She's a big liar. I don't think she's that stupid, honestly. This learning disability sounds like some coping BS to cover her prior drug use. She doesn't strike me as stupid. She doesn't strike me as a genius, but she doesn't strike me as stupid. You know who strikes me as stupid? The person who wrote their drug dealer a check. That's who strikes me as stupid. I don't even know. Can you guys hear me? That's my problem. Right now, I do think she's a liar. I do think she's a drug addict. But that doesn't mean I disbelieve what she's saying in this instance. And in this instance, she's saying, I sold drugs to her. I think she's shading slightly. I think she knew damn well it was fentanyl. And let me get even worse. I think she suspected what she was using it for. That's not where we're going, and that's not the deal they have, so that's not where this testimony is going to fly. But there isn't a woman out there that doesn't hate her husband after a year and does not tell every other woman she knows, including her housekeeper. And if you're to believe any of this testimony, get me the stuff that Michael Jackson used. That is a clear indicator I want to kill somebody, namely my husband, who I've been complaining about since I've known you. Now, that's not going to come in. But do I believe that she got her the drugs? Yes. Do I believe that she specifically got fentanyl because it would kill somebody? Yes, I do. That's not coming in, but that's what I believe, reading between the lines. Okay, there are a few of you out there that love your husbands. All right, that's like the anomaly. All right, like less than 1%. The rest of you hate your husbands after a year, and if the guy's got money, you hate him more. Because if you divorce him, you just get half the stuff. But why not go all the way and get 100% of his stuff? You can do that with using this one weird trick. You can take him out with Fenty. So what I do think she's lying, but not in a way but not on the essential points for what we have in terms of testimony today. Now, unless now they can come out, they might come out and say this, like, I wrote her these checks because I owed her money for housekeeping services. They might try that. If they don't try that, forget it. Everything here is credible. If they try that, I still don't believe them because that's the obvious cover story. I like this admission. Here we have one that's happily married who still admits that it was true. That's just life. That's human nature. It's how it is. I'm not knocking you, ladies. It's the way you're wired. You can't help it. You can't help it. This is a side quest. We don't care. We already know about that. We already know. The key here. All right. Well, we'll get off the key here is just don't marry them. And then we'll get off marriage. Don't marry them because that provides them the motive to take either half or in some circumstances an attempt to take all of your stuff. If they don't have the first piece of paper, that overwhelming motivation doesn't come in for the second piece of paper. You see? Now they're wired just the way God intended to wire them. They're wired for survival. It's nothing personal against us. They're just not. That's not their function. Their function is to survive. So what we have here, I'm telling you, she provided the drugs. You can tell. I think it's an admission. The eye contact between her and the witness. You can see her trying to manipulate her via eye contact because she knows she's got the goods on her. Yes, they'll come up and say it's all made up, or I wrote her checks for other reasons or some other. But I don't believe these people. So do I believe the drug dealer? No. Not entirely. Do I believe her to the extent of her testimony today? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. If anything, she's softening the story still. So are we getting 100% truth? No, but did she provide the drugs? Hell yes. Did she go and place the drugs in a fire pit next to the 3 sheds in a property that nobody knows? I mean, yes. Hell yes, she did. I have zero doubt. So there you have it. Having said that, if I was the defense attorney, I would be beating her up too. I'd say, yeah, of course, she'll say whatever the hell they want to keep her out of. They have the power to keep her out of prison. Of course, that's a good argument to make. I'm just reading it in context, looking at her credibility, which isn't great, but better than the defendant's. Yes, it keeps her out of jail, but it also happens to be the truth. She provided drugs to this woman. She's softening the story. She came to her and said, "Get me fentanyl, or the stuff that killed Michael Jackson, because I want to kill somebody." And she knew it. She doesn't want to say that for herself or for her. So she's softening it. But to the extent she's lying, I think she's making it better for the defendant than worse. I mean, that's just the way it is. Exactly. But what do I know? I'm just a simple country attorney trying to bang out a living here. Out in the frozen tundra of the Midwest. Yeah, that and don't get married. And no, I don't hate women. I love women. Just don't marry them. Just don't marry them, people. They don't like you. They don't want to marry you either. Do everybody a favor. Don't do it. All right. Well, that's not quite true. All right. Let me be fair. They like you. They get infatuated for like a month or two, and then it's over. I don't care who you are. That's how it works. So it's incompatible with a lifetime commitment. It does not work. But if you don't marry them, they behave themselves real nicely. It's true. Those are the facts. All right. So that's my thought on that situation. And yes, for some reason it's cold in here. My heat works, but it's like cold. I've had enough of this. I'm sitting here thinking, literally, I'm sitting here thinking, I don't know if I can do the rest of this trial because, well, A, I've got some court that I have to do, and B, I don't know if I can stay in this climate for the rest of this trial. It's that simple. I don't know. I don't know. So literally, as this is going on, I'm sitting here thinking, it's cold. I'm tired of being cold. I'm tired of being cold. And then I think, okay, where can I go? Where can I go that we're not currently at war with? And that limits you somewhat at the moment. It does. It does. I'm like, how do I go sun myself, without being taken hostage? I mean, I'd say Mexico's off the board right now. I love me some Mexico. I do love me some Mexico, but I don't think now's the moment. New Zealand is good. But I was just there. That flight is miserable. I did it right. On the way over, I did soften things by stopping in Honolulu. That's a good way to go. Actually, I didn't fly to New Zealand. I flew to Sydney from Honolulu, whatever. But Sydney, Auckland, whatever. They're about 3-hour flight apart. They're in the neighborhood. The problem with that, which is a lovely neighborhood, two wonderful places. But that's all. I mean, other than that, you're in the drink. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at a globe. But those places are beautiful. However, they are surrounded by water. And they are literally on the other side of the world. As far as you can get from the frozen tundra of Chicago. All right, let's go back and see if these people are we have I killed the time yet? Don't get married. Don't get tenants. Certainly not if you live in Ann Arbor and have any chance of being in front of Judge Simpson. And don't go to places where you're going to get taken prisoner. I think those are the rules to live by at the moment. Ooh, that'd be fun. Oh man, that was so dangerous, but imagine now. Imagine that. Oh. And just since the pearl clutchers will come at me again, ladies, I love you. I love all of you. I've got daughters. I love them. I've got sisters. I love them. My mom was awesome. I had a close relationship with them. I love the ladies. I love them. I've had exactly one problem with the entire gender. Trust me, I have my reasons. Yeah, where's Taupe? Oh, my sisters are the best. The flamingos, I'm just kidding. They're awesome. I did see some sloths when I was in Panama. I might go back to Panama. I love Panama.
Yo, turn the beat up in Vaughn's dictionary. We ain't spelling right tonight. Nah, we spelling wrong. Step in the courtroom. Words all twisted. Sherrick Vaughn speaking like logic got evicted. Mirandarization, boy, that ain't a word. Whole jury laughing like, what did we just heard? Unlogical motions, compelment too. He realliterate nonsense like deja vu. Try to squash, not quash his own case in flames. Even spell check filed the motion saying, bruh, that's lame. It's a moot point, baby, sinking in the trial. Sherrick Vaughn freestyle, but it's juvenile. Tried to recruit the judge, the clerk, and his crew. But the only thing recused was his brain from the view. Gibson, Tennessee, home of bad boy blunders. Vaughn taking L's like his courtroom thunder. Fired his lawyer, then begged for a hand. Elbow counsel stuck like, bro, this ain't the plan. He's pro se, no way, thinking he's slick. But he's playing Uno while the court plays chess quick. Every motion's a joke, every word's a crime. Even Dr. Seuss said, man, that rhyme don't rhyme. Requise, recruise, make up what you choose. But every fake word just adds to your blues. Mirandarize this, moot point that. Sherrick Vaughn rap dictionary looking flat. It's a moot point, baby, sinking in the trial. Sherrick Vaughn freestyle, but it's juvenile. Tried to recruit the judge, the clerk, and his crew. But the only thing recused was his brain from the view. Mirandarization, unlogical station, compelment nation, courtroom clown in rotation. Yo, turn the beat up in Vaughn's dictionary.
Right, grab a White Claw. Settle in today. We got a true legal scholar on the docket, a pro se defendant who's about to teach us all a lesson, though. Probably not the one he intends. A flurry of filings land with a thud. Got a judicial notice to muddy the mud. The judge looks confused by the arrest of judgment. While our pro se scholar files a motion to squash the whole punishment. The state didn't write back. It's a legal disgrace. And without Mirandarization, he's closing the case. He says, Your Honor, the logic is sound and astute. It all stems directly from a poisonous root. He's serving up his tainted fruit. The fruit, the tainted fruits. From a very illegal poisonous root. This whole damn case you must acquit. Cause it all comes from this tainted shit. The state calls their witness Corporal Javin so calm. Tales of the threats and the verbal napalm. I'm a threat for a reason. He said with a glare, then a scholar on cross-exam says hold it right there. To prove that this tree has been poisoned for good, let's play my arrest video, it's misunderstood. Oh geez, here we go, he's playing the tape. He's literally handing the prosecution the very fruit he wants thrown out. You hate to see it. No, wait, you love to see it. The body can rolls a spectacular own. The seeds of his legal demise are now sown. Citing Pennsylvania versus Men's with a confident shout, while refusing for 8 straight times to even get out. When her jaw gets broke, it's gonna be your fault. He's proving the state's case without any halt. He's showing the jury with his own evidence the very fresh fruits of a brand new offense. He's serving up his tainted fruit. Then he called to the stand as one saving grace, his baby mama to plead his whole case. Tell the jury he asks her if you'd be so kind. Am I the retaliating, threatening kind? She swears on the stand he wouldn't hurt a fly, a claim the prosecutor's quick to deny. Now, ma'am, about that aggravated robbery. He thought to praise his character and opened up the door for the jury to hear of the crimes he'd done before. And the jury comes back guilty, unanimous. He showed them the video of the crime, opened the door to his priors, and based his entire defense on a mispronounced legal theory. He served the jury his own tainted fruits on a silver platter. In the end, it was just a fallacy of a mismalice of justice.
Your Honor, I am not a human being. I am the legal representation of my given name. I am the sea, I am a boat, I am the government in God form papers, and the papers are the people, that is not me. Your Honor, as you can see, I do not consent. I do not consent. I do not consent. I do not consent. Your Honor, I am not the person in the video. The evidence is clearly faulty. It was tampered with. The person who you think is me has a different haircut. This is my birth certificate. The person is not me, as you can see. I do not consent. I do not consent. I do not consent. I do not consent. The case law of America says that if the person who represents me is the people who are not the papers. I am the boat. I am the boat. I am the boat. I do not consent. 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 Your Honor, I am not a human being. I am the legal representation of my given name. I am the sea, I am a boat, I am the government in God form.
I appreciate everyone's patience. In a moment, before the jury comes back in, I just need to remind everyone in the courtroom that there can be no audible reactions to any of the evidence or any of the events in the courtroom. Just need to sit, be still, listen, no audible reactions to anything. If anyone is unable to follow this instruction on a going forward basis, I'll need you to step out and the deputies will help you do it. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Ms. Lober in the wings? Looks like they're grabbing her now. Okay. I'm going to let her take the stand before we have the jury come in. Thank you. Patience, if you'd take the stand again. Please watch your step. Here, just stay standing for a second. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Lober, same warnings regarding the microphone, and please remember you are still under oath.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right. I forgot to introduce an exhibit. Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1007 again? And Ms. Lober, we spoke about that. That's your docket from during court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'd move to admit Exhibit 1007. We don't need to publish it at this time, though.
Okay, defendants 1007 is admitted.
All right. Okay. Carmen, let's go back to when you went and got the pills from Susan Kohler. So right before the break, you said that Susan got you Roxy's and that Roxy's are oxycodone. Did I get that right?
Correct.
All right. What are Roxy 30s?
They are a stronger pain pill. I believe.
Okay. Are they 30 milligram oxycodones?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's see. Now, but Susan got you some prescription oxycodone, and when you were interviewed on May 2nd, the interview we're talking about right now, you said that you left those pills in the fire pit at the house in Midway. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Can you look at page 41? Do you see that?
Yes, I do see.
Okay. So at that time you said, I left the pills in the fire pit at Midway and the money was in the fire pit in Midway. Remember? That's correct, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's different than what you said today, though, right?
Yes.
All right. Fair to say, though, 3 years ago, you might have remembered a little bit better than you do today what happened, right?
Ooh. No.
Did someone tell you what you said 3 years ago was wrong? So now you're saying something different today?
No, nobody told me what I said was wrong.
All right. But you did say then that you left them in the fire pit at Midway.
Yes.
All right, we'll get back to that. Now, in that interview, you told Detectives Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, and Agent Sorensen that you never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri. Turn to page 41.
I'm on 41.
It says you never exchanged pills with Kouri. Isn't that what you told them then?
Yes.
So you said then, I never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri, but today you're saying you gave those pills directly to Kouri.
Yes, in my driveway.
Okay. And you said that the pills were $600.
Yes.
And that you fronted the money. That's what you said today, is that you fronted the money.
Yes, to Susan.
So you didn't make any money off doing that?
No.
So you just
Not this one, no.
did that. It's not a very good drug dealer, correct?
Right.
All right, so you just took the money, got the pills, paid for them, took them back and forth, risked drug court just because.
Just, I thought she was a friend.
All right. So at that time, at that interview, you told detectives that, again, that you bought the pills from Susan, left the pills in the fire pit, and you told them that this was the first of 3 times you bought drugs from Ms. Richins. That's what you told them back in May of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. You bought pills once from Susan, twice from Robbie.
Oh, once from Susan, 3 from Robbie.
It's not what you told them then, though, right?
I'm not sure. It was a lot to process, and it was many years ago.
We couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
It was a lot to process, and it was quite a few years ago.
Let me look at page 54, I think it is. Let me just be sure. Might start here. Let's see. Okay. This is different. I'm kind of looking right here and right here. Okay. All right. So when you were being interviewed in May, and you were telling them in May of 23, and you were telling them, I picked up the money from the fire pit. I got the pills from Susan. I left the pills in the fire pit. Detectives told you that it was really important. You had to be very clear what had happened, right?
Yes.
And you were doing your best, I would imagine, to tell them what you remembered happened. So I'm just asking you if you were trying your hardest to tell them what you remember.
Yes, there's a lot to process.
Yeah, I understand. But that's what you told them. I left the pills in the fire pit.
Yes,
And you talked more that day about how you really needed to stay in drug court, correct?
yes,
And let's turn to page 62, but you told them you were gonna fight. You were gonna fight hard to stay in drug court, correct?
yes,
And they told you, well, lucky for you, we're on your side. And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you. Remember that?
I don't recall.
We'll take a look there on page 62.
62?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And that's what they told you. Lucky for you, we're on your side.
Yes,
And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you.
yes,
And you tell them, I'll do whatever I can. Correct?
yes,
And you tell them throughout this interview and really throughout the next 6-7 interviews that you have a lot of memory problems.
there's a lot to process, yes.
I understand. You told them though that you have a lot of memory problems.
I don't know those exact orders, but
Look to page 64.
yes,
Okay. And you told them more than once over those days you had a lot of memory problems, correct?
that my memory wasn't the best, yes.
Yeah. You told that to Nick Von Savage when you spoke with him on the phone. Remember that?
Yes, still once again, a lot to process when you're incarcerated.
And you told them that you had fried your brain using drugs.
A figure of speech, yes,
But you said that figure of speech numerous times over those interviews, right?
probably yes,
Numerous times. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My brain is fried.
yes,
All right. And during this interview, they're still telling you you might be going to prison here.
yes,
But that's not going to happen. We've talked about that as long as you help them out, correct?
correct.
And by helping them out, they tell you that means you need to give us the details to make sure Kouri gets convicted of murder, correct?
I don't know if that's their exact words.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1032? Or how do you want to do this? This is for impeachment. Do we play this just for the witness or can we, I'm not to admit it, it's a demonstrative for impeachment. Can I play that to the jury at this point?
At least gotta give Mr.
He has the exhibit.
Are you familiar with what it is? You just gave a number. I don't know what it is, so I can't tell you.
I provided it.
Do you need a chance to review it?
Can they bring it up?
It should be up for counsel. Am I wrong about that? Okay.
Is there a transcript of this? Where's the transcript?
Is there a date that you can identify?
Do you
for
have
us?
the transcript from the interviews or do you want me to pull up that one? I can.
There it is. It's up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Katie. You're very good at this.
You just take me to the point in the transcript.
75.
Have it up on the back. What are you talking about?
Can you go to the next page?
It's on that page. It's at the bottom.
He wants to see the next page.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you want to use the transcript or the video?
The video.
This portion.
Yes, it's a small portion. Can we play that for the jury now?
Any
How does she hear it and not? I'm sorry. I might not be following.
There, please approach. My apologies. If you would pay attention to the screen for a moment. Katie, if you'd cue up the video, right, Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
And then fast forward to whatever timestamp.
It's the clip that we have.
Yeah. And then let me know when you're ready. Okay. Go ahead.
So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay?
Oh, wait a minute. 1 second. That's all right. This happens. If you would, Katie, do me a favor. Unplug, plug back in. If you cue up the video again. And press play, please.
So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay? They are looking for, and it's gonna be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your 2 firsts. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by so, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
So that's what they said to you.
Yes. Yes.
And let me just identify a couple of people here. The first person speaking to you, telling you that, first he says, I talked to McKay. McKay is the prosecutor in Wasatch County Drug Court, right?
Correct.
McKay King.
Yes, correct.
All right. And that in talking to McKay King, you may be getting 7 years in prison on your state case.
Correct.
But if you help him out, that's not going to happen.
Correct.
And by helping him out, that means you need to give us the details that will ensure that Kouri gets convicted, correct?
Correct.
And you are willing to do whatever it takes to save yourself from getting kicked out of drug court and going to prison, correct?
I'm willing to go forward with the truth, yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever it takes.
Yes. That means incriminating me, yes.
But then you tell them, but I need a blueprint about what happened. Because you don't know what happened, right?
And I just needed, I guess you want to call it a blueprint, kind of a layout of what was going on.
That's right. You said you need to lay out for me what you want, right?
Not lay out what they want, lay out what had happened or what.
Look at page 80.
Page what?
80 of the same May 2nd.
Okay, correct.
You need a blueprint, you need, lay it out for me. Correct?
It says a blueprint, yes.
All right. And then you said, I'll do whatever because you struggled really hard to get where it is. I'll do whatever it takes. Correct? That's not on that page. I'm asking if you remember that.
Sorry, yes.
It's fine. Okay, you did tell them that. And so they say, all right, that's great. We'll go to the prosecutor and we'll try and hammer out a deal for you, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you recall, and if you don't, you can turn to page 69, that during that meeting, Detective O'Driscoll asked you to write down everything that you could remember for your next meeting, to help out with the next meeting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever do that? Did you write that out?
No.
Okay. I just wondered if that had happened. All right. Now, you tell them, and I think you said this again today, that after you got pills from Susan Kohler, the next set of pills you got were light green pills, correct?
Correct.
Katie, can you pull up exhibit 1030? Can you see that, Ms. Lober?
Yes, I
Does that look similar, or I don't know, how close do those look to the pills that you received?
Those are darker green.
Okay, so the pills you got were even lighter green than that.
Yes, those are darker.
Okay. Can I admit that? For comparison, she says the pills were lighter than the pills in those pictures, in that picture.
No, Your Honor, authenticity?
I can blow it up bigger. It's just a picture of the pills.
Just a picture.
If it's just the picture of the two pills.
Tablets, yeah, that's fine.
But there's a whole lot of.
No, how about, can we just publish this? We don't have to, do you want to admit this as a redacted copy or just publish it?
Let's admit it as a redacted copy for now.
Any objection?
If we redact everything around the pills.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about here is this, what's on the counsel and witness screen, Mr. Bloodworth.
She's redacting it in real time. Is there a second page? I'm sorry, is there a second?
No. Oh. I don't think so.
Yeah, that too. Should we? If we want to publish the photo of the two pills now, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll mock up.
And then redact it later and.
Understood. Let's publish just the photograph of the tablets. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, pausing there for just a moment.
So your memory is the first pills you got from Mr. Crozier were an even lighter green color than that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if they said anything on them? Like those pills say something on them.
I don't recall. Like I said, they were in a little plastic bag. I didn't sit there and count them and play with them.
Okay. Now, you now have a conversation with the detectives. We can take that down. Thank you, Katie. And they are telling you, well, you asked for blues. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then they ask you, actually, some of the same questions I was asking you. They're asking you, you asked for, what are M30s? Do you remember? They were asking you about M30s and Roxys or Oxys.
I don't recall.
Okay, why don't you turn to page 90? It's over 90 and 91.
Whoops.
All right, and that's, they're asking you about M30s. You see that? You're on page 90.
I am on 90.
Ms. Lewis.
Yeah, well, it's,
The question is, they ask you what M30s are, and you tell them that M30s are either Roxy's or Oxys, correct?
correct. I'm not seeing the question in here at all.
All right, well, maybe you just remember. They asked you what M30s were, and you told them M30s are Roxy's or Oxy, which is oxycodone, correct?
Ms. Lober, I'm sorry, we're getting confused here. I need you to be more specific about when you're asking her, whether it's something in the transcript or if you're asking something based on her memory.
Do you remember that they asked you what M30s were? Or they asked you about M30s?
Yes, that's right here.
And you told them M30s would be Roxy's or oxycodone?
Yes,
Oxys.
yes,
But isn't it true that Sergeant O'Driscoll says, no, M30s are fentanyl? And I'm not using his exact words, but he tells you M30s are fentanyl.
yes.
And you say, well, what do you say? Do you remember? Is it there?
I don't recall.
Did you
Let's
say,
see.
oh, okay, see, that's how much I don't really deal with them.
Yes, with fentanyl, yes.
Okay, but you don't know anything about fentanyl.
No, not really.
And every time, we'll strike that. Kouri Richins, she never did ask you for fentanyl, correct?
No, I had told her what Robbie had. She said, okay, go ahead and get the fentanyl.
That's your testimony today?
Yes, she did ask for, when I told her what I had, that's what she said, yes.
That's the first time you've said that though, right?
No,
You told them that Kouri never asked for fentanyl.
in jail or, now I'm confused. Can you repeat the question?
You told authorities during the course of these interviews that Kouri Richins never asked for fentanyl.
Yes,
And you kept telling them during this interview that you got Roxy's.
the ones from Susan Kohler, yes.
They tell you that you got fentanyl for Kouri Richins, correct?
No, when I had reached out to Nicole Cummings, she would reach out to Robbie. Robbie's one that told me that he can give fentanyl.
That's your recollection today.
Yes.
That wasn't your recollection then, though, was it?
No, like I said, it was a lot to process. I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Okay. But what you do tell them is not that Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug.
Yes.
You tell them that.
Hmm.
And you don't know what that is.
No.
And you Google it
Yes.
and you discover that it's a drug called propofol.
Yes.
And propofol is not fentanyl.
No.
It's a sleeping drug, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Lober, we couldn't hear you.
Correct.
All right. But then they keep telling you that you must have given her fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall them saying that that's what.
You turn to page 124. And while you're looking, let me just, so up to this point, you've told them you got Oxycontin, Roxy's from, or I said Oxycontin, oxycodone, from Susan, that you were, Kouri asked you for the Michael Jackson drug, that you didn't know what that was. And then they tell you it's fentanyl. And you said, well, they tell you M30s are fentanyl. And you said, well, I didn't know that. Just to recap. And now at this point, you say, well, I must have asked for fentanyl. Because why else would I have asked unless Kouri told me to ask for fentanyl, right?
Correct.
Ms.
And-
Lober, I need you to speak loud.
Correct. Sorry.
And as you turn to page 125, you say, I want to say that is the only way that got in my head.
Correct.
So you're telling them, well, I guess Kouri must have asked for fentanyl because how else, why else would we be talking about fentanyl?
When I reached out to Nicole, she gave me Robbie's number. Robbie said that he had a friend with, I asked for the fentanyl, or he said he had fentanyl, and I had reached back to Kouri and said that he has some fentanyl.
Okay, we're going to come back to that because this is a new story today that you've never told before. But let's talk about the story you told on this day. This day, you said, how else did I get fentanyl in my head? Right?
Correct.
Ms. Lober, isn't it fair to say you got fentanyl in your head from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard? They're the ones that put fentanyl in your head.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Because up till this point in the interview, you've said no fentanyl. I don't deal in fentanyl. I didn't get her fentanyl. I got her Roxy's. I got her Oxys. Oh, she asked for Michael Jackson drugs. Oh, I guess I got her fentanyl. How else would fentanyl be in my head? Right? That's what's happened up to this point.
Correct.
And the only person up to this point who has put the word fentanyl in your head are these detectives, correct?
Ooh.
Ms. Lober, you're on the stand. At that point, they are the ones that told you it was fentanyl.
They're the ones that told me that Eric passed away from fentanyl.
They're the ones that put the word fentanyl in your head.
They're the ones that told me that that's where Eric passed away from.
Okay. But during this interview, you're very confused about what happened because first you told them that you dropped the oxys from Susan in the fire pit. Correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them you gave Kouri some pills standing in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
But you told them the pills in the driveway were not the pills from Susan, they were the light green pills that you got later, correct?
No, I believe I said that the ones that Susan gave me, she came and picked up in my driveway.
Let's go to page 135 of that interview.
Did Andrew get to you?
Where did you tell them you left the pills?
It's combined, yes.
Oh, okay.
There's, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'll just show it.
Is she a liar? Yes, she's a liar. Do I believe her testimony in this circumstance? Yes.
So there's three different ones.
I believe she sold her
there's three
drugs.
different ones right here.
I believe those drugs contain fentanyl.
So they're the ones in my driveway.
I believe that's what killed him.
Folks, we can't have a private conversation here. I need you to pull that microphone back.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. She was explaining and I'll
I
ask the
know, that may
question
be,
based
but-
on that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Carmen. All right. So you're saying at this point now that you're telling them about 3 transactions.
Right here it says that.
And it says, go ahead, tell me what you said.
It says combined, yes, because the ones from Susan and then the green ones, and then there was the other ones that were the fire pit. The third one was the fire pit.
But you don't tell them that the ones from Susan were in the driveway during this interview, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But then later on, you tell them that,
Well, here we go.
let's go to page 159. Because you change your story. Tell me if you recall this. Go to page 159, then I'll ask you. I'm sorry, I know
This is a lot.
You would just pause and listen to Ms. Lewis's question. Thank you.
Do you have it on the page?
Yes,
Okay,
159.
Listen to my question, and then if you don't remember, I'll have you look at the page,
Okay.
okay? So you changed your story and you said, no, the first time wasn't in the driveway or the fire pit. The first time was in a cup in a closet inside the Midway house. You tell them that at this interview. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Okay, look at the page there.
No, this just says one was at the house.
It says in the closet.
One was in the closet and one was in the fire. Sorry.
The first time was in a cup in a closet in the Midway house.
It doesn't say the first time. It just says one of them.
All right, fair. Now, when was that then that you left it in a cup in the closet?
Would have been the third one.
You think it was the
I
third
think
one?
I do believe so, yes.
Now, the third one, which, the original third one or the new third one? Because originally you said there were only 3 transactions. 1 from Susan, 2 from Robbie. Now you're saying there's 4. 1 from Susan, 3 from Robbie. So are we talking about the original third transaction or the new third transaction?
Your Honor, objection foundation, they're the same transaction.
I think she said the transaction. She said
There'd be
there
the
were,
third one, no matter what you do.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what?
The third is the third, no matter what you do.
It's the fourth that
Yeah,
was
so
added.
sustained, it's the fourth that was added.
All right, well, no, then let me reframe it. The third one originally would be the last transaction. Now, the third one would not be the last transaction. So are you talking about, because originally you said you were 3 transactions. So when you said the third, did you mean the last transaction?
When I say that, I mean the 3 from Robbie, including Susan's or excluding Susan's.
Well, this time you said there weren't 3 from Robbie. There were 2 from Robbie.
I don't recall that.
All right, we'll get back to that in another interview where you talk about that. For now, let me ask you this. Do you know when you left the pills in the cup in the Midway house? What approximate date?
I don't know approximate date.
Was it after February 11th? You testified on direct, you bought pills from Susan on February 11th.
Yes.
So it would be after February 11th.
That second one would have been in my driveway. The third one would have been at the other house, the Midway house.
Okay, so that would have been sometime in February.
Approximately, yes.
All right. What was inside the Midway house at that time when you went into the house and left it in a cup in the closet?
It was pretty empty. There was just doing some construction stuff on it. And in the closet, she told me there would be a box with some coffee cups.
Okay. And were there any boxes in the house or just in the closet?
There was just the one in the closet. I didn't go looking in the house.
Now, as you're going through this interview with them at this time, you tell them again, I don't really know. My memory is messed up. It's foggy.
Yes, possibility.
Do we need to find it?
No,
Do you remember saying that? My memory's messed up.
I don't recall.
I'll turn to page 213.
Or what was your question?
That you told them your memory's messed up and it's foggy.
I don't see it on page 215.
213,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
213. 215. Correct.
Okay. And then you also told them during that interview, I bought pills for Kouri 3 times, period. That's on page 165 if you don't remember saying that. If you remember that, you can just say, yes, that's, I remember.
I don't recall.
Okay.
What page?
165.
Yes. It says 3 purchases were. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, all 3 purchases were before it. Yes.
You said there were 3 purchases all before Eric died.
Correct.
They come back later and tell you that's not correct, right? That's not on the page. I'm just asking you. Did they come back another day and say, no, the last purchase was after Eric died?
The 4th one?
The new 4th one, yes.
Correct. Actually, yes, correct.
All right. You didn't remember that.
I don't recall.
All right. Finally, at the end of this interview, where you've said, and I'm not going to go through it all again, we've been through all the different things you said like 3 times. You said to them, just write it all down and I'll sign it.
I don't recall saying that.
Page 183.
Oh, yes.
You did. You said, write it all down, I'll sign it.
They wanted me to write it, and I didn't want to write.
No, they didn't want you to write it. You asked them to write it all down for you and you'll sign it. Because to their credit, they said, well, no, that's not how this works.
Your Honor, objection.
To what?
I'd be a little bit more specific.
That wasn't a question, that was testimony and argument.
No,
It
the
is
question.
argumentative.
All right. I'll say it in a
can,
nicer tone.
You
They-
have to ask a question.
They told you, or I'm sorry, you told them, write it all down and I will sign it, correct?
I asked if they could write down my statement. Yes.
Right. You asked them to write it all down for you, correct?
To write my statement. Yes.
For you.
As we wrote it down, as we spoke about it, yes, they asked me
And
if
you
they
would
could
just-
write it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to over. You would just sign whatever they wrote,
No, not sign whatever they wrote. My statement.
that they were going to write for you. Correct?
I asked if they could write it as I did it, as I
That's-
spoke about it.
That's not what you said here. You said, write it all down and I'll sign it, correct?
Your Honor, objection asked and answered.
I'm not sure we got a clear answer. I'm still not sure what's on that page. So the question, Ms. Lober, just so we can move on from here, is whether the transcript shows
It
what
says
Ms.
yes.
Lewis states.
Can you guys write it and I can sign it?
Thank you. All right. We're going to move to the May 3rd interview because they come back. I think it might just be Detective Maynard that comes back on May 3rd. I don't know if you recall. According to my notes, Detective Maynard comes back on May 3rd.
I know Maynard came one day, but I don't recall the date.
All right. So that interview starts out with Detective Maynard saying to you, well, because of what we came up with, it doesn't look like you're going to be charged. Remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. You're having a very, I mean, and I understand this was 3
Because-
years ago. It's hard to
Yes.
remember.
It's a lot to process, period.
Okay. But you remember it now. Right?
Yes.
Okay. But 4 years after it happened, you remember it. but a year after it happened, you didn't remember it.
What was the question?
It was probably not a very good question. I'm going to ask it
Yeah.
again, okay? Sitting here today, you can't remember anything you said in these interviews. Well, not anything. That's not fair. A lot of what you said in these interviews, you can't remember.
This was 4 years ago.
This was 3 years
Well,
ago.
3
but
years
yes.
ago, yes.
But sitting here today, you remember very well what happened 4 years ago with these now 4 transactions.
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's look at page 3 of the interview on May 3rd.
What page?
Page 3 of the May 3rd interview. It might be
Still-
in the next book, book 2.
Now what page? Sorry.
Page 3.
Okay, what was the question?
Detective Maynard starts out this interview by saying, because of what we came up with yesterday, you're not going to be charged.
Correct.
And you tell him, again, I'm willing to do whatever. Do you recall saying that?
She put drugs to kill my
I say,
husband with
oh, okay.
in the memo on the
Do
check.
you recall saying I'm willing to do whatever?
Yes.
Okay. All right. They tell you that they're going to have to talk to Susan Kohler, right?
Yes.
Okay, maybe not.
And that they tell you that, well, Susan could end up being charged with murder if her pills led to someone's death, correct?
I don't recall that.
Page 11.
Oh, wrong page.
And they tell you Susan could be charged with murder, but you're not going to be because you are helping us.
Correct.
All right. Now they start to ask you about Nicole Cummings. You brought her up a couple of times, but this is really the first time during the interviews that you talk with the detectives about Nicole Cummings.
Correct.
All right. And this is after you said that Kouri said, I need something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug.
Correct.
All right. And you contact Nicole Cummings, who you knew. Were you roommates briefly? Is that how you knew her?
She was my roommate's son's girlfriend.
Roommate's son's girlfriend. Okay. So
So the bedroom I rented, it wasn't my house. I rented a room.
Okay.
And her kids stayed there, and his girlfriend would
okay, that makes sense.
pop. Yeah.
Okay. And at that time, Nicole Cummings was a user.
Correct.
All right. So you reach out to Nicole Cummings to maybe get something stronger than the prescription oxy that you had got from Susan Kohler.
I think it was after the second one.
Well, it couldn't have been because you met Robbie through Nicole, right?
Sorry. Okay, are we talking about, this is where I get confused because we have the 3. So if we're eliminating Susan's, just talking about Robbie's?
No, we're
Are you
still
talking about Susan's.
We're talking about after you bought from Susan the first time.
Okay.
You get a text from Kouri saying, my investor wants something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug, which you don't know what that is.
No.
But it's not fentanyl.
No.
And that's when you do a Facebook message to Nicole asking her to get you something.
I actually have her.
I know what you're going to say because I said that wrong. You did a Facebook message to Nicole saying you needed to talk to her.
Correct.
All right. And when you talked to her, you said, I'd like some Roxy 30s.
I just asked her if if she knew anybody that could get some pills.
That's your memory is. So you don't remember saying, can you get me some Roxy 30s or?
I think I named off a variety. If she
I'm
could
sorry,
get
what?
me, I think I named off a variety of pain pills.
Roxy 30s or blues, you said.
Yes.
What did that word mean to you at that time, blues?
Blues mean on the street that they are a man-made drug.
Okay. So we're talking about early 2022. Blues at that time did not necessarily mean fentanyl, right?
No, they meant fentanyl on the street. The street drug is blues for fentanyl.
I know that became the street name for blues, but did it mean that when you reached out to Nicole?
Blues are blues.
All right. Okay. And she told you you need to talk to my friend Robert Crozier.
She said I had a friend.
She arranged, like, gave you
She gave
her-
me his number.
Okay. But you don't remember, at least at that time, you didn't know what date that was.
No.
And they're trying to help you figure out when you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Sorry, what was the question?
Detective Maynard, I guess I said they, but I think maybe
You
it was
said
just
they,
Maynard. Was trying to help you figure out the dates that you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And they tell you you contacted him twice for drugs. Robert Crozier.
I don't recall if that's what they told me.
Or look at page 87.
Okay, what was your question?
They're trying to help you figure out the dates. And they tell you they find 2 dates that you contacted Robert Crozier by looking at your phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. You actually didn't remember Robert Crozier's name initially, right?
I actually knew him as he was up in Ogden.
Okay. Called him like the Ogden dude or
Yeah.
something like that, right?
Somewhere up, yeah, the Ogden
Okay.
guy.
And that they helped you figure out his name, right?
Actually, I told him if you would bring me if I had my phone, I could put it to link them together.
Okay. And that, I mean, they did. They found his contact in your phone, right?
Yes, it
And
said
that's how you-
Robbie and Nicole.
Okay. All right. So they say you contacted him twice for pills, and you said, yes, that's probably right. I was probably meeting him for pills.
Correct.
And then you tell them, I hope that helps you.
Correct.
And they say, well, we need more detail than that.
They said I had to go into more detail.
They told you they needed more detail.
That I needed to go into more detail.
Okay. All right. So you're going back over again and about the first buy from Susan during this interview, correct? And today, or not today, I'm sorry, that day, May 3rd, is when you tell them that you fronted the money to pay Susan, right? Correct?
For Susan, yes.
Okay, but the day before, that's not what you told them.
I don't recall.
Okay, let's go back to the interview the day before, May 2nd.
Okay.
Go to the other binder with the May 2nd interview.
What page?
Ooh. Might have to help here. Go to page 40. Actually, maybe could you pull up 40? If I don't know what's quicker for you two or for me to walk up there. Actually, would you take that off that?
How does she live with herself? Seriously. How?
All right. So the day before,
She
you
did it. She
tell
wanted the money.
Detective O'Driscoll and Agent Sorensen
She thought he was
that somebody
boring.
left the money for you in the fire pit.
When really she was boring. Then she writes a fake book about it to profit again. It's disgusting.
Look at the bottom. No need to go to the next page.
She'll take him out too.
So in that interview, you're telling them you picked up the money in the fire pit, and then you picked up the pills, and then you went back to the Midway house and left the pills in the fire pit. That's what you told them on May 2nd.
You're right, Andrew. You're right. Meanwhile, I saw pictures.
Sorry, I was just reading.
Good looking guy,
Yeah,
cool
on that
guy,
day, you
had
said
money.
The money was in the fire
Great
pit, and
family.
you left the pills in the fire pit. We're talking about the pills that Susan Kohler sold you. That's what you tell them on May 2nd.
Cool guy.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And you said, I never exchanged money with Kouri.
Correct.
Okay. But now the next day, you said, no, I fronted the money to Susan.
She ran up debt
And then
because she
I
wanted to
went and put the pills and picked up the
pretend
money
she could,
all at
knew
the
how to run a
same time.
business, which she didn't.
I don't recall that.
Okay, let's go back to May 3rd. Page 108, going over to 109,
Which binder?
the May 3rd interview binder 2.
Okay, go to what page?
Yep.
108 to 109. That's when you changed your story to that you fronted the money to Susan, correct?
I'm on page 108.
So over to 109.
I've got to be in the wrong binder.
Please help.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be on the binders. That one's showing different. Oh, yep, I left the wrong binder. Yep, sorry, I was in the wrong binder.
That's fine. Okay.
They're confusing me. Let me get this one out of the way.
Well, it's confusing.
Yes.
Okay. So that's where you're telling them, I didn't get any cash from Kouri ever.
I'm not sure what question is pending this.
Yes.
All right.
What's your question?
I was backing up a little. I'm going to back up a little from the last question. You said you didn't get any money from Kouri ever. And then you said that you fronted the money to Susan.
Correct.
And then later got it in the fire pit. That's what you told them on this interview.
Correct, but I think I was mixing up the purchases.
That's not what you told them.
Your question?
Okay. I'm saying that's not what you told them, correct? Correct. You told them it was the Susan Kohler purchase.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, and then they go back and they're still telling you, well, you still might be looking at time, state and federal time, right?
Correct.
But they tell you you're getting a big, giant get out of jail free card because of you helping us. Remember them telling you that?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but
Page 112.
something like that.
Bottom of 112 over to 113.
Correct.
Okay, you're getting a big, giant get out of jail free card from us.
Correct.
From them. Okay. And I think actually Detective O'Driscoll was there at this interview. I think he's the one that told you that, right?
No, it's Detective Maynard.
Okay. I still think he was there, but we'll move on. But all right. Thank you for clarifying that. All right. Because go to page 116. This is where Detective O'Driscoll.
Okay.
See this? First, I'm just going to ask you if you remember, and if you don't, then look down at the page, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember that Detective O'Driscoll tells you something to the effect that this whole case is hinged on you, and you have to finish painting the picture because they don't have enough yet?
Correct.
Okay. So you go through your story again, correct?
Just listen to Ms. Lewis's question.
They go through so you try and go through the story again, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you tell them again that Kouri said, I need some pills for an investor with back problems the first time she reached out, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them that you know for a fact the first 2 times you bought pills were not fentanyl.
I don't recall that.
All right, let's go to page 127. No, actually, I'm sorry. Let's go to page 131, I think it is.
So 131?
Yes. Let me see. I'm not sure which page. Right. Okay. Do you see down towards the bottom of the page? All right. So I know for a fact the first ones weren't. That doesn't help when you blow it up here. And then let's go to, you see that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right. And let's go to 134.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, what was the question you were asking?
The question was, on this page, she says, I know the first time wasn't fentanyl. She said, correct. Right?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you was asking the question. What was it?
So at this point, you say, I know for sure the first time wasn't fentanyl. Correct?
It says here, I know for a fact the first one in the beginning was not fentanyl.
Okay. Now, can I see page 134? I'm going to look at, I can't find the exact spot I'm looking for right now, so I'm going to go back to that.
Counsel, may I just have a quick scheduling conversation with you?
At the bench?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just briefly.
Yeah, I think this will be an all right place to stop.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the evening. My now becoming traditional warning, please, though, hear me out. Do not talk about the case. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case. Please affirmatively avoid listening to, reading, or watching any report about the case on any source. Please do not do any internet searches about the case or anything you heard in the courtroom at all. Please enjoy your evening. Travel safe. We'll start again tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Please rise for the jury. Have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lober, I appreciate your patience today. I need you to come back tomorrow morning. Okay. I need you to be here ready to go again at 8:30 a.m. All right. An important instruction. Between now and then, you cannot talk to anyone about your testimony. You can say things like, I have to be back in court at 8:30 a.m. They're not done. But the substance, the questions, can't talk about any of that. It's as if you're still on the stand. Can you do that? All right. You can step down. Please travel safe. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, I'd like to make a record regarding the note from the jury and the action we took. Any objection?
No objection. The note regarding the jury,
Oh, I understand. Thank you.
not from the jury.
I got it.
I think this was written by a juror.
Oh, I did understand.
Yeah, this was passed out from a juror. So during an afternoon recess, a juror passed a note to one of the bailiffs that read, quote, Judge, I'm having a little trouble with the handwriting, so bear with me here. Are there members of the audience in the courtroom that are sketching members of the jury? Question mark. Is that allowed without consent? Question mark. It is distracting and a concern. Please advise. In response to this note, court staff confirmed that there was a member of the spectators that was in fact sketching jurors and identifying the sketches by juror number. That sketchbook was confiscated The sketches of the jurors were removed from the sketchbook. That person has been removed as a spectator, will not be allowed back in. We cannot have anyone doing anything to identify the jurors in any way. And then the jurors were informed by a bailiff, not by me, that we responded in that way, so they do not have to speculate about whether that's continuing. Okay, Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else on the record before we recess, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Counsel?
No.
Okay. We'll recess for the evening. Please travel safely. Take care.
All right.
Court's in recess. Thank you.
Wow, that is surprising. Is this thing up tomorrow morning? I thought they were taking Fridays off. That Yeah, I like the judge, but that ruling surprises me. This is a public hearing. They can say no photography. That's well established, but nobody can make a sketch of the jurors? That doesn't seem right to me. I mean, I haven't I haven't researched the topic, but that doesn't make sense to me. It's a public hearing. Members of the public are allowed in. They're not using photography. I don't see how they preclude that legally. But I don't know. Does somebody want to weigh in on that? We got some attorneys who know more about this than me. I mean, that's the normal way it's usually done. For years, when they wouldn't allow cameras in court, you would have sketches. You'd have sketch artists go in and do that. Like back when I was a young buck, hundreds of years ago, like I knew attorneys, like it was very common you'd see this. Like an attorney would be, say, a prosecutor or whatever, and they would have the sketches of high profile cases they did earlier in their career, and they'd have them like framed and up in their office because it would be in the paper, whatever. Around here, it'd be, the Chicago Tribune or something like that. It'd be a sketch from that. And be like, oh yeah, I put away this mafia boss, 30 years ago. And here are the sketches. That's very strange. I can see them not being able to identify them, like give their name, but just do a sketch. I don't know why I'm focused on this. No jurors, though? Maybe. I mean, whatever. I've just never thought about it. Maybe that's it. You're right. When I think about that, it's the sketch. It's usually like of the attorney cross-examining a witness or something like that. Yeah, I guess maybe you can do that. It strikes me as odd. I'm trying to be serious here. No, sorry, I have my occasional freakouts. I'll tell you, as I sit through this thing, what happens is I'll sit here and I'm watching, and I'll be like watching whatever the current witness or whatever, and I have these waves. So I'll sit there and I'll get lost in the minutia of whatever the hell's going on in that moment. And I think, okay, this is interesting or whatever. I'm just watching it. And then all of a sudden something will come up and it just washes over me that this decent man got killed because she's a psychopath. Allegedly. And it just pisses me off. It'll like happen in the middle. Like whenever there's like a small detail or something, I just think of the situation. And it's so annoying. And she's I think half of this is she goes out and she wants to play, oh, I'm a real estate entrepreneur and I'm really fancy. She doesn't know shit. She did nothing but lose money. She pretended to be important by borrowing money against his assets. She is an abject failure in every way. And then he gets taken out for it, for her covering up for her failure. It's disgusting. It's just disgusting. That's the way I see it. And I look at her and she looks guilty as sin or whatever. And we'll see. We'll see. All this today. I mean, this was kind of finally this was the sort of like a lot of the stuff was lab techs. I'm not knocking. I mean, you got to do this to make a case, but it's boring stuff. I mean, it was okay. But they have to do that. But this was the first sort of juicy thing from my perspective. My heat works. I don't know. It's just like a little cold. It's weird. I'm in an old building in Chicago, so it's like it'll either be like 5 degrees too cold or 100 degrees in here. That's how it is. But it just makes me nuts. I see a guy who's 39 years old who appeared to be a decent man, and not only does she kill him and then try to make a fake book and profit off him yet again, but then she has to insult him in order to get away with it and try to call him a drug addict and stuff, which he's not. I mean, he might have taken some gummies or something. This guy's not a drug addict. He's a hardworking, decent guy, and this is what you get. It's disgusting. I'm sure he's not perfect. I'm sure, nobody is. Nobody is. But what I'm saying is basically a guy, and I could tell from the earlier stuff in the trial that he could tell she was crap. He had made a horrible mistake, but he didn't want to walk off on those kids. If he would have just did what was in his gut, which is like, you're crazy, I'm out of here, he'd still be alive. But his kids would be stuck with her. And he knows it. So he sits there and puts up with it. I've seen other people go through this. It's absolutely disgusting. When we had that first testimony and she makes an attempt on his life and he doesn't, but then he suspects that immediately. Can you imagine you're living in a house with somebody and he's discussing with his family, his suspicion is she did it, and he's right. He isn't sure, but he's thinking along those lines, and then you continue to live there? Why are you doing that? Because she's so fun? No. You're doing that for your children. Which makes me like him even more and hate her even more. In his mind, he's thinking, I leave, and now what? These kids are raised by this psychopath. At least if I'm here, I can run interference on this stuff and see what's going on. All right. So is this thing? Somebody in the chat, tell me, is this thing going on tomorrow morning? I thought they were taking Fridays off. But then it seemed like the judge was doing that. Was saying show up at 8:30 in the morning, but he could have meant Monday morning. Yeah. So they are doing Fridays? Okay. Thank you. All right. All right. Well, thank you for hanging out. Oh my Lord. That was a long stream, but I filled it in this time. It was good stuff. I think I might do one. I think I might do a nicer one because I think I'm not sure yet, but I think Zach sent me one, and I might need a usual to get this funk off me here. Although yesterday I tried to do that and it turned into a 3-hour. It was fun. It was fun, but it turned into a 3-hour mess. I'm not doing it if it's 3 hours. I need something shorter. All right. Thank y'all for coming out. I will see you soon.